bracing for a powerful storm to hit. And then on the east, a new look at the rescue efforts happening in New Jersey to save people from the dangerous floodwaters there. What we're hearing from first responders tonight, plus a significant number of hoax bomb threats towards Jewish institutions and synagogues happening across the United States, according to the FBI. What we know tonight about those threats and how they could all be connected, and how recycled toilet water could end up coming out of your kitchen sink. It's part of a push in California to get reliable drinking water to people in a region dealing with extreme droughts. We'll explain. Then Utah, getting hit with a new lawsuit today. Why big companies like TikTok, Meta, and others say the state cannot just ban kids from using their apps, even if they don't have parental consent. Plus, young conservatives weigh in on the Republican slate of candidates. Some of the extreme views they shared when asked about the only woman running in the 2024 race. Hey, everybody, I'm Yasmin, in for Hallie Jackson, who's on assignment in Israel. Tonight, as the West Coast is prepping for a storm to hit, the East Coast is cleaning up after a wet and windy, deadly and disastrous storm. Communities just totally underwater, and the concern is not over. Several rivers are in major flood stage, one town telling people to evacuate immediately. And tonight we know this storm took the lives of at least 5 people just yesterday from either fallen trees or swept away in floodwaters. Those factors are still in play today as flood makes it difficult for both rescue crews and people to get where they need to go. In New Jersey, firefighters were not able to stop a fire at this home because of the flooding. Thankfully, nobody was hurt. And still hundreds of thousands of people across the region are in the dark tonight after fallen trees took out power lines. Maine's governor declaring a state of emergency for several counties. Now, Mother Nature has her eyes set on the West Coast, with storms about to bring rain and snow to the Golden State. It's put more than 20 million people under flood watches as the holiday approaches. The busiest days for travel just days away. More than 2.5 million people expected to go through the airport on Thursday. We have meteorologist Bill Cairns with that forecast in just a moment. But first, want to go to Emily Ikeda in Paterson, New Jersey for us with more on this. Emily, this East Coast storm, it's gone, but the impacts are getting worse for some. You witnessed a rescue today. Talk us through it.
Yeah, that's right, Yasmin. Good to be with you. As you can see, the floodwaters are still lingering in the area. Keep in mind, more than a day since this part of New Jersey even saw any rain. For reference, we've got the Passaic River not far from where I'm standing. What happens with these larger rivers, these swollen rivers across the region, they could spill over into communities even days after a storm has passed because the grounds are so saturated. As these smaller tributaries, these other waterways lead into the major rivers, there's nowhere else for those for that water to go except into the community. We've seen the water level rising throughout the day. The Passaic River, for instance, could remain at flood stage, at least parts of it, at least through Friday. So these are days-long impacts even after the storm has exited the area. Not far from where I'm standing, we witnessed a water rescue earlier today. A 14-year-old, she had been inside her home. The water levels came up unexpectedly, and her sister, her concerned sister, called 911 and asked them to go retrieve her. So we went along on board the truck where they were able to get her safely onto dry ground. Here's more from some first responders. Take a listen.
We want to move them out, keep the time in the water to a minimum is the object here, is to take them in, get them situated, make sure they have what they need, get them out, and get them through the flood waters as quick as possible.
And Yasmin, we know at least 5 people have died in the Northeast from Monday's monstrous storms. Some of those from falling trees, others from rushing floodwaters. Yasmin.
Emily, what about power outages? I know a lot of people still don't have power. It's getting colder out there.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen these temperatures plummet. We can feel the cold setting in right now. And also the floodwaters are very cold as well. There are more than 400,000 people in the Northeast without power still tonight. A lot of those coming from the Maine area. You'll see more than 300,000 people without power there. Also a significant number in Massachusetts as well. Crews throughout the entire region saying that they are working feverishly to restore power. You think about some of the wind gusts we saw topping more than 60 miles an hour in at least 7 states. states that knocked down so many trees, so many power poles. Just a short time ago, the governor of Maine declaring a state of civil emergency to free up as many state resources as possible to help respond to the aftermath of this brutal storm, including these lingering power outages. Yasmin.
All right, Emily Akeda for us. Thank you, Emily. Appreciate it. Want to bring in meteorologist Bill Karen to talk more about this. So we were talking about the East Coast, obviously now dealing with the cleanup efforts there. What are we expecting in the West, Bill?
Flash flooding and some debris flows. I mean, it won't be as widespread as what we're dealing with in the Northeast, but for the areas that, near Los Angeles especially, you get millions of people that are potentially in harm's way. So the storm system that is going to cause all the problems is this little swirl sitting here off the coast. We call it a cutoff low. It's not really flowing across the country. It's going to move very slowly, and they're also very unpredictable. The forecast confidence is not as high with this storm as you'd say a regular storm that would come into the California coastal areas. We have 21 million people from San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, Los Angeles, Oceanside to San Diego, all under flood watches. This goes all the way out through Friday morning. So this is going to be a long duration event, too. So here we are, 5 p.m. Wednesday. We have heavy rain tomorrow, just beginning to head towards the San Luis Obispo area. Notice L.A., you're still pretty dry. Even as we go into Wednesday night and Thursday, just hit and miss showers. The brunt of the storm still off the coast. So if we keep a lot of it offshore, the flood threat will be less. Eventually, though, this does have to rotate through, maybe even some thunderstorms, and the heavy rain over some burn scar areas is the biggest concern. Then we get the mud and debris flows, and you know what happens if that's the case. And anyone traveling, the airports, too. So as we go through Thursday, this area of maroon, greatest risk right around Santa Barbara of the flash flooding and maybe even significant flash flooding. We head that more towards Los Angeles as we go throughout Friday morning. So that's shifted a little bit, delayed a little bit for the L.A. area. And rainfall totals, Yasmin, I mean, we could be talking anywhere, 2 to 4 inches, especially in the mountains just outside of L.A. And they're actually in a rainfall deficit. The rainy season began in November. We haven't talked much about them. They haven't had a big storm yet. This will be the first one.
So that would be actually good news for them.
It's good for the reservoirs, but not if you have to travel in it.
So I'm getting a call in from the North Pole.
That's what they're telling everyone. If you want to see snow, you have to go to the North Pole.
Yeah. Santa wants to know the weather for Christmas.
Yeah.
What are the expectations when we think about holiday weather?
Limited ice and snow problems.
Okay.
Yes, maybe some sunscreen, something like that. So let's go through this. This is Friday. Friday, we're going to see some rain showers in the middle of the country. That storm that was in California by Saturday begins to work its way through the country. We will get some snow out of this. If you're in the Wasatch Range, the mountains there in Utah, you get snow. And also, my friends in the San Juan Mountains, you're on Telluride, we'll get some good snow. It looks like if you're in Denver, you may have to wait until Saturday night or Sunday to kind of get some of this heading your way. If you want the winter wonderland, and this is going to be on Christmas Eve, maybe our friends Wyoming, Cheyenne, the Denver, Rapid City, up through the the Dakotas, that's the best shot. But if you're from Minneapolis, Great Lakes, East Coast,
these guys are going to be skiing on Christmas Day.
Oh, they're going to be throwing it in the air and having a powder party.
Bill Cairns and I both love to ski. Thanks, Bill. Appreciate it. All right, turning to international news, where rescuers in northwestern China tonight up against freezing temperatures in a desperate race to rescue any survivors left behind after the deadliest earthquake the country has seen in years. This is what the scene looked like today. Homes are destroyed. The streets are filled with rubble. At least 127 people are dead in the region. You see here on this map in the aftermath of the 5.9 magnitude earthquake. You see the moment that it happened here at a restaurant. The camera starts shaking, and people suddenly get up to run out of their chairs and for their lives. Janice Mackey-Frere is in Beijing.
It's an all-out race to try to find people in the rubble. Rescue teams have been working day and night in bitter cold temperatures. There are nearly 2,000 firefighters working at the epicenter, and temporary shelters have been set up. At least 127 people have been killed, according to officials. More than 500 are injured. The quake struck around midnight, the tremors lasting about 20 seconds, and they were still hours later feeling strong aftershocks. Videos show people rushing from their homes and then huddling in the bitter cold temperatures, hovering around 0 degrees Fahrenheit. Rescue officials say that the cold is hampering the efforts there and that the next 48 hours are crucial. This has happened in the part of the country that is mountainous, it's remote, Earthquakes are not uncommon, but this is on course to be one of the deadliest in a decade. China's earthquake administration says the quake was shallow and powerful, measuring magnitude 6.2. The initial USGS assessment puts it at magnitude 5.9. The government has issued orders for a full-scale search and rescue effort. Money and equipment have been deployed to help people get to safety, to help them find warmth. The concern, of course, is that the toll of this quake is going to rise.
All right, as we speak, a volcano erupting in Iceland, forcing thousands of people to evacuate their homes, but officials saying that right now there's no threat to life. You're looking at live pictures of it right now. The volcano throwing molten rock some 300 feet into the air. Police declaring a state of emergency, stopping traffic from entering the area and closing down nearby tourist sites. Officials now fearing this is only the beginning of this eruption. Molly Hunter has more.
The pictures are just unbelievable. Now, Icelandic officials are saying the eruption at this time is not life-threatening. The lava is actually moving away from population centers. They believe, though, it may last anywhere from a week to 10 days. And once that molten lava starts moving, it becomes impossible to stop.
Stunning aerial images from southwestern Iceland, capturing a late-night eruption, spewing searing hot lava from volcanic fissures. It comes after weeks of anticipation and earth-shaking seismic activity. Icelandic officials say the eruptions brought on by a swarm of earthquakes Monday night, beginning northeast of Grindavik, a fishing village where a state of emergency was declared last month. The entire population of 4,000 people evacuated as a precaution. It's the fourth volcanic eruption in 2 years and the largest so far, with an initial fissure opening spanning 3 miles and lava shooting over some 300 feet into the air.
It's just fascinating to see just nature in action. It's just like something from a movie.
The Icelandic Coast Guard surveying the area overnight in an effort to confirm the eruption's exact size and location. Passengers at one of Iceland's main airports just 16 miles away reacting.
As soon as we know anything, we will let you know.
Authorities have raised the country's aviation alert level because volcanic ash can pose a risk to engines on passenger planes, something that happened when another volcano erupted in Iceland back in 2010, creating an ash cloud that grounded air travel in Europe for more than a week. Monday's eruptions follows weeks of intense seismic activity that spurred thousands of earthquakes, prompting the closure of the country's iconic Blue Lagoon. Now, officials are stressing vigilance and caution as the region waits on Mother Nature to run its course.
Now, we know eruptions are unpredictable. Iceland is no stranger to major volcanic eruptions. Now, Icelandic officials say this morning that those huge lava fountains overnight hundreds of feet, actually down to about 100 feet now. That is good news. And airport officials say at this time there are no disruptions, so flight schedules are running on time. Good news for travelers, of course, the week before Christmas. That also means no disruptions at this time throughout Europe. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you for that. Right now in Israel, glimmers of hope emerging that there could be keyword here, another break in the fighting with Hamas. Israel's president saying today his country is, quote unquote, ready for a second humanitarian pause in exchange for the release of more hostages. It is coming as top American leaders apply some more pressure on Israel to protect the civilians caught in the middle, accounting for civilians, with the UN calling the levels of destruction in Gaza staggering and unprecedented, saying 60% of the infrastructure inside Gaza, it's completely destroyed, and that 90% of Gazans are displaced from their homes. Hallie Jackson is back with us from Tel Aviv. Pressure from all sides, Hal, right? From the American government, from families of these hostages, from protesters in the streets of Tel Aviv every single day. Is that going to be enough at this point to force these negotiations back to the table? I know they were in Warsaw talking about this, but can they get something done?
Yeah. So it does seem like they're going to, at some point, have to, based on the pressure that you're talking about. The question is, does that turn into a reality? And if so, on what kind of timeline here? And what would those terms even look like? I have to keep emphasizing this because it is important expectation setting that the U.S., the National Security Council spokesperson, says that it does not appear that a deal is imminent. But that does not mean that there is no possibility of a deal. That second part was my phrasing, Yaz. That's not what he said. I'm saying there has been at least some action. For the first time over these past 24, 48 hours in like weeks, we've been able to say that there are actually concrete steps towards some kind of talks. Part of this is spurred by what happened here last week, the revelation that 3 Israeli hostages were killed by their own military in this horrific case of friendly fire. They had either escaped, that's what some family members say, they were perhaps abandoned, but either way, they got away from their captors. They tried to hold up a white flag, call for help. They were shot by the IDF, which did not realize, they say, that they were civilians there, the IDF saying that broke the rules of engagement. That has really sparked a new pressure point here, a new kind of inflection point that we've been seeing build really over the past 4 or 5 days or so, coming to a head with this meeting. And I want to play a little bit or show a little bit of what the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had to say after meeting with some of these hostage family members. And by the way, this is a meeting that they've wanted for a while, for days now. He said, "I am personally committed to the release of all the abductees. Rescuing them is a supreme task." He says, "Will I succeed? I can give you one guarantee. We don't stop." Hostage families have been wanting to meet with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. They've been wanting to make the case that time is running out, that with each bombardment that Israel issues into Gaza, each of these strikes, that potentially puts not just civilians at risk, but hostages too, Yasmin.
You mentioned this, Hal, and that was the killing of the 3 hostages in Gaza by the IDF. The Israeli government wants to make sure this doesn't happen again. They have to make sure this doesn't happen again for their own sake. You're speaking to people who have been on the ground there about this kind of unique chaos of the battlefield inside Gaza.
Yeah, I mean, what the war is like from somebody who's been in it. We spoke with an Israeli-American soldier. He's actually originally from Great Neck, New York. He was shot by a sniper, he says, in a attack, essentially, that killed his commander. We visited him in one of the hospitals here just outside Tel Aviv. Here's what he told us.
Chaos is Hamas' #1 goal. I think it's their #1 goal, not just on the battlefield, but in the terrorist attacks that they conducted before this all started, of course, and then in the basically social media war that has now progressed forward, which is to make a lot of noise, make it tough to define and discern evil from good, is also found on the battlefield in the way they fight.
So some perspective there from somebody who's fought on behalf of the Israelis. The other piece of this, too, when we talk about pressure, and Yasmin, you mentioned this, not just on Benjamin Netanyahu, but also on from the international community, right? Like the idea that you're seeing these other countries start to say, listen, what we're seeing in Gaza is just not acceptable. The Red Crossing, it is a moral failure, essentially. And that is something that we are also starting to see build because of images like the ones that you're showing here, the horrific humanitarian crisis there with nearly 20,000 Palestinians believed to have been killed in Gaza, according to the Hamas-run health ministry, Yasmin.
Day to day, this war is changing. Day to day, this war is becoming more devastating. Hallie Jackson, thank you so much, my friend. Appreciate it. NBC News learning a little before we went on the air that the FBI is investigating what officials describe as a, quote, significant number of email hoax bomb threats to Jewish institutions and synagogues across the United States. In recent days, that's according to an email sent to outside advisors and obtained by NBC News. The email says more than 30 of the country's 56 FBI field officers are investigating these threats, and they're believed to be connected. Ryan Riley is joining us now. Do investigators, Ryan, know anything about where these threats are coming from and why they think they are connected?
Yeah, so the investigators actually think that these are originating from outside of the United States, and based on the similar language is why they're associating those with one another. And as you mentioned, 30 of the 56 field offices of the FBI, that's a significant number and sort of gives you a sense of how widespread this is across the United States and just how involved the FBI is in this investigation at the moment. Now, these are, hoax threats. These are not something that are being followed through on, but it's still something obviously very concerning for these Jewish institutions. Obviously, obviously, in this current climate that we're at with anti-Semitism on the rise, it's something that a lot of synagogues have had an increased police presence already, had to hire more security guards. So it's certainly something that is putting a community that is already pretty stressed out even more on edge, and why the FBI is really prioritizing this to try to get to the bottom of where these are originating. Yasmin.
All right, Ryan Riley for us. Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate it. So COVID hospitalizations, especially amongst the oldest and youngest Americans, are up this holiday season, according to the CDC. It's happening as we're learning more about a new subvariant, that's growing fast and could put more people at risk. The CDC also says the prevalence of the subvariant that's already dominant in the Northeast more than doubled between late November and mid-December, possibly getting an assist from holiday travel. And this comes as we're seeing high flu hospitalizations, up 200% over the past 4 weeks, as doctors continue to worry about the triple-demic of COVID, RSV, and the flu. Dr. John Torres joining me now. We literally talked about this last winter, the triple-demic, right?
Exactly.
COVID, flu, RSV. Here we are again. You can get vaccinated, by the way, to protect against RSV, against COVID,
all three of them,
and flu
exactly.
as well. Are we in it this winter? Are we in for it?
You know, I think we're going to see rising case numbers here. And like you mentioned, those numbers are there on top of it. RSV, 60% increase in hospitalizations. COVID, 51% increase in hospitalizations. Silver lining, RSV seems to be tapering out a little bit, and it might be coming down, but time will tell. And my fear is that over the holidays, people are going to get together. They're not going to take the appropriate measures they need to take, and we're going to see those numbers rise. And so I think we're going to see numbers go up. I don't think we're going to see a repeat of what we had the last couple of years.
Are the cases of flu going up because less folks are getting vaccinated? Is there any correlation?
So the vaccination rates are low, and there is a direct correlation there because people not getting vaccinated, you can get the flu, you can get complications from the flu. But on top of that, flu and RSV, they're seasonal. So the seasonality of those are on us right now, meaning they are winter viruses. We know they're going to spread. They know they're going to increase. COVID is a year-long one, but it also can have seasonality, and that's what's happening as well. We're getting together for the holidays. We were together over Thanksgiving, Hanukkah, all these other holidays. We're going to see more and more people congregating, which means these viruses are going to have more of a chance to spread.
You're seeing more and more people wearing masks. Should we be wearing masks at this point because of this possible triple-demic that we are facing? Is it not as effective anymore? What should we do?
You know, the one thing about masks, I think, is, you know, always keep a mask on you. I have mine here. Friday, I was on an airplane. There was a gentleman sitting across from me, coughing, not covering up. Everybody's looking at him going, you know, just nobody.
You don't want to cough on an airplane.
And everybody's looking at him. I just took my mask out, put it on. A couple other people did as well. So keep it with you. And it's going to be situational dependent. If you're in a situation, if you're in a subway, a bus, an airplane, an airport, something like that, and people around you seem sick, put the mask on. It's very simple.
If you cough on an airplane, you might as well have the plague. Everybody looks at you as if you do.
He got a lot of stink eye.
Yeah, I bet he did. COVID in wastewater, should we be worried about that?
No, so what they're doing right now is with wastewater, they're actually using it to try and find out what is in that area. And it's a great way to go and survey large portions of populations without actually having to go door to door or swab people. You can look at the wastewater. We did that on airplanes during the pandemic. Now they're doing it in communities as well. And it just tells public health officials where they need to concentrate their resources and where they need to start saying, hey, there might be situations here. Let's start testing people. And if test numbers go up, then that's the point where you need to be a little bit concerned about it.
Dr. John Torres, thank you.
You bet.
Appreciate it. All right, some breaking news, everybody, just into us in the last couple of minutes. The Colorado Supreme Court banning former President Trump from the state's ballot, saying he is ineligible to hold the office of the presidency under the Constitution's insurrection clause. The case is now likely to go to the U.S. Supreme Court. NBC's Sahil Kapoor is following this for us. Sahil, if you will, walk us through this ruling first.
Yeah, it's an absolutely extraordinary ruling, Yasmin, by the Colorado Supreme Court. It says, quote, a majority of the court holds that President Trump is disqualified from holding the office of president under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. Specifically, Section 3 says no officers of the country can have engaged in insurrection. The court essentially found that Trump engaged in insurrection and reversed a lower court ruling that presidents are not subject to Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, saying they are subject to Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. I cannot think of any precedent to this for any major presidential candidate in modern times, certainly not one who is marching to the nomination of his party, dominating the field at this moment. This might have some sort of an impact on that Republican primary field with the Iowa caucuses just about a month or so away.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit more about that, if you will. So he'll draw on that moment for me, if you will, because as we're looking at the primary beginning in just about a few weeks or so, what are we looking at here if the former president cannot be on the ballot in Colorado?
We'll firstly wait to see how his rivals respond. It's unclear whether they will see this as essentially target practice to argue that Donald Trump should not be the nominee of his party if he's subject to these kinds of serious challenges. You know, it's not that difficult to imagine a rival saying, don't nominate someone who is found to have been to have engaged in insurrection by a state Supreme Court. Now, Colorado is not exactly a competitive state at this point. It's widely expected to be in the Democratic column, whoever the two candidates are, but there are other challenges happening in other states. They have not been successful so far, at least, but in Arizona, in Michigan, and in Minnesota, which are more competitive states, the challenges have been issued. Could potentially Donald Trump be disqualified from the ballot in a swing state? That would be a massive disadvantage to Republicans. Now, on the other hand, Donald Trump himself has argued that this is a nonsense and election interference lawsuit. In some cases where Donald Trump has been found to be in legal jeopardy, his rivals have simply rushed to his defense, and it's only helped him in the Republican primary. So there are a lot about the politics of this that have yet to shake out. Yeah, the message and the precedent here is what I'm really focusing on here. Sahil, if you will, stand by for me. Want to bring in Danny Savalas to talk more about this. This is incredible, this decision here. Danny, if you will, walk us through kind of your reaction first in hearing this.
I will walk you through up to page 2, because that's where I've gotten so far, as this is just breaking. But no, I have the general gist. And the gist is this, is that under Colorado's election code, because Donald Trump was concluded after a 5-day trial to have engaged by clear and convincing evidence in an insurrection, he is therefore barred by the Constitution from being on the ballot under Colorado law. So the important question is going to be, how precedential is this? Well, outside of Colorado, not very. This is a Colorado state court decision. And in addition, it's interpreting not just the federal Constitution, but also how that affects Colorado's own election laws. So while it is certainly what we call persuasive authority for other jurisdictions, other states, outside of Colorado, it is going to be cabined to this jurisdiction. But make no mistake about it, it is a signal to many other courts, a blueprint, if you will, for them to take a look at their own election codes, see how similar they are, and see if this acts as a similar bar.
Well, you talk about other courts as well, and I just want to reiterate to folks and remind folks where this is actually coming from, and I'm going to reach for my phone here because I want to make sure I'm getting it right. Danny, a group of Colorado voters backed by Citizens for Responsibility, some of which Sahil got into, and ethics in Washington, initially filed this legal challenge to Trump's candidacy in September, arguing that his efforts to overturn the 2020 election results on his conduct surrounding the January 6, 2021 Capitol riot violated Section 3 of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, making him ineligible for office. So whether or not things are actually in motion, Danny, and obviously, as you say, a blueprint to other courts as well, when it comes to whether or not the former president can be on the ballot, what about other groups filing more instances like this to move something like this forward in the run-up to the election? Is that something that is a possibility?
That's exactly right. I mean, it still doesn't solve conclusively the problem of how do we determine whether or not the former president, engaged in an insurrection. In this case, the district court below conducted a trial to have an evidentiary hearing and arrive at a conclusion on that issue. But I don't know that this decision conclusively decides how other states make that determination. And really what you're going to have is, as other plaintiffs may file suit, you're going to arrive possibly at very different decisions, which is ordinarily a good indicator that it's something that may arrive up at the Supreme Court. Not necessarily because you have differing interpretations of different states' election laws, but the reason why is that the way those affect the federal Constitution and the federal election process, which is provided for in the Constitution. While the Supreme Court might normally let individual states handle their own state law, that's the kind of thing they stay away from. with the constitutional implications and the federal election law implications, this is something that we may see end up at the Supreme Court.
Talk us through this legalese speak, Danny. It's not that legalese, but legalese to anybody that hasn't gone to law school. There's a stay on this ruling until January 4th, 2024, subject to any further appellate proceedings. What does that mean?
Yep. It means that this court anticipates there's going to be immediate appellate action, that may be even trying to get it into a federal court or otherwise. And so the stay is appropriate, and it's really a good it's a good precautionary measure by the court, knowing that that's absolutely what the Trump side is going to do. They're going to appeal this in any way they can and stay the ruling, because the reality is this is exactly the situation where a stay is probably warranted. When you think about it, is that maintaining the status quo for the moment might be the most prudent course of action, because, for example, if they were to strike him from the ballot and then reinstate him and go back and forth, the court's thinking is for this very brief period of time, which is just until January, they're staying it until that time to allow not any appellate filings to be made.
You think about what the Supreme Court has ahead of it, Danny, the possible ruling on, and they haven't taken it up yet, but we know the deadline is tomorrow, presidential immunity, right, that Jack Smith elevated already to the Supreme Court, and then the possibility of an appeal to this decision by the Colorado Supreme Court that could end up in the Supreme Court as well, how entwined they'll be in the 2024 election.
Yes, I mean, and Jack Smith made a very smart strategic move, seeking Supreme Court review of the issue of immunity. Better to do it sooner rather than later, because every day that goes by, we are getting closer to that election, and there's a March date looming for one of those federal trials. But similarly, as we approach the election, of course, the issue of ballot, whose name is on the ballot, is going to be of critical importance. So that is another issue that, of course, you know, it's an interesting thing under our Constitution. The states have so much authority in regulating and handling their own elections, but at the same time, a federal national presidential election, it's the only election we all participate in nationally, and it is significantly governed not only by federal law, but the Constitution itself. So it necessarily implicates constitutional issues, even if individual states decided applying their own individual state law.
Sahil, I know that House is in recess right now, Senate still there. How are you expecting Republican senators, especially Republican members of the House, to react to something like this, some of his more ardent supporters?
Well, the ardent supporters are going to side with him and say this is a nonsense lawsuit. They're going to dismiss and try to attack the judges that came to this ruling as trying to illegitimately keep him off the ballot for political purposes. That part is easy to figure out. The question is, as is usually the case, what does the center of the party say? Where do the more pragmatic, not super MAGA Republicans come down on this? The House is in recess. We do not expect to get any immediate reaction from members. The Senate actually just went away for the day, so I'm not sure we're going to get anything tonight. They are expected to come back tomorrow before they wrap up for the rest of the year. I will also note, Yasmin, that in just about half an hour, Donald Trump is expected to hold a campaign event in Waterloo, Iowa. Our team is on the ground there. We do expect him, well, let's just say it would be surprising if he doesn't react to this. He's usually pretty quick to sound off on, unfavorable legal decisions or rulings or what have you coming at him in court. He's used to that, and he's usually quick to respond to them. We'll keep eyes on what he says at the top of the hour, in now less than half an hour when he's expected to come on stage. How he handles it, how his allies handle this, how others in the Republican Party handle this. Does anyone see an opening to argue that this shows Donald Trump should not be the Republican nominee, or do they side with him and say, whatever we think of him, he's being treated unfairly? A lot of members of the Republican Party have done that. I think the politics of this have yet to shake out.
I want to read part of the former president's statement here, or Truth Social post that we're just getting in. Unsurprisingly, he's already posted on Truth Social. So now we have reached a point when a president of the United States has weaponized the DOJ as though we were a third world country. They don't want to run against me and never have. I am leading in the polls by a lot, and based on the results of the failed Biden administration, this will continue. But justice, he puts in quotes, weaponization is a very dirty game to play, and it can have repercussions far greater than anything that Biden or his thugs could understand. They ought to withdraw all of their fake political indictments against the Republican opponent, me, immediately. This is a Pandora's box that works two ways, and it should be closed and tightly sealed right now. Withdraw your political indictments and lawsuits, Joe, before it is too late. And I would say that it is unlikely we're to hear from the Biden administration or the president on this, in that he has not commented on any of the prior indictments of the former president of the United States and or investigations into the former president. So unlikely he'll be weighing in on this as well, wanting to stay out of this type of political fray, though how he'll communicate that in his 2024 campaign run for re-election really is in question. Danny, what is the timeline you're looking at for this appeal and what that looks like?
So I've gotten a little more information if we're talking about the Colorado matter. And so the reason January 4th is so significant in Colorado is that is the day before the secretary's deadline to certify the content of the presidential primary ballot. So that's really consistent with why a stay would be issued. But just giving a little more specificity is that the reason for that stay in that particular date is that is sort of the drop dead date for what needs to be approved to be on the ballot. And that makes a lot of sense. That's why you issue stays, to maintain the status quo so that things don't go back and forth and people have an idea of what their rights and responsibilities are until a final decision. And that's really the key to understanding a stay. It's about maintaining the status quo. And in this case, good reason to do that, because something could happen between now and January 4th. That will, by that deadline, the court says, look, that is the last day before the things need to be approved of on the ballot. That is why that time is given in case review is sought in the United States Supreme Court, and it likely will be.
So, Danny, we're getting a statement in from the Trump team as well, and I'm not going to read the entire thing, as I just read the former president's True Social post, but there is a part of it that I want to read for you to weigh in on. Saying this: the Colorado Supreme Court issued a completely flawed decision tonight, and we will swiftly file an appeal to the United States Supreme Court and a concurrent request for a stay of this deeply undemocratic decision. We have full confidence that the U.S. Supreme Court will quickly rule in our favor and finally put an end to these un-American lawsuits. That is from Stephen Chung, Trump campaign spokesman. What is your reaction? What do you make of just a part of the statement that we're getting here?
Well, look, when you're talking about appealable issues, are there any? Yes, because this is a novel issue of federal constitutional law. And when that happens, typically the appellate court, in this case, the Supreme Court, looks at those de novo. In other words, with fresh eyes. They may not give much deference to what the courts below decided. So, for example, they may argue, the Trump defense team, and there's even really a bullet point list of prospective appellate issues in this opinion. For example, they may argue that the court got it wrong, that judicial review of this issue, whether or not Donald Trump is disqualified, is outside the power of the courts to even review in the first place. In other words, the idea of deciding the constitutional issue of an insurrection is something that is left to another branch, Congress, for example, not the courts. So the courts exceeded their powers. Look for them to argue that, for example, or look for them to argue that the Constitution required Congress to pass actual legislation finding Donald Trump or adjudicating him, or passing some legislation saying that that implements this particular section of the Constitution. These are just, I know they sound hyper-technical, but I expect that these are some of the appellate issues they will raise. Will they be successful? Who knows? But on these weighty constitutional issues, the Supreme Court or any appellate court is not likely to give a ton of deference to the court below, particularly a state court.
And that's what you get when Danny Savalas only reads 2 pages. Danny Savalas, thank you. Sahil Kapoor, thank you as well, also having read only 2 pages. Still to come, everybody, the new deal a major airline that's no stranger to major meltdowns just reached. We're going to look at it and if it could mean less chaos in the skies. Up first, though, from toilet to tap, how wastewater could be used for drinking water soon in California. We'll explain coming up next.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, Justice Sandra Day O'Connor memorialized today in a funeral service held at the National Cathedral. President Biden and Chief Justice John Roberts spoke about her legacy. O'Connor made history in 1981, becoming the first woman to serve on the Supreme Court. Number 2, the ACLU and other civil rights organizations are now suing Texas over that controversial new immigration law that would let police arrest migrants who cross the border illegally and let local judges order them to leave the country. The suit claims the law is unconstitutional because the federal government has sole authority over immigration. If the law does not get blocked by the courts, it'll go into effect in March. Number 3, officials in Florida think some kind of gas issue caused a home to explode last night. 4 people, including 2 children, were inside the house at the time and taken to a hospital. We don't know how badly they were hurt. Officials saying they're still looking into an exact cause. Number 4, Southwest Airlines has reached a new labor agreement with its pilots union. It puts to rest months of negotiations, making it the last major U.S. airline to reach a deal to give pilots a big raise. The 5-year deal is worth about $12 billion, according to the president of the company's Pilots Association. And number 5, Jeff Bezos' space company, Blue Origin, successfully launching its first mission in over a year. The uncrewed rocket is carrying dozens of research payloads, some from NASA, and others are experiments designed by schools and students. All right, the largest state in the country wants more of its residents to drink recycled wastewater. Today, California joined Colorado as the only state in the country to pass regulations that allow water agencies to pump highly purified, recycled wastewater directly into the drinking supply. The state hopes this could provide a reliable source of drinking water for its 39 million residents as they struggle with low reservoirs because of drought. And this wouldn't be the first time California used recycled wastewater, but up until now, it's only been used for things like building ice rinks, making snow, and watering crops. Noah Pransky has found this for us and joining us now. I'll tell you, Noah, and you and I spoke about this. I was in Singapore about, 14 years ago when they were recycling water. And I said, ew, how does this work? And now it's here. And I guess makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really well-filtered water. It's so filtered, it's actually cleaner by most regards than a lot of the other drinking water in America. But this isn't a new technology. As you mentioned, Singapore and other places have been doing it. In America, we've seen different cities and counties use this technology to put the water often back into the ground, into the reservoirs or aquifers, but never directly into the drinking system. That's what California is looking to do right now. But it is the same system that the International Space Station uses. So if it's good enough for astronauts,
then it's good enough for all of us, for civilians. How do you get past that ill factor?
The number one problem here, right? It is a marketing issue here. This technology isn't new. The water is super clean. So why won't people drink it? Well, they're concerned about poo water. It's been labeled toilet to tap, and it's not really a helpful moniker. In fact, the other technical scientific names are direct potable reused water, highly purified water, highly treated water, reclaimed water, ground replenishment. All of these things probably better for selling this technology to consumers, but doesn't roll off the tongue. This is what Jacob Soboroff did when he took a taste.
That is delicious.
Is it though, Jacob? Is it?
He's still around, so I guess it's not that bad. The truth is, it is, you can't tell.
Yeah.
In fact, everyone who tastes it says it's very clean, very clear, and again, better than a lot of our American drinking water.
You can't tell, but you know.
That's
I'm
the
sure
problem.
you just know where it's coming from. what about the timeline here? When is this actually happening?
So California still has some red tape to cut through here, another 6 to 9 months on the regulation end, and then you could see major facilities constructed. Those would take 6 to 7 years, but there are some large metros who have already got the ball rolling. As I said, Orange County for the last 15 years has been basically doing this. They would basically be able to fast track it. San Diego and Los Angeles doing it too. And again, proponents say, remember, all water on this earth is recycled water.
It's too bad we can't have a holiday cheers with some poo water. No, Pransky.
I just so happen. No, I'm kidding.
Poo on TV. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, NBC covers hundreds of international stories every day, and because it's tough to read, to watch, or to listen to all of them, our international teams have done it for you. Here are some things that they're keeping an eye on in a segment that we call The Global. In Zimbabwe, at least 100 elephants are now dead amidst a serious drought in the country's largest national park, a grim sign of climate change. Conservationists saying blaming the El Nino weather phenomenon for drying up the park's watering holes, forcing the elephants to rely on man-made water sources. Authorities now fear a repeat of 2019 when more than 200 elephants died in a severe drought in Zimbabwe. In Turkey, the country's soccer leagues resumed playing today, ending a suspension after a brutal attack on a referee. One team's president punched and kicked the official after a game last week, sending him to the hospital. The attacker has since been arrested, and his team fined almost $70,000. In Germany, the train drivers' union voted to go on strike after disputes with the nation's rail company. The union is calling for pay increases to keep up with inflation and reduced work hours. That strike is set to begin in the new year. All right, coming up, a stunning New York Times investigation finding that thousands of young kids are doing one of the most dangerous jobs in America. I'll go one-on-one with the reporter behind the story coming up next.
Report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
All right, it's time to get the backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. Across the country, thousands of young children are doing one of the most dangerous jobs in this country, roofing. That's according to the New York Times investigation. Children, some as young as elementary school, tell the Times they're waking up before dawn, carrying heavy bundles of shingles that leave their arms shaking, and working through heat waves on black tar roofs that burn their hands. And one slip could be deadly. It is important to note these are jobs children should not be doing in the first place. It's against federal law for anyone under the age of 18 to work in roofing because it is so dangerous. But for migrant children coming into this country, often without their parents, It is a job that is in high demand, and it pays well. That's what teachers, social workers, labor organizers, and federal investigators are telling the Times. The Times spoke to more than 100 kids working these jobs, kids like Juan Nazario in New Orleans, who says he's been replacing roofs and working 12-hour shifts almost every day since he came to the U.S. from Guatemala 4 years ago. He told them he'd like to go to school or at least join a soccer team, but he can't because he has to work and he has to pay the rent. Hannah Dry is one of the reporters who worked in the story. She's an investigative reporter for the New York Times, and she is joining us now. This is incredible to even think about. So I'm thankful that you brought this investigative piece to us. You spoke to a lot of different roofing teams, a lot of different kids that are working these jobs, a lot of people in this situation. One of the people that you spoke with from a roofing team essentially told you they cannot turn people away. They don't want to turn these underage kids away because they feel like they're in need.
I mean, it's a really shocking thing. Here in this country, there are child roofers, a category that is not supposed to exist.
Yeah.
All over the country. We found more than 100 kids in almost 24 states, and they're here on their own. So they're not working an after-school job or working because they want to. They're working because they're really on the hook to make money, just like an adult. Some of them are working 12-hour days and getting paid, $70 for one of the most dangerous jobs in this country.
You talked to Anthony Padilla, who's been doing this. He fell almost 30 feet from a roof onto cement blacktop, onto cement ground. He finds it hard to even do some basic tasks today, and he's no longer able to work. How did you find out about him? How did you find out about his story? What did he tell you?
Child labor laws are really here so that children are protected from things like this. They're not so the kids stay in school as much as about protecting children's safety. And so roofing is one of these occupations where children are falling sometimes to their deaths because it's just so dangerous. Anthony is one of many children who didn't die when he fell, but he was severely injured.
Does he have brain injuries?
He's brain damaged. Half of his body really doesn't work.
Oh, gosh.
This is a kid who was 14 when he came here. He was 15 when he fell. And now he spends most of his days in a trailer, sitting on his bed, looking at TikTok videos of other roofers, not really able to speak or communicate.
And he's undocumented, so he can't really have any repercussions. He can't go after anybody or sue anybody for his injuries.
I mean, he tried to get a workers' comp case. There were 3 contractors. They were all responsible. And they basically spent a year fighting about who should be on the hook for this 15-year-old's injury. He's gotten almost no medical care.
You have spoken to a lot of people that are in this situation, not just roofing, other dangerous jobs as well for migrant children. Has any of these practices changed? Has it moved the needle at all for protecting kids like this?
I mean, we are seeing a wave of migrant child labor in this country. Nearly 400,000 children have come across the border just since 2021 without their parents. They're here alone, and a lot of them are working jobs in factories. They're in slaughterhouses overnight. They're making household brands. And the Department of Labor has said that they're going to start cracking down on this abusive practice, but what we're seeing is more and more kids are coming and more kids are working.
So troubling. Hannah Dyer, really important stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Yasmin.
Still to come, what happens when a major studio splits with one of its main actors? We're talking about Marvel's next move, coming up next.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Days Toy Drive.
Holiday gifts for everybody on the list. That is delicious.
Our biggest holiday crowd yet.
3, 2, 1. Make today your home for the holidays.
There are a ton of new questions tonight about Marvel's future after the studio split ways with one of its main actors, throwing years of plans for its cinematic universe in disarray. Marvel Studios and Disney dropped actor Jonathan Majors from all upcoming projects after a jury convicted him of assaulting and harassing his former girlfriend. Majors plays the Marvel character Kang the Conqueror. He's already in one Ant-Man movie and a TV series, but was also supposed to star in the upcoming Avengers movie that's supposed to be released in 2026. And a shakeup like this is really not what Marvel needed. The franchise already took a hit after its new movie, The Marvels, had the worst opening weekend ever for any Marvel film. Want to bring in NBC News' entertainment reporter, Chloe Melas, to talk more about this. Was Disney, was Marvel, were they prepared for an outcome like this?
Oh, they had to be, because first of all, not just the trial alone that was almost 2 weeks. We knew that this trial was looming, and we knew that the New York District Attorney, that they were not backing down and that they were going to see this through. There had been court hearings. They had tried to get this dismissed. They tried to not have to end up in court because of some of the things that we saw in the discovery. It wasn't just this incident, this alleged incident between Jonathan Majors and his ex-girlfriend, where she claims that he assaulted her this past spring. There were also text messages that were revealed from a separate incident in 2022. Although that was not what he was being charged for, it was very damning when it came to his professional reputation. I was in the courtroom for a few of those days, and I just thought to myself, Disney has a problem.
How do you deal with a situation like this when you have a franchise, right, like Marvel Comics, and you lose a character like this who was a rising star? I know with your own reporting, right, this happened with Kevin Spacey. He was taken off of a project that he was on because of some of the reporting that you revealed.
House of Cards.
Yeah, exactly. Walk us through it. What is the plan here for a situation like this? There's so much money put into those projects.
So in a situation like this where Marvel had some time, they knew that this trial could potentially have a negative outcome, and they are in the middle of writing the script for the upcoming Kang Dynasty film. That doesn't come out till 2026. They have time to find a new leading man or woman. Obviously, it's not great because you've already put money into someone and you've already developed a relationship and a rapport with audiences. But remember, Ant-Man and the Wasp got mixed reviews from audiences, so maybe it actually was a blessing in disguise. As for his future, who knows? But let's look at some others. Kevin Spacey, like you said, I had a report at CNN that got him fired from House of Cards, cut out of Sony's All the Money in the World. Sony had to go back and refilm that movie. That cost a ton of money. That was a worst case scenario for them because they figured it would be better to spend the money to refilm the movie than to have it bomb at the box office. You had 2.5 Men with Charlie Sheen. He was there for 8 seasons. Audiences loved him. Ashton Kutcher came in after Charlie Sheen had to go to rehab, and he took over for 2 seasons. And then most recently, you had Jussie Smollett in Empire after he allegedly staged that hate crime, and he had to leave Empire. So Jonathan Majors not the first to be cut from a franchise or a hit show or movie, but it definitely doesn't bode well for his future film or TV roles.
No, it certainly doesn't. Chloe, thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, that's a wrap for this hour. Coverage picks up right now.
Tonight, breaking news. Colorado's Supreme Court has disqualified former President Donald Trump from the 2024 ballot. The court ruling that Trump, who is the current GOP frontrunner for president, cannot appear on the state's ballots for the 2024 election, accusing him of inciting the January 6th riot at the Capitol. What this means for voters in that state. Also breaking tonight, the record surge at the southern border. Border Patrol says more than 12,000 migrants were apprehended just just on Monday, the most ever in a single day. Now, a new Texas bill will allow police to arrest migrants who cross illegally into the country and send them to jail. Those record numbers also felt in cities like New York and Chicago. A 5-year-old boy dying in Chicago after falling ill in a packed shelter. City officials urging the Biden administration to step in and help. We have team coverage at the border and outside of the White House. The flooding emergency along the East Coast, heavy rain swelling rivers and washing out roads. An NBC News crew right there with rescuers as a 14-year-old girl and her sister were pulled from their New Jersey home. Hundreds of thousands still without power. In Massachusetts, officials warning it could take days before power returns as freezing temperatures move in. Fire and fury after weeks of warnings, a volcano in Iceland erupting, sending lava towards nearby towns. Tourist spots now closed ahead of a busy travel week. Plus, back here at home, the Senate staffer out of a job accused of having sex on video inside a Senate hearing room. How he responded to the allegations on LinkedIn as the senator he worked for breaks his silence. And the plane taking off, but not on purpose. Strong wind gusts causing a plane to start to roll on the tarmac and crashing into stairs. The major travel headache this caused. Top Story starts right now. Good evening. I'm Ellison Barber in for Tom Yamas. Let's get right to that breaking news. The Colorado Supreme Court ruling former President Trump cannot appear on the state's ballot for the 2024 elections, overturning a lower court ruling and saying, quote, a majority of the court holds that President Trump is disqualified from holding the office of the president under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. That provision, Section 3, it says that no person can serve as an officer of the United States who, having previously taken an oath of federal office, engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the United States. So in September, a group of 6 Colorado voters, they actually sued to block Trump from state ballots in 2024 under that provision. At the time, that lawsuit, they were accusing him of inciting the January 6th Capitol riot. The former president, though, is really leading in the polls. A recent New York Times Siena College poll showing 46% of registered voters said they would vote for Trump. Biden trailing by 2 percentage points in that poll. So the former president posting and responding to this news out of Colorado very quickly on his Truth Social account, writing in part, quote, they don't want to run against me and never have. I am leading in the polls by a lot, and based on the results of the failed Biden administration, this will continue. But justice weaponized is a very dirty game to play, and it can have repercussions. So let's get right to all of this with NBC's Garrett Hake, who covers the Trump campaign. Garrett, just break this down a little more for us. Talk about how we got to this point, right? Was this a ruling people were expecting to happen, and what do we know just at this hour?
This is a surprising ruling, Ellison. We have seen cases like this brought in other states, and they've mostly been dismissed on one of 2 legal points. Either courts have found that there's no proof or it's not fully determined that Donald Trump engaged in rebellion or insurrection, or that he's not technically an officer of the United States. Some courts make the distinction whether an officer of the United States would include the president or is basically everybody else who works in the federal government who's not the president. So there's been a lot of these lawsuits in other states. This is the first one to get this far. The ruling itself is stunning, but its impact, I think, in 2 ways is unknown. First, into what's actually going to happen on the Colorado ballot. The judges in this case stay their own ruling until January 4th. Colorado is supposed to print their ballots January 5th. There's some time in there for this to be adjudicated, perhaps by the U.S. Supreme Court, as Trump's campaign has indicated that's where he wants to go. The Colorado primary is until Super Tuesday on March 5th. So there's some time for the legal part of this to work out. But the political repercussions are happening in real time right now, and I think they're really interesting because what you're starting to see already are Republicans, mostly Trump-supporting Republicans already, but I suspect you're going to see a bit of, kind of what color jersey you're wearing dictates your reaction here, rushing to Trump's defense on this, arguing that this is more election interference. Some of these elected Republicans are arguing that this is proof that Democrats just don't want to face Trump and that they'll do anything they can to keep him off the ballot. I'll be very curious to see how Trump's 2 biggest primary competitors, Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley, react to this, because if past is any prologue, I think the best parallel here might be the New York hush money case, where conservatives thought that case was weak, and they were forced to basically defend Donald Trump against what was perceived to be liberal prosecutors. In that case, here would be liberal judges, at a time where we're 4 weeks out from the Iowa caucus. They'd like to be attacking him, but they may feel like they have to defend him from something that they see as overreach. So that's the legal and the political repercussions we're watching for. But Trump is about to take the stage in Iowa. And Ellison, you know as well as anybody, I bet he's going to have quite a bit to say about this.
Yeah, I imagine. And Garrett, just to drill down a little more on what you were laying out so well in terms of the political versus legal ramifications here. I mean, when you're talking about the politics of this and other candidates maybe feeling like even though they're running against him, they have to step in and say, hey, this is wrong, and kind of parrot some of the same lines that Donald Trump will. Do we think this actually could have a positive effect on Donald Trump and his campaign for 2024?
In a Republican primary, it absolutely could. I mean, look, the Republican base has totally embraced the idea of a weaponized Justice Department, of a weaponized system that has gone after Donald Trump and goes after conservatives. To many in the Republican base, I think this will look like one more example of that. And so if you're Donald Trump's competitors who've tried various arguments against him, you know, electability arguments that it's time to move on, you know, it's hard to kind of crack into this. Once again, you've got Donald Trump blotting out the sun in terms of news coverage. We're not covering tonight the DeSantis and Haley and Ramaswamy blitz that's happening in Iowa right now. Instead, we're talking about Trump, and we're talking about Trump in a way where they're probably going to have to embrace at least some of this same language. And if Trump makes the argument that he's such a dominant frontrunner that this is basically, you know, Democrats afraid of him and taking him off the ballot, I think that's something that a significant portion of the Republican primary electorate will agree with. And one other point on this, Ellison, Trump's lead nationally is so big that even if he loses his appeals here, if he's fighting this out just in Colorado specifically, and he's not on the Colorado ballot, he could find himself still the nominee without winning on the Colorado primary ballot or even the Colorado general election ballot, a state that Republicans haven't won, I don't think, since George W. Bush. If it's just this state, he can firewall this off, use it as political fuel, and not even feel necessarily the electoral consequences.
All right, Garrett Haake in Washington, D.C., expertly guiding us through this breaking news. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
You bet.
Let's stick with this ruling for a bit and bring in NBC News legal analyst Angela Cinadella. Angela, let's start broadly with sort of what is at the heart of this ruling. We're talking about Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, and I think most Americans would be forgiven, and it would be completely understandable if they are saying, what the heck is that? I have never heard of it, have not read it. But this is a provision that says no person can serve as an officer of the United States if they engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the U.S. And then there's this other caveat that it's after already taking an oath for federal office. Explain to us what is happening here. This ruling, as Garrett pointed out, it wasn't something we were expecting tonight. How big of a deal is this?
It's a massive deal. And I mean, the biggest issue here that the court ruled on was whether or not Donald Trump qualified as somebody who engaged in an insurrection. And the Colorado Supreme Court decided that Donald Trump did engage in an insurrection. Now, we know the lower court ruled in Trump's favor and decided that the term office did not apply to president. Now, the Supreme Court here decided that that is not true. They reversed that decision, and they've stayed this until January 4th. Now, that timing, though, Allison, is extremely tricky if we think about it, given the holidays and given the new year. So this is requiring the U.S. Supreme Court to agree to hear this case and then provide a ruling before January 4th. That timing is going to be tricky for anyone, let alone the Supreme Court.
Do we think they will be able to step in here and go ahead and hear it in that time frame? Because, I mean, you're right. We're talking about a stay until January 4th. But then, as Garrett was reporting, Colorado starts printing their ballots on January 5th. It's hard to imagine one court in Colorado, the Supreme Court there, dealing with this in time to have it some sort of resolution, at least for printing the ballots. It's also hard to see a world where the Supreme Court can really tackle all of this, but that is what they're there for, right, is to step in when there are a lot of different discrepancies of courts ruling across the state. They come in. I mean, is it just a given that the Supreme Court will pick this up as quickly as they can, and just a question of when and can it be quick enough?
Yes, I think it's a given that they will pick it up, largely because the U.S. Supreme Court, first of all, likes to be the final arbiter and ruler on the U.S. Constitution, because this was the Colorado Supreme Court here interpreting the U.S. Constitution, Section 14. As you said, nobody has really heard it before, except for constitutional scholars who are wondering whether or not Donald Trump can be president. So I think the Supreme Court is going to hear it. Do I think they're going to agree with the Colorado Supreme Court? I'm going to say absolutely not. And that's because when a law like this really pertains to the Civil War decades, centuries ago, the Supreme Court tends to like to default to the concept of democracy. So in this case, I am going to predict that the U.S. Supreme Court is going to default to having the voters of a state, the voters of a country, be the people who should decide if Donald Trump will be president. Ellison.
So, Angela, I am curious what this might mean for other states, because Colorado is not the only state that has lawsuits along these same lines, right, seeking to block Donald Trump from appearing on the ballot in the 2024 presidential election. Should we expect this ruling from Colorado to impact other rulings nationwide before the Supreme Court even has a chance to weigh in?
You know, here's the thing. In a general scenario, absolutely. This would give other courts more leverage, more power to feel they can take a step that is so extraordinary as this. But again, given this timeline, the year is winding down. Courts and judges don't want to work that hard at the end of the year, as does nobody. So I think it's doubtful that we are going to see a flurry of activity, a flurry of rulings prior to the Supreme Court taking it out, because I imagine at this point the Supreme Court will likely attempt to do this in the first few days of January, which in itself would be unprecedented.
Yeah. And just while we have you, what happens if they aren't able to get this solved before those ballots are printed in Colorado on January 5th?
So it would be likely at that point that Trump would again appeal for another stay and request for the deadline to be continued. And then it will be day by day seeing who is going to win this race against time.
All right, Angela Cianadella, thank you so much. We always appreciate your insights and analysis. Thank you. Let's get right to that other major headline tonight. Border Patrol officials say more than 12,600 migrants crossed into the U.S. illegally on Monday, the highest single-day number ever recorded, one of the busiest border sectors in Texas. And now the state's governor has signed a bill that will allow police to arrest migrants who enter the U.S. illegally. All of this sets up another potential showdown between the Lone Star State and the White House. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is on the border tonight.
Tonight, stunning images from Eagle Pass, Texas, where thousands of migrant men, women, and so many children now fill entire fields. The groups lining the Rio Grande clinging to blankets, huddling to stay warm, all waiting for hours to be processed, and most likely to be released into the United States.
Of all our trips to Eagle Pass, this is the largest group we have ever encountered. Sources tell us the majority of these families are Venezuelan, and we've just learned from authorities nearly 3,000 were apprehended just yesterday.
On Monday alone, a staggering new record. DHS officials telling NBC News more than 12,000 migrants crossed the U.S.-Mexico border, the most recorded in a single day ever. The surge sparking a new battle between the Lone Star State and the White House. Republicans here blaming President Biden's border policies for a record number of illegal crossings.
Biden's deliberate inaction has left Texas to fend for itself.
Now Governor Greg Abbott signing a new law, making illegal immigration a state crime, empowering police and sheriff's deputies to arrest migrants. Texas has already put controversial floating barriers in the Rio Grande and barbed wire along the border, but both face ongoing challenges. The White House calling the new law extreme. The ACLU of Texas saying they'll sue.
That is going to drive our immigrant communities into the shadows. It's going to increase suspicions of relying on law enforcement.
How much longer can you keep up?
No, we can't. We can't. Now it's like 3,000 or 4,000 right now. So they're coming in.
Maverick County Sheriff Tom Schmerber tells us they're struggling to cope with the number of migrants, but the new laws only raise new questions, namely where newly arrested migrants would potentially be held. His jail holds 250, and today sits just below 200.
I don't have the resources, I won't have the space. Where I want to put them.
And Morgan joins us now from Eagle Pass, Texas. Morgan, we can see those crowds, the massive amount of migrants standing just behind you. Officials say they expect more soon.
Yeah, Ellison, that's right. The sheriff here tells me that he's been warned by Mexican authorities that even though they've shut down the railroad into Eagle Pass, a large group of migrants has left that train and is now headed for this area on foot. They're anticipated to arrive at some point later this week. Ellison?
And Morgan, we also heard you ask the sheriff in your piece about where all of these migrants will potentially be held. Do we have any more information on the plans for tonight?
Well, we do know that when this law goes into effect, it's tentatively set for March 2024, so they have a little bit of breathing room, but Ellison, not much. He says as it stands right now, his jail is not equipped to certainly handle an influx of migrants that you see behind me. If these numbers stay the way they are, he said they will most definitely need state or federal help building new facilities or finding new locations to house these men, women, and children coming across the border. Allison?
Morgan Chesky in Eagle Pass. Thank you. Staying on immigration, Chicagoans are grieving the loss of a 5-year-old migrant who died over the weekend after falling ill in a temporary shelter. That city, as well as others across the country, still receiving more migrants by the day as their resources are pushed to the brink. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more.
Tonight, migrant advocates are reeling after the death of 5-year-old Jean Carlos Martinez.
We're heartbroken for the loss of this baby.
After days of being sick, he was found unresponsive in a temporary migrant shelter in Chicago.
2241 South Halsted. Ambulance 4 is requesting CPD as soon as possible for a child with cardiac arrest.
Martinez was rushed to the hospital, but later died. Fire department confirming to NBC Chicago that several other people at the shelter were hospitalized with high fevers, including a 1-year-old girl, a 4-year-old girl, and an 18-year-old woman.
We can see a lot of these kids that are sick. They don't have any coats, they don't have shoes.
This mother is staying at that shelter. The truth is, the conditions are quite alarming because we also have small children, she says.
Of course, we're providing support for the family, and we are obviously deeply sorry and hurt by this loss.
Chicago's mayor does not blame the city or its policies for the child's death.
They're showing up sick. Do you hear me? They're showing up sick.
He points the finger at southern states who he says are not communicating with Chicago about when migrants are coming and where they're being dropped off.
They're just dropping all people anywhere. Do you understand how raggedy and how evil that is?
Since May, nearly 500 buses have arrived in Chicago with migrants. Martinez's death, yet another flashpoint, as the Biden administration draws criticism from some big city mayors over the federal government's response.
What would the White House say to his family?
That's devastating. A child dying, anyone dying, is devastating. And I know that the president feels the same way. This is why we have taken this very seriously from day one when it comes to dealing with a broken immigration system.
In New York, the number of migrants is now up to more than 150,000. And now many of those families living in the city's emergency shelter system are being told they need to clear out just after Christmas.
Yo le dije a mi hijo que aproveche. Aprovechen, disfruten el hotel, que estamos con un techo ahorita, porque ya nos van a mandar. Ya nos van a mandar y vamos a estar ya a dormir en el tren o en la calle. Y mi hijo solo se puso a llorar y dijo, tengamos fe.
Today, some advocates protesting at City Hall, demanding that migrants be allowed to stay in shelters through the winter.
Education is a right.
Listen, I've been on protests. When they finish protesting, they should start volunteering. We have a lot of needs. If they say don't do the 60-day rule, give me an alternative. Because we've been open to ideas.
And Gabe joins us now from the White House as the Biden administration takes an increasingly active role in these border funding negotiations. Gabe, is President Biden regretting linking border security and Ukraine aid at this point? I mean, none of it is getting through Congress, right?
Yeah, you know, Ellison, I asked the White House that question. Not at all, Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said, adding that this is emergency funding all around. But critics of the administration wonder if it was the best strategy, given the complexity of any potential policy changes at the border, Ellison.
And Gabe, we also just heard from the city of Chicago about the shelter that 5-year-old boy was staying in. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right, Allison. The city of Chicago says that the child's death was not related to the 3 other people taken to the hospital. The Chicago Department of Public Health also says the child does not appear to have died from an infectious disease, and there is no evidence of an outbreak at the shelter. Allison.
Gabe Gutierrez at the White House. Thank you. We turn now to the weather, and parts of the Northeast still under flood alerts after yesterday's deadly storm on the East Coast. River levels threatening to rise with the race to clean up well underway. Crews now trying to restore power to hundreds of thousands of homes and businesses. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda has the latest from the flood zone.
Tonight, first responders fanning out across a battered Northeast as lingering floodwaters from Monday's monstrous storm continue stranding families.
Obviously, with the water starting to crest now, it's going to only get worse before it gets better.
With parts of Maine and New Jersey under states of emergency. Michelle called for help when water rose around her home with her sister still inside.
What's going through your mind? It's traumatic. The water's disgusting. And I want her safe.
We followed the water rescue team to the family's doorstep.
Again, through the flood waters as quick as possible with minimal time within the water.
The 14-year-old climbing to safety before she was met by a warm embrace back on dry ground.
It's a stark contrast, a sunny day paired with flooded roadways. Even without rain, parts of the Passaic River could remain in flood stage through at least Friday.
Floodwaters blocking fire trucks from reaching this burning home today. Across the Northeast, at least 5 people died from falling trees and flooding, including a 76-year-old woman who was swept away in New York.
Vehicles completely submerged at this time.
Tonight, several 100,000 are still without power in New England. And it could be a couple days of cold temperatures before it's completely restored.
You get 3/4 of the way down a street, you got to turn around, go the other way. Wires hanging.
With a massive cleanup ahead, an early start to holiday travel snarled by blocked off and even collapsed roads. At airports today, travelers relieved to find fewer flight cancellations.
During Christmas time, yeah, it's nerve-wracking coming with everybody, and you just got to be on your toes and make sure you're there early.
But a record week of air travel could turn turbulent later this week when a deluge of rain is set to hit the West Coast.
Emily Ikeda joins us now from Paterson, New Jersey. Emily, there's still concern that water could keep rising well into tonight.
Ellison, that's right. Keep in mind, major rivers like the Passaic River, not far from where I'm standing, those levels are continuing to rise, which means flood waters in neighborhoods like this could continue to worsen, just as some residents have yet to even begin assessing the damage to their homes just days out from the Christmas holiday, Ellison.
And Emily, we know flight disruptions improved a bit today, but what can people expect for the rest of the week?
Well, it's certainly something so many people will be watching closely, as this week is expected to be one of, if not the busiest weeks for air travel around the Christmas holiday. Now, the severe weather has moved out of the Northeast region, and they're actually expecting unseasonably warm temperatures for this weekend. But the West Coast is bracing for back-to-back storms, a deluge of rain that could snarl travel. Ellison.
Emily Ikeda, thank you. And for more on that wet winter weather, NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns joins me now. Bill, Emily mentioned the conditions worsening on the West Coast. What's the latest?
We kind of are in the, we're waiting. We're waiting for this big storm that's spinning off the coast to make its move. It's a slow-moving storm system, and it's going to take its sweet time. And then finally, by the time we get to Thursday and Friday, is when it'll be moving towards the coastal areas. As far as the flooding potential goes, the greatest risk is going to be from the border with Mexico, from San Diego, northwards, Oceanside, Los Angeles, and Santa Barbara. 21 million people are included in flash flood watches. And this goes all the way out until Friday. So we got a long duration event here. So let's play it out. This is going to be Wednesday. There's some rain, hit and miss in Los Angeles. Not really the big stuff. When you start to see the bright red and yellows, that's when our biggest flash flood threat will occur. And that moves in as we go throughout late Thursday night into Friday morning. So for that reason, that is the greatest risk of flash flooding. And especially any of those fires in the past, we get the burn scars, we get the debris flows and the mudslides. That's the concern. And someone down here could easily get more than 4 inches of rain in the mountains outside of Los Angeles. They haven't had a big storm yet this rainy season for them, which is the wintertime. This will be the first one. So fingers crossed we don't get too much damage out of this. So here's how the holiday outlook looks. On Friday, rain from Chicago down to Dallas. That big storm will be heading into Arizona. Saturday, East Coast, fine. Great Lakes, fine. But the southern plains all the way through areas of the Four Corner region is where it's stormy. And as far as a white Christmas goes, you may just get your wish in portions of Colorado, Wyoming, western Nebraska, up through the Dakotas. And then finally, as we go through Christmas Day, we're dry in the Northeast, but unfortunately, we're dashing through the rain from New Orleans all the way through the Tennessee Valley into the Ohio Valley. So not a lot of snow out there, Ellison, but there will be some windshield wipers.
All right, dashing through the rain, we will manage. Bill Cairns, thank you. We appreciate it. Next tonight, we head to Iceland and the potentially dangerous eruption of a volcano there that is threatening communities not far from the capital. NBC News correspondent Miguel Almaguer has this story.
The incredible fountains of fire gushed more than 300 feet into the air, igniting the night sky in Iceland. Erupting Monday, the astonishing display of fire and fury continues to pour across the southwestern end of the country, an hour outside the capital of Reykjavik.
It's a once in a lifetime for us.
A 2.5-mile-long fissure is now creating an expansive boiling sea of molten lava, threatening to slowly spread closer to populated regions. But for now, the blanket of fire not yet causing serious damage.
Fascinating to see just nature in action. It's just like something from a movie.
As researchers descend closer to the spouts of fire, this is a magical spectacle, even in a country no stranger to eruptions. After weeks of seismic activity, nearby towns were evacuated days before lava even seeped from the Earth's floor. The flows now slowing.
It is very, very powerful in the beginning. It's going to extract the magma very, very fast, and that's why it's going to decline very fast.
Still pouring smoke into the air, it doesn't appear this eruption will cause the same havoc a different Icelandic volcano did in 2010. That explosion of fumes and ash grounded much of Europe's air travel for a week. But tonight, scientists warn eruptions can be as unpredictable as they are spectacular. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
Staying overseas, we head now to the war in the Middle East. Major shipping companies now halting service through the Red Sea after Iranian-backed militia attacked multiple commercial ships. The growing conflict coming as hopes for another ceasefire agreement and the return of hostages remains up in the air. NBC's chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest.
The cargo giant Maersk joined BP in halting traffic through the Red Sea in response to attacks by the Iranian-backed Yemeni militia known as the Houthis, who have hijacked and fired on several ships. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin in Bahrain today, home of the U.S. Fifth Fleet, announced the formation of a 10-nation coalition to defend the Red Sea. But the Houthis vow to keep attacking ships until Israel ends its blockade of Gaza. The showdown sending oil prices up again today. While the Palestinian Islamic Jihad tonight put out a video of 2 Israeli men it's holding hostage, yesterday Hamas released a video of 3 elderly hostages taken under duress. The man on the right is 83-year-old Yoram Metzger. His son Guy told us he takes comfort in knowing his father is alive, but worries about his treatment by Hamas.
He looks very, very tired. He looks very sick. Also his friends. We are really, really worried about their condition.
He says the Israeli government should do more to get a deal to free the hostages.
You don't have confidence in Prime Minister Netanyahu's efforts?
Do you think I should have confidence in President Netanyahu after what's happened in the 7th of October?
The Gaza Strip is at a breaking point as Israel attacks Hamas. Aid groups say 2.3 million Palestinians are paying an unbearable price. Mahmoud Zaghroub was in a hospital today in Rafah, injured by an Israeli strike, when doctors brought him the bodies of his son and 2-week-old daughter, Aisha. The World Health Organization today described the situation in Gaza's hospitals as beyond belief and unconscionable.
And Richard Engel joins us now from Tel Aviv. Richard, are there any updates in terms of the ceasefire negotiations?
Well, they are progressing, and Qatar is reporting progress, and there are multiple reports that they will continue tomorrow in Egypt. So we don't know the specific details. There's a lot of reporting out there of what may be on the table, what is not on the table, but this is the most progress that we've seen so far. So the fact that they are progressing, that they could be continuing tomorrow in Egypt, that calls are being made, that there is some talk of about now the number of hostages that may be released, the timeline that could be extended. All of this is indication that the two sides are starting to get down to the heart of the matter and putting real proposals on the table, which was not the case even just a few days ago.
Richard Engel in Tel Aviv, thank you. Still ahead tonight, the Senate sex scandal. A staffer for Senator Ben Cardin fired after he was accused of having sex inside a Senate hearing room on video. How Senator Cardin is responding. Plus, the SUV flipping over while doing donuts, landing on the teenage passengers who were hanging out of the window. The arrest made for that driver and the charges he is now facing. And Americans looking to buy Apple's Series 9 and Ultra watches will have to wait a while. Why the company is halting sales of the products in the U.S. Stay with us. Top Story is just getting started.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're back now with the shocking allegations against a former Senate staffer. A legislative aide to Maryland Senator Ben Cardin accused of having sex on video in a Senate hearing room. The reaction from that staffer's former boss and the possible charges he could be facing. NBC News correspondent Sahil Kapoor is on Capitol Hill tonight with the latest.
Senator Cardin, real quick. Tonight, the sex scandal rocking the U.S. Senate. A legislative aide to Maryland Senator Ben Cardin out of a job after a video first published by conservative outlet The Daily Caller alleged to show him having sex in a Senate hearing room used for Supreme Court confirmations and high-profile hearings.
I was angry, disappointed. It's a breach of trust.
Senator Cardin confirming to NBC News that staffer Aiden Mazie Soropsky is no longer a Senate employee, but refusing to discuss details of the case or say if he was fired. Capitol Police are now investigating the incident for possible criminal activity.
The only issue that could potentially be at play would involve the location. If a court would decide this hearing room to be a public place, well, there are also laws there that prevent this type of behavior in a public forum.
Mazie Soropsky responding to the allegations in a statement on his LinkedIn account, which has since been deleted, saying, "I have been attacked for who I love to pursue a political agenda. While some of my actions in the past have shown poor judgment, I love my job and would never disrespect my workplace." He did not respond to a request for additional comment.
There does not appear to be any precedent happening federally in the Senate or Congress or the Capitol. These would only be misdemeanors. So that means jail time, maximum of a few months, but unlikely if he doesn't have a criminal past, and likely just a fine.
The video, reportedly published in a private online group for gay men, has not been independently verified by NBC News. But Republicans now seizing on the incident. Georgia Congressman Mike Collins posting this image, comparing the video to the desecration of the U.S. Capitol on January 6th, 2021.
Sahil Kapoor joins us now from Capitol Hill. So, Sahil, we know you were at that press gaggle earlier where Senator Ben Cardin made the comments we just heard in your piece. What else did he say about this incident?
That's right, Ellison. The senator called it a tragic situation. He said he has not spoken to the now former staffer. He said he's unaware of any disciplinary priors he may have had. He also declined to confirm or discuss the details of this incident, said only that it's a personal issue, that it's under investigation, and that his main concern is how other staffers, Senate staffers, feel about it. Now, this is a bizarre way to end what has been a bizarre year in Congress, one of the most legislatively unproductive years we've seen in modern times, but it's been packed with all of these oddball dramas in the House and the Senate, from two lengthy speaker fights to overthrowing a Speaker of the House mid-session for the first time in history. There has been multiple fights over preventing government shutdowns and preventing debt default. A senator once literally tried to fight a committee witness at a committee hearing, and then there was the expulsion recently of serial fabricator George Santos, and now, to cap it all off, this bizarre story. Ellison.
An eventful year, to say the least. Sahil Kapoor, thank you. Coming up, the Super Bowl champ arrested. Former NFL running back Derek Ward arrested for a string of robberies in Los Angeles. What we're learning about those alleged crimes.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're back now with Top Stories news feed, and we begin with the arrest of former NFL running back and Super Bowl champion Derek Ward. Los Angeles police say Ward is accused of robbing multiple businesses, including gas stations, over a period of several days. Law enforcement claiming no guns were used in the robberies, but that Ward did use force to intimidate workers and get money from stores. An SUV toppling over and crushing 5 people in Colorado. New cell phone video shared on social media shows the vehicle attempting donuts in a strip mall parking lot, then rolling over onto passengers who were hanging out of the window. Police say the 19-year-old driver is facing up to 3 counts of vehicular assault. 5 people, who are all minors, were hospitalized, but they are expected to survive. And Apple will be halting sales of their Series 9 and Ultra 2 Apple Watches in the U.S. The International Trade Commission ordering the tech giant to stop importing the watches following a patent dispute over their blood oxygen monitor technology. Medical tech company Masimo saying the monitor was illegally incorporated, but Apple says they strongly disagree with the order. The Presidential Review Panel is now assessing the ITC's ruling. Turning now to China and the aftermath of an earthquake that killed over 100 people and destroyed thousands of buildings. NBC's Janice Mackey-Frayer is in China with the late details.
Tonight, the powerful tremors set off a scramble in northwestern China. People running from homes and buildings into the frigid night. At the earthquake's epicenter, an all-out search for survivors. Videos and photos shared by Chinese state media showing people pulled from the rubble. At least 127 are dead and scores are injured. Local officials say nearly 5,000 buildings were destroyed. Freezing temperatures at high altitude, making rescue operations more of a challenge. China's earthquake agency said the trembler measured magnitude 6.2 at a depth of just 6 miles, centered in Jushashan, a remote and impoverished county along the Tibetan Plateau, an area where earthquakes are not uncommon, but this is the deadliest in nearly a decade. More than 300 aftershocks have followed, according to state media, thousands now huddling in temporary shelters and bitter conditions.
With a cold wave gripping much of northern China, rescue officials say the next 48 hours are crucial, a race against time and temperatures to find survivors. Allison?
Janice Mackey-Frayer, thank you. Now to Top Stories global watch and a massive fire ripping through a hotel in South Korea. Dramatic video shows flames engulfing the 18-story building about 17 miles outside of Seoul. Luckily, no one was killed, but more than 50 people were hurt. The cause of the blaze is still under investigation. A fuel crisis unfolding in Guyana following a deadly explosion earlier this week. New video shows long lines outside of gas stations in the capital city as the country grapples with a devastating explosion at an oil plant. The explosion left at least 14 people dead and hundreds injured. It also destroyed critical fuel tanks. The country now facing a fuel shortage and rising gas prices. And shocking footage showing an airplane blowing away as an extreme storm battered eastern Argentina. The plane was parked on a runway when wind gusts of up to 100 miles per hour began battering the Buenos Aires region. The aircraft can be seen spinning before smashing into a flight of boarding stairs. The plane was damaged and the crash caused several scheduled flights to be canceled. Amazingly, no one was hurt. Coming up, Ukraine in need. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky admitting Ukraine's military is facing challenges as it prepares to enter its 3rd year in a war against Russia. The urgent warning from the Biden administration as aid for Ukraine runs out. Back now on Top Story, return to Europe, where fighting between Russia and Ukraine prepares to enter its third year. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky revealing the army needs nearly 500,000 people to mobilize for fighting before U.S. aid runs out. This as Russia promises to not give up what they say is theirs. The war in Ukraine is far from over, but one of the most significant streams of aid could be coming to an end. Tonight, a dire warning from the White House. Money to support the war in Ukraine is out.
We have one more security assistance package available to us before the end of this year, before we run out of replenishment authority to replenish the stocks and the inventories.
And unless Congress approves additional aid before the end of the year, the United States will not be able to send Ukraine support it so desperately needs. The U.S. has already allocated more than $100 billion to Ukraine, military and humanitarian aid, since Russia launched its full-scale invasion in early 2022.
We can't let Putin win.
But President Biden wants Congress to approve another $60 billion. Republicans are skeptical and say they won't approve more funding without changes to the U.S.'s border and immigration policies. Ukraine is desperate. A top general told Reuters they've already had to scale back some military operations. At a 2-hour press conference today, President Volodymyr Zelensky flatly denied suggestions that Ukraine is losing this war, but acknowledged the challenges of fighting a nation with significantly more resources, from weapons to troop levels.
And I'm confident that the United States will not let us down, and what we have agreed in the United States will be fulfilled in full.
Last week, Ukraine's former defense minister, Andriy Zahornyuk, told NBC News it's disappointing that internal politics in the U.S. are impacting Ukraine.
And we understand that there is a political process and so on. It's just like they need to remember that every day or months of delayed assistance, that's somebody's lives on stake. That the fact that some politicians don't realize that, that's quite concerning, I have to say.
Meanwhile, Russia is carrying on. President Vladimir Putin claims he is willing to negotiate and talk about Ukraine, but accused the U.S. of, quote, dragging Russia and Europe into this conflict on purpose. For more on the state of the war in Ukraine and Putin's next move, let's bring in the director of the USC School of International Relations, Robert English. Robert, you have written in the past that Russia is facing an economic war of attrition with the West. You wrote that, I believe, at the start of Russia's full-scale invasion in February of 2022. At a meeting today with Russia's defense ministry, we heard President Putin say the economies of countries in Europe are now facing the financial burden of the war. I'm curious what you made of his remarks when we hear Putin say something like that. Is it true? Has the economic situation for Russia changed, or is he just posturing a bit?
No, he's got a lot of facts on his side. Right, economic growth is actually about twice as rapid in Russia as it is in the European Union. Unemployment is twice as high in Europe as it is in Russia. So there is some foundation, but we also know that while this is a fast-moving economy, it's also very fragile, and this pace cannot be maintained. It's an artificial wartime kind of prosperity with investment in every other sector being neglected. And even Putin's own economists are warning him that this can't be kept up. Another year and a half, and things will start to crumble. So it's very temporary, but for the moment, he's crowing about his immediate strengths.
You know, in some ways, it does feel like we're at a possible tipping point or new phase of what this war looks like moving forward. And there have been such questions for Ukrainians, for Russians about whether or not this becomes a quote unquote frozen conflict. I'm curious what you see right now. And when you look at the U.S. and the disagreements over funding aid for Ukraine, whether or not you see some sort of dramatic change in the next 3 to 4 months, and if that aid isn't approved before Congress leaves for the holidays here in the U.S., does that mean Putin is going in to the new year with a significant win?
He's going into the new year strong in either case, but I'm pretty confident. For example, in Europe, the European Union, frustrated at its inability to get past Hungarian opposition, is finding ways to deliver roughly $50 billion in aid for the next year to Ukraine in any case, and the United States will as well. We're pretty confident that some compromise will be struck. But those new funds and those new weapons will still barely be enough to hold the line. Very few military strategists now hold out hope for a sweeping Ukrainian victory, liberation of most of the occupied territory. So you're right, we are looking at a different kind of war, one where Ukraine is now giving up on the grand offensive and building defenses and holding the line. And sadly, that means the prospect is when a truce is called, when peace talks begin, Ukraine will probably end up having to concede a significant chunk of territory. There's no way getting around that.
I want to talk to you about the other big headline coming out of this area, and that is Alexei Navalny, Russia's most prominent dissident or opposition leader. He's been imprisoned and was serving a 19-year sentence. He has not been heard from in 2 weeks now. His own legal team says they have not been able to get in touch with him. Do we have any idea of where he is right now and what could have happened to him? As the time ticks by, there are a lot of people speculating, worried that maybe the worst has happened here.
The worst would be that he's very ill or even dead, and that would be absolutely possible. He has been malnourished. He has been denied medical treatment. We know he's had serious ailments, digestive ailments, has lost a lot of weight. And given the precedence of other dissidents being mistreated or beaten or starved and dying in jail, it's absolutely possible. It's also possible that he's being shuttled around and hushed up because Putin is extraordinarily sensitive about his public image and a picture of unity in all of Russia going into this election he's staging in March. He doesn't want dissidents. He doesn't want acts of protest. He doesn't want Navalny's supporters, who are very well organized and continuously manage sort of social media stunts and open protests of one sort or another. He doesn't want that. And so he's probably trying to cut Navalny off from contact with the outside world, preventing his own lawyers from transmitting messages. And so keeping him kind of incommunicado, shuttling between prisons. Let's hope it's only that and not a death sentence.
Robert English, director of the USC School of International Relations, thank you. We appreciate your time and insight. And make sure to tune in for the new documentary, Putin's War. Our Keir Simmons takes an in-depth look at Vladimir Putin and his powerful network. That premieres tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now. It will also be streaming on Peacock. When we come back, a special reunion for a special sheep. You heard that right. A sheep named Fiona, rescued earlier this year after she was stranded at the bottom of a Scottish cliff for 2 years. The moment she met the kayaker who first spotted and helped save her. That is next.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life. Bah, humbug. To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm here to save us.
And finally tonight, the full circle moment for Britain's so-called loneliest sheep. The woolly farm animal Fiona spent over 2 years stranded at the bottom of a Scottish cliff. Earlier this year, local farmers undertaking a daring rescue operation. And now the kayaker who first spotted Fiona getting the chance to reunite with the now famous fleece.
It was a call just like this that brought Fiona the sheep into the spotlight.
This sheep is special. There is no way, there's no other way to describe it.
For over 2 years, Fiona the sheep looked like this, scruffy and overgrown, stranded at the bottom of a steep Scottish cliff. Kayaker Jill Turner snapping these pictures that captured the public's imagination.
And of course she ran along the shore because it's a very rocky shore, but you know, there are some flat areas she can jump across, and she followed us right to the edge.
Newspapers dubbing Fiona Britain's loneliest sheep. Not long after, a group of Scottish farmers organized a daring rescue.
She's happy enough, isn't she? You're all right.
Fiona winched up hundreds of feet to safety.
Well, being terrified of heights and of dying, I was very, very relieved, I must admit. But even more relieved that we got her up there without her, having any issues.
Her overgrown coat sheared off. Fiona now settling into her new life at the Dalscone Fun Farm.
We're going to start socialising with her, get her, hopefully she'll start eating out of her hand, and she'll start just getting used to people as well. Hello everyone, it is Farmer Ben speaking, and welcome to another Facebook Live from Dalscone.
Farmer Ben live streaming updates to eager Fiona fans on Facebook, recently sharing this full circle moment.
I have some big news regarding Fiona, and I'll put some pictures up later on about this as well. We had the lovely Jill Turner come and see us, who actually found Fiona. She is the kayaker who found Fiona in the first place all those weeks ago.
Britain's loneliest sheep, now living a life full of friendship.
It was lovely for her, and it was quite a heartfelt moment to actually see her, meet her in person, face to face and up close, and get to feed her and see how well Fiona's doing. So that was lovely. That was absolutely lovely.
Thank you so much for watching Top Story. For Tom Yamas, I'm Ellison Barber in New York. Stay right there. More News Now is on the way.
And good evening, I'm Sam Brock in for Gotti Schwartz. You're watching Stay Tuned Now, and we are following breaking news as we come on the air this evening, and a historic decision tonight. Colorado Supreme Court ruling that former President Donald Trump is disqualified from the state's 2024 Republican primary ballot. The court finding that Trump violated the U.S. Constitution over his role in the January 6th Capitol attack. Now, Colorado becomes the first state to disqualify Trump from an election ballot. Courts in other states with similar cases ruled against disqualification or dismissed it for procedural reasons. Trump's campaign responding to that ruling in a statement, calling the decision, quote, completely flawed, and saying Trump will appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joining us now with much more on this developing story. Danny, thanks for being here. And of course, at the center of this case is Section 3 of the 14th Amendment and language around, quote, engaging in insurrection against the Constitution after taking an oath to support it. Does this effectively mean, Danny, that they found Trump is liable for citing an insurrection?
Yes, but actually the Supreme Court didn't make that finding. That finding was actually done by the lower court in Colorado. And we're talking about the Supreme Court of Colorado and a Colorado district court, which is the trial court. They held a 5-day trial, and they concluded by clear and convincing evidence that Donald Trump had committed an insurrection. However, interestingly enough, that trial court had concluded that even though he did commit an insurrection, he is not an officer, and I'm making air quotes, he's not an officer within the meaning of Section 3. In other words, he doesn't fit within the definition. He doesn't take the oath. The officers mean different people in the government other than the elected president. But the Colorado Supreme Court reversed on that issue. upholding the insurrection part of it, but reversing the district court on the issue of whether or not Section 3 applies to the president. So you have insurrection plus Section 3 applies. Therefore, the Colorado Supreme Court concludes he is disqualified under Section 3 and more technically disqualified under Colorado law. And the court had to conclude that Colorado does have the power to decide the qualifications as a state for candidates on the ballot, which is another constitutional issue. This entire case is rife with different constitutional issues, each of which may be taken up by the United States Supreme Court.
Maybe or will be, I guess, is the question now, right? Because Trump's team, we know, has said an appeal is coming. So assuming that this does make it all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court, what are the broader implications, Danny, if the High Court affirms this ruling?
There are a number of different appealable issues. For example, Section 3 aside for the moment, does the Colorado judiciary even have the power to adjudicate an issue like this? Is it what is called in the Constitution a non-justiciable political question? Is it something that is left to Congress to decide? In other words, is it Congress that decides by passing enabling legislation that someone has engaged in insurrection? Who decides? It's something that Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh often asks. A lot of these questions comes down to who makes the decision. And does the Colorado District Court and the Supreme Court, does the Colorado judiciary even have the power to make this determination as to whether or not a presidential candidate in a national election is even on the ballot? The Supreme Court, the Colorado Supreme Court, concluded that, yes, it does have that power, and it did make that decision.
That's their decision. So now, as you suggest, this could be an issue of domain. I guess we'll find out. But if the Supreme Court does act here, I mean, is timing of the essence? And I say this knowing that the Iowa caucuses are on January 15th. The Colorado presidential primary is March 5th. We're only a few months away, Danny. How quickly does the court have to act here?
There's a deadline, in fact, baked into the opinion. The matter is stayed. In other words, the case itself, the implications are paused until January 24th, and that is the day before the state of Colorado, the Secretary of State, has to make a decision as to who's on the ballot. So the clock is ticking, and it is ticking fast. So there are a number of deadlines fast approaching. And so this needs to be adjudicated sooner rather than later because the ballot implications, I know the election isn't for many months out, but there are a lot of deadlines that are coming up very quickly.
And the questions abound. Danny Savallo starting us off this evening. Thank you so much. We turn now to the war in the Middle East, where tonight Israel's President Isaac Herzog said the country was, quote, ready for another humanitarian pause, but said it's up to Hamas whether or not that happens. Now, his comments coming one day after Israel, the U.S., and Qatar met in Poland to discuss a possible agreement. For Israel, of course, one of the key priorities here will be the release of hostages. Yesterday, Hamas put out a video of 3 elderly men in captivity. In it, the man in the middle you see there, 79-year-old Chaim Perry, said that they were suffering and begged to be returned. But in the last 24 hours, Hamas said it will not negotiate those releases until Israel stops its attacks on Gaza. This, as the U.S. has called for the stop of indiscriminate airstrikes throughout the Gaza Strip. According to the Hamas-run Ministry of Health, more than 19,600 people have died there so far, more than 50,000 people injured. Today, people in the southern city of Rafah mourning their loved ones. That includes one grandmother processing the deaths of her 2 young grandchildren, including a 2-week-old baby. A warning now that the interview we are about to show you may be disturbing for some to watch.
عندي أحفادي الاثنين الأميرة عائشة عمرها أسبوعين اسمها ما تسجل في النفوذ ما معها شهادة ميلاد يعني مجهولة الهوية من يوم ما اتولدت ما معها شهادة ميلاد وأخوها عمره 2 سنين استشهد أبوها متكسر عنده.
Impossible to even conceive what you're seeing there. Meanwhile, tensions are growing across the Middle East. Iranian-backed Houthi militants have continued their attacks on shipping vessels and oil tankers trying to cross the Red Sea, disrupting global trade. Now the U.S. is forming a coalition to fight back. NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson joining us now, continuing her critical reporting from the region. Hallie, let's start right there with the talks of a pause. And based on what President Herzog said today and what you're hearing from people there in Israel, Are they one step closer in actuality to a humanitarian pause?
It's a great question, Sam, and I think it's a fair characterization to say they're maybe creeping closer, but we are not seeing, you know, a huge leap towards some kind of a humanitarian pause that would have two impacts, right? Number one, it would alleviate potentially some of what you're seeing on the screen, some of what you just showed, that humanitarian suffering in Gaza. It would allow more aid into the Gaza Strip. The other part of it, of course, it would allow potentially hostages to come home. The hostages who are being held captive now in Gaza, believed to be more than 130 of them, at least at this point. So what are the chances something happens? You heard the comments from Herzog. You are seeing the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, under new pressure now from people in his country, meeting with family members of hostages who have been really trying to make the point, time is running out. You've got to do this. You've got to bring them home. You've got to do it ASAP. One man who was in that meeting actually met with a different world leader, President Biden, not too long ago, Sam. His name is Ruby Khan, and his son is being held, he believes, by Hamas. Here's what he said.
It was a productive meeting where we also asked what we can do more for him. But at the end of the day, the buck stops here. He is the one that is responsible and the one that has the ability to bring our loved ones back home alive.
I've also talked to other family members of hostages, including family members of two of those Israeli hostages killed by the IDF, who tell me that America, President Biden, right, the U.S. government also plays a critical role here, too, because of the muscle that it has on the world stage to try to be able to bring these parties together to get to some kind of a deal. So, glimmer of hope, perhaps. But I will say the Biden administration is also tempering expectations. They're trying to level set here, saying, listen, talks do not appear to be, any kind of deal does not appear to be imminent at this point, according to a top national security official. Leave it to you to talk about, you know, what does imminent mean? It could mean a lot of things, right? Hours, days, weeks. But at this point, at least there is some motion, which is something we couldn't have said even just a week ago, Sam.
For sure, and it's hard to overstate, Hallie, just how fragile these conversations are. Wanted to bring up the other topic right now that is really becoming prominent, namely many countries, including the U.S., increasingly worried about these Houthi attacks in the Red Sea. If you can break down for us, who are the Houthis and what's their motivation here for attacking the vessels in the first place?
Totally. So the Houthis are this Iran-backed militant group, this sort of proxy group that's part of the so-called Axis of Resistance, with this goal, essentially, of trying to defy the West, basically. And so you are seeing now the Houthis. You've got Hezbollah, you've got Hamas, you've got the Houthis. We know what's happening with Hamas, obviously, in Gaza. We've talked about what's happening with Hezbollah up north in Israel, on the southern border with Lebanon. You have the Houthis in the Red Sea, looking to potentially take advantage of this moment now where there's a lot of tension in the region. There's a war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza, and they are attacking essentially these commercial tankers, these commercial vessels, these commercial ships in the Red Sea. The Defense Department says there have been more than 100 attacks in this area. It's like drones. Some of it is obviously extremely problematic to these big shipping companies, many of whom have paused operations in the Red Sea. That has an economic impact, right? Because now they're having to go down and around, essentially, to get the goods where they need to go. That takes longer, and the longer these attacks go on, the longer that becomes a potential issue for the global supply chain. So what is the U.S. doing? You have the Defense Secretary now rolling out this initiative to try to combat this, and the idea is deterrence. A senior military official says that they believe that the presence of U.S. ships in the Red Sea is a deterrent, does have a deterrence factor. And so if you're wondering, well, what does that even look like? What do? Do they escort each commercial tanker? Not likely here. And one senior military official put it in a way that I think folks might be able to visualize it. It helped me. Think about I-95, that corridor between Washington, D.C. and Boston, Massachusetts. Think about that distance. That's like the southern third of the Red Sea. Something like 400 ships are traversing there at any given time. The U.S. is not going to escort every single one, but the idea of sort of zone defense presence in the region would hopefully, the U.S. hopes, have an impact in lessening these Houthi attacks, allowing shipping companies to feel more comfortable sending their ships through. Obviously, if there's an instance where there's a particular threat and the U.S. does need to escort, that could happen. The door is open to that, according to military officials. But that's the dynamic that I think you'll see play out now in the Red Sea. The question is, at what point will that message get through to the Houthis? And at what point will these shipping companies feel more comfortable being able to send goods back through?
And at what point will there need to be intervention beyond what we've already seen with 10 different countries participating in that coalition, Hallie, but only one from the Middle East, Bahrain. Hallie Jackson there live for us in Tel Aviv. Thank you so much for that insight, Hallie. Well, it is a race against the clock in northwest China. Search and rescue teams right now rushing to find survivors after a powerful earthquake struck the Gansu province. Officials say at least 127 people are dead. Many are still trapped underneath the rubble. The 6.2 magnitude earthquake had 9 aftershocks, making evacuation and recovery efforts more difficult. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer has more.
It's an all-out race to try to find people in the rubble. Rescue teams have been working day and night, and now they are saying the next 48 hours are crucial. There are nearly 2,000 firefighters who are working at the epicenter, and temporary shelters have been set up. Officials say 127 people have been killed, more than 500 are injured. The quake struck around midnight, the tremors lasting 20 seconds and felt 65 miles away in the city of Lungzhou. Videos show people rushing out of their homes and then huddling in the bitter cold temperatures, hovering around 0 degrees Fahrenheit overnight. This has happened in a part of the country that is remote and mountainous and where earthquakes are not uncommon, but this is on course to be one of the deadliest in the past decade. China's earthquake administration says the quake was shallow and powerful, measuring at magnitude 6.2. The initial USGS estimate puts it at magnitude 5.9. The government here has issued orders for an all-out search and rescue effort. Money and equipment have been deployed to try to get people to safety, to try to get them warmth, to get electricity and water infrastructure back on track. The concern, of course, is that the cold is hampering efforts and the toll of this quake is set to rise.
Just devastating there. Janice Mackey-Frayer, thank you so much. Staying overseas now, and we turn to Iceland and that potentially dangerous volcanic eruption that is threatening communities near the capital. NBC's Miguel Almaguer has the very latest.
The incredible fountains of fire gushed more than 300 feet into the air, igniting the night sky in Iceland. Erupting Monday, the astonishing display of fire and fury continues to pour across the southwestern end of the country, an hour outside the capital of Reykjavik.
It's a once in a lifetime for us.
A 2.5-mile-long fissure is now creating an expansive boiling sea of molten lava, threatening to slowly spread closer to populated regions. But for now, the blanket of fire not yet causing serious damage.
Fascinating to see just nature in action. It's just like something from a movie.
As researchers descend closer to the spouts of fire, this is a magical spectacle, even in a country no stranger to eruptions. After weeks of seismic activity, nearby towns were evacuated days before lava even seeped from the Earth's floor. The flows now slowing.
It is very, very powerful in the beginning. It's going to extract the magma very, very fast, and that's why it's going to decline fairly fast.
Still pouring smoke into the air, it doesn't appear this eruption will cause the same havoc a different Icelandic volcano did in 2010. That explosion of fumes and ash grounded much of Europe's air travel for a week. But tonight, scientists warn eruptions can be as unpredictable as they are spectacular. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
All right, don't go anywhere because we are just getting started. Later this hour, from the toilet to your tap, we'll tell you about California's plans to turn wastewater into water you can actually drink. Plus, a controversial new law at the border that could put migrants who enter the country illegally in prison for up to 20 years. And the cleanup continues tonight. Downed trees, flooded towns, and thousands of families still without power. We'll look at the recovery after a powerful storm system swept through the Northeast. That's coming up next.
So when the tree fell, it made a hole, and then the rubble fell on me, and then it made scratches on my back.
Did it wake you up right out of bed?
No, my mom woke me up.
lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
And welcome back. Here are some of the stories that we're keeping a close eye on this evening, starting with this. This morning, mourners attending the funeral service of late Supreme Court Justice Sandra Day O'Connor. That service was held at the Washington National Cathedral, where O'Connor served on its governing board. President Joe Biden was in attendance and delivered one of the eulogies. Here in Florida, a house explosion sent a family of 4 to the hospital and destroyed their home. That's what's left of it. 3 of the 4 people staying inside are seriously injured, we're told, with a combination of burns and broken bones. Officials say some type of gas issue caused that explosion, but an investigation is currently underway. For all the Chick-fil-A lovers out there, and I'm sure there are many, soon you may no longer have to wait until Monday to satisfy your chicken craving if you live in New York. A lawmaker has introduced a bill there that would require all restaurants inside rest stops in the state of New York to be open 7 days a week. That bill must pass both the state houses before going to the governor's desk. And another food product has joined the ever-growing recall list. Fresh Express spinach right now is recalling 2 types of its bagged spinach due to potential health risks from listeria. No illnesses have been reported in connection with that recall so far. And finally, Blue Origin has successfully launched its new Shepherd rocket. It's the first flight since the crash that occurred more than a year ago. While no one was on board of this flight, it could tee up future trips for the company for paying customers. Well, several states in the Northeast still remain under flood warnings right now in the aftermath of that storm that drenched the entire region and much of the East Coast. Some people saw their backyards turning into lakes. Today, rescuers were still paddling through streets, taking anyone stranded to safety. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa is in New Jersey tonight with more on those cleanup efforts.
Well, Sam, even more than a day since the rain left this area, you can see the flood waters linger and they continue to fluctuate. Some major rivers across the Northeast region continue to rise in level, including the Passaic River, not far from where I'm standing now. And what happens with these rivers, even after the rain has long passed, the grounds are so saturated, there's nowhere for the water to go as tributaries and other waterways lead into them. And so they spill over into communities like this, inundating cars and homes. Not far from where I'm standing earlier today, I witnessed a water rescue. A 14-year-old was stranded inside her home, surrounded by water that had risen at an unexpected rate. We went along with the crew who picked her up and then brought her back to dry ground safely after this entire region had been battered by such a massive storm. So many power outages, hundreds of thousands linger into tonight as the temperatures remain cold, and that could be the case for several more days to come as this massive cleanup process gets underway throughout the entire Northeast region. Keep in mind, some residents have yet to even begin to assess the damage to their home, blocked by waters and floodwaters like this. Just days out from the Christmas holiday, Sam, we know at least 5 people have died from the storm system in the Northeast.
Yeah, tragic and very tough timing there. Emily, thank you so much. Well, it's a tale right now of 2 coasts, as the East Coast is cleaning up, as Emily just showed you, after a windy winter storm. The West Coast is now bracing for its own wild weather. NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns tells us what's in store. Bill?
Well, good evening to you, Sam. And the next big story will be what happens with this storm on the West Coast. How bad will the flooding be? Hopefully it'll be nothing like what we've seen in areas of New Jersey and especially Maine. They're still recovering. There's still areas getting flooded, even new areas as I speak. So this big storm in the West. So far, it's been sitting off the coast. We've had bands of rain, some occasional heavy snow and showers. The main event, though, is not going to occur most likely till Thursday into Friday. Now, this is what we call a cutoff low. It's moving very slowly. It's not in the fast flow across the country. So this one's going to take its sweet time. We have 21 million people under flash flood watches, and includes all the way down to San Diego, Oceanside, Los Angeles, all of the mountains outside of L.A. over to Santa Barbara and northwards up the coast to San Luis Obispo. That is where, if we we have heavy rain in the mountainous areas, especially if there's burn scars, we can get those mud and those debris flows. So here's kind of the timing of everything. This is as we go throughout the day on Wednesday. So by 5 p.m., everyone's heading home. Everyone in L.A. and down the San Diego Oceanside, you're okay. Just a few showers. But the heavier band will be right along the coast. This will be the beginning of the flood threat. So late Wednesday, then we're going to continue hit and miss heavy rain showers and storms on the coast. And then it looks like on Thursday evening is when the best chance for Los Angeles and Southern California to get into the heavier rain, maybe even some thunderstorms. And again, that would be Thursday night into Friday morning, the greatest flood threat. And then during the day Friday, we take that rain through areas of Arizona. So the flood risk, as we head towards tomorrow, it does look like we're going to see the possibility of some debris and mud flows. We're also going to be looking at Santa Barbara to Los Angeles. And again, this goes all the way out till Friday, too. So a multi-day event, and the accumulation of the same areas getting rain day after day makes the flooding, more widespread or more easily to occur. So locally, anywhere in yellow is 1 inch, orange is 2 inches. We get the red, that's 3 inches. That's widespread in the mountains near Santa Barbara and near Los Angeles. Isolated areas may even get up to around 6 to 7 inches. It's a very warm storm, so the snow levels are extremely high. Yes, the mountain peaks will get it above 8,000 feet, but this isn't exactly like those storms from last winter that were cold and the snow levels were really low. So here's your travel forecast as we head towards the Christmas weekend. So Friday, rain Chicago to Dallas, also in St. Louis. This shouldn't be too bad. Maybe some delays. The storm that we're tracking in areas from Los Angeles Friday will be heading towards Phoenix. So wet roads there, maybe some minor airport delays. Saturday, the storm will be in the Four Corner region. We will get some snow in the mountains near Telluride, San Juan, Santa Fe, Taos. That area could get some snow. Also the Wasatch Range. So that's good if anyone has any holiday ski plans in those areas. By Sunday, spring-like temperatures much of the East Coast for Christmas Eve. We will watch some of that rain threat for Louisiana and also into Arkansas. If you want the white Christmas, Sam, we're talking Denver northwards up to Cheyenne, possibly around Rapid City. That's the best bet. Then for Christmas Day, some leftover snow in the Dakotas. But unfortunately, Christmas Day looking very wet from the Gulf Coast all the way through the Great Lakes.
Yeah, we'll take the Christmas snow over dashing through the rain any day. Bill Cairns, thank you so much. Let's move now to Texas, where Republican Governor Greg Abbott signed a controversial new law that targets migrants entering the state from a foreign country. Under this new legislation, migrants could face up to 20 years in prison if they don't enter through a lawful port of entry. That law is set to take effect in March, certainly going to be challenged. Here's how Governor Abbott explained it earlier today.
Biden's deliberate inaction has left Texas to fend for itself. The only thing we are doing by this law is making sure that our law enforcement have the tools they need to actually take action against those who are actually coming across the border illegally.
Our Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley has more.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott signed 3 immigration bills into law, but the most controversial by far is Senate Bill 4, which would designate police officers, local and state, in the state of Texas to arrest any migrant that they suspect crossed the border illegally. That's not just someone who they're sure crossed the border illegally, but on suspicion. If they crossed anywhere between the Rio Grande River and in between legal ports of entry, that means police would be able to arrest them and have the authority to patrol areas of high migrant populations like a Colony Village, which is an apartment complex in Houston. Now, civil liberties groups like the ACLU, as you can expect, are outraged. In fact, the ACLU of Texas already filed a lawsuit today, and the Biden administration has come out and said that this is a violation of federal law, and we could expect to see a lawsuit from them at some point as well, although at this point the Justice Department is declining to comment about if and when they will challenge this in court. But by and large, the reason this is so controversial and so wildly different from anything we've seen in the past is that immigration is a federal policy that's enforced by federal agents. CBP, ICE, DHS oversees those agents. This would then take that authority and place it in the hands of state and locals who first have limited resources in their jails, for their police, for their first responders, and it would also allow for an entirely different legal system to decide who gets to stay in the United States. Right now, an immigrant would go before an immigration judge, which is an entirely different court system. It's actually run by the Justice Department, but under this new law, they would go before Texas state judges who don't have that kind of training in determining who can and can't stay in the the law in the United States based on immigration law. So it's an entirely radical departure. Now, Texas Governor Greg Abbott says this is a necessary change because he says that Biden has had an inability to show any real change on the border. It also comes when he signed that law. It was the day of a new record high at the southern border. We understand that just yesterday there were over 12,000 migrants who crossed the border undocumented, and more than 11,000 of those were illegal. And so this is coming as Abbott has headwind on an issue like this to try to take some action. But he's sure to have a legal challenge. And if this does go forward, we can expect to see a lot of headaches over how Texas will actually implement this law with the limited resources they have, and how they're going to try as a state to decide who can and can't stay in this country.
The immigration crisis once again headed to the courts. Julia Ainsley, thank you so much. Coming up next, it is a question that will soon pop up for some Californians. Would you drink wastewater if it's been properly treated? That's the important caveat. California just approved rules to create a new source of water in the drought-stricken state. But first, you gotta see this to believe it. A Michigan woman graduating from Ferris State University. Yes, that is a baby in her gown. You're looking there at Grace Shimshak, who walked across the stage with her 10-day-old newborn tucked into her gown, graduating magna cum laude, by the way, with a bachelor's degree in what else? Early childhood education. When her baby came 10 days early, Grace knew that she still wanted to walk the stage in the hopes of inspiring other moms to go back to school. And it really does go to show you, moms really can do it all, as if we would expect anything else. We'll be right back.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
California, a state that's been struggling with years of drought conditions, a new source of water is about to come on tap. Some have called it toilet to tap, since it's sewage water that's getting some high-powered treatment. The state just passing new rules, paving the way to turn highly purified, recycled wastewater into drinking water. California becoming just the second state after Colorado that's signing off on the new source, with states like Florida and Arizona also working on new regulations of their own. Joining us now is NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky to dig in on this. Noah, thank you so much for being here. We know what it sounds like, but how exactly would this process work? I know there's a 63-page document in terms of the regulations, and honestly, is it popular, this idea, for Californians?
It's getting more and more popular in a lot of the western states because they need to. The drought issues are expected to be a long-term issue. So more and more elected leaders are getting on board, but they have to deal with this issue of consumer confidence and, taking water from the sewer system and putting it in drinking glass. There are some obvious issues for some consumers. In fact, a lot of critics have effectively labeled it toilet to tap instead of what, proponents would rather call it, which is highly purified water or reclaimed water, direct potable reused water. Those don't necessarily roll off the tongue, but the technology is pretty impressive. In fact, the reused water is cleaner than a lot of America's other water supplies. But don't take my word for it. I'm going to let a couple experts explain for you here.
We have a wastewater treatment facility first that makes it very clean, and then we have additional processes to make it to drinking water standards. So there's a whole technology in between the toilet and the tap.
There is a very extensive advanced water treatment process, and it goes through 3 stages. So microfiltration, reverse osmosis, and ultraviolet light disinfection, and the water is pure water at the end.
It's actually the same technology that they use on the International Space Station. So if it's good enough for our astronauts, well, the water should be clean enough for Californians. That's at least what we heard today.
So I'm wondering, Noah, as far as how long it has taken the state of California to evaluate this and actually develop the system. I know I was out in the San Francisco Bay Area a number of years ago. They were working on it then. Is it new in terms of its application now? What's different?
So California counties have been experimenting and developing this for many, many years. In fact, a lot of other countries have been doing this for even longer. The technology isn't new, but as I mentioned, the consumer confidence piece has really slowed this down in much of the country. In California, Orange County now recycles 100% of its water. They do not pump it directly into the drinking supply. They actually pump it into the ground where the drinking supply comes from. So it's kind of an indirect recycling process, but this new California regulation, if it is approved next year, as it is expected to be, it would allow counties to basically build new facilities and then pump the water directly into the water supply, directly, not indirectly. And Orange County, we're expecting to be one of the first online, but also we're seeing San Diego and Los Angeles experiment now, and they would likely fast track this as well.
Noah, looking forward to your taste tests for part 2 of this.
I'm on board.
A year or 2 down the road. Thank you so much, my friend.
Sure.
Good sport. That is Noah Pransky for you. All right, taking a turn now. Still to come, searching for answers. A family who is desperate to find out what really happened to one woman who was kidnapped in the Gaza Strip. But NBC found out she may not have been abducted by Hamas, but possibly by a mob of Gazans or another group. That story is next. Stay tuned.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
On October the 7th, Noah Argamani was at the Supernova Music Festival when Hamas attacked. The video of her being kidnapped has been seen around the world. And like a majority of the festival goers, Noah's whereabouts are still unknown to this day. NBC Digital Doc spent time investigating her capture to learn more about Israel's ongoing hostage crisis. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez has more.
The terror can be seen in what remains and what's been left behind. Signs of panic, of violence, a massacre. More than 200 hostages are kidnapped across southern Israel in the October 7th terror attack. Most are taken from 4 kibbutzim and the Supernova Music Festival. Among them is 26-year-old Noah Argamani, one of the first faces of the hostage crisis that will shape the coming war. After nearly 2 months of relentless bombardment of Gaza in response to the attack, a ceasefire deal is reached. The terms of the deal are specific. Israeli women and children released in exchange for Palestinian women and children held in Israeli prisons. Over 7 days in late November, more than 100 hostages are freed. But by the 8th day,
the ceasefire has abruptly ended in Gaza with deadly fighting resuming.
But many women remain in captivity. The U.S. and Israel say it's Hamas's refusal to release this specific group that derails the ceasefire. What leads to the deal finally falling apart?
Hamas reneged. It had agreed to a list of names, and it suddenly couldn't provide these people, or didn't want to provide these people.
Noah Argamani is one of those women, still held after her abduction from the Supernova Festival, the all-night dance party attacked by Hamas. NBC News reviewed photographs, text messages, and used mapping tools to reconstruct the moment of Noah's kidnapping, trying to understand why she still hasn't been freed, what her story tells us about the fate of the remaining hostages, and the future of the war raging around them.
This is the place now I used to go to get some peace, some quiet. She liked this place very much.
Noah's close friends, Bar, Noah, and Jan, take us to a ridge above Beersheba. Gaza is just over 20 miles away. Israeli aircraft roar overhead.
She's so close and yet so far. She was like the best friend ever. She always saw the best in people.
Everybody liked her. That's why she was like, he's like a glue of all the friends.
Was Noah excited about the Nova Festival?
I think she wasn't sure if she will go, and it was like a spontaneous thing.
Around 6:30 a.m. on October 7th, the skies over the Supernova Festival fill with rockets. But to Noah and other festival goers, the scale of the attack is not yet clear. At 7:46 a.m., Noah's friend texts this photo saying they're safe. But 20 minutes later, fear is starting to spread. We are here at the parking lot, staying put. An hour later, Noah sends her location, with hope that somebody will come and save us. At 9:24 a.m., 3 hours into the attack, Noah's boyfriend Avinatan Or sends this photo. Noah is huddled on the ground, hiding. It's the last known picture before they're kidnapped. It's crazy here. Avinatan's friend texts that no one's answering at Israel's equivalent of 911. He replies, "Try asking again." They are finding people one by one and killing them. Noah's final text message is at 10:27 a.m. "We don't have a car." What does that mean? Avinatan's friend keeps texting. "Give me a sign, bro. I'm begging you. Give me something, Avinatan. Something. Please." After hours of silence, a video appears online.
The first video that I saw was Noah's drinking water, so I was like, oh, she's okay. So there's nothing to worry about.
We didn't know if maybe she's in Israel, in the border, in the house or something.
But then they see this video.
I think 10 minutes after we saw the kidnapped video, this was like a nightmare.
I remember that I was in my car in the parking lot. I was just sitting and rewatching it a million times, over and over.
What do you see in her face when you watch that video?
I would say she was frightened to death.
You can see it on her eyes, the way she cried for help.
An NBC News analysis of Noah's kidnapping video suggests it was filmed on this road here, half a mile from the supernova site. This location has a field and tree line like the ones over Noah's shoulder, and the buildings in the distance appear to be the nearby kibbutz Re'im when matched to satellite imagery. Shadows cast by the sun appear to be in keeping with the timing of Noah's last text message. It suggests they were heading southeast along this dirt road before disappearing into Gaza. For the next 7 weeks, Gaza echoes with the sounds of war. For Palestinians, a staggering death toll. Now, more than 18,000 dead, according to the Hamas-run health ministry, mainly women and children, and growing every day. But on the fate of Noah, there's only silence.
This is the worst situation because you want to stay with hope, but you don't know anything.
Were you hopeful she would come out during the ceasefire?
We were hoping that if not today, then tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, we felt that Noah is with us, you know. It's like we saw her with us again. You can just see it behind a glass, but you cannot quite touch it yet.
Across Israel, fear is growing for the remaining hostages, and alongside it, anger among hostage families, much of it aimed at the Israeli government. In a leaked recording, verified by NBC News, a freed hostage confronts Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
When you're negotiating with a group like Hamas, it's not clear that they are prepared to release all the hostages. I mean, our goal is to get everyone released. Hamas isn't going to release hostages because they've suddenly become humanitarians. They will only release hostages when they feel compelled to do so. And the military pressure worked in the past. It can hopefully work in the future. What is the alternative? There isn't one.
What we hear over and over again is they want the hostages to be the priority, not destroying Hamas, and they feel like the government is prioritizing destroying Hamas.
From our perspective as a government, yes, we see no contradiction between the goal of defeating Hamas, destroying Hamas, and getting the hostages out.
We wanted to understand, why did Hamas release mothers, children, even some men, but not Noah and the young women around her? In Washington, the State Department offered one theory.
It seems one of the reasons they don't want to turn women over that they've been holding hostage, and the reason this pause fell apart, is they don't want those women to be able to talk about what happened to them during their time in custody.
Does the Israeli government have any information that supports that?
We fear for the state of the hostages Anyone who saw what Hamas was capable of on October 7th, the sort of violence, whether it's the beheadings, the burning of people alive, the rapes.
NBC News has reviewed evidence suggesting dozens of Israeli women were raped, sexually assaulted, or mutilated on October 7th. Some freed hostages say they also suffered sexual abuse while in captivity, according to a group representing families. NBC News has not been able to independently confirm that. But there's another potential explanation for why Noah wasn't released. 2 Israeli military officials told us the first wave of attackers at the music festival were heavily armed members of Hamas's elite commando unit, the Nukba. But in the hours that followed, thousands of other Gazans, among them gangs and militants, also poured into Israel. The men grabbing Noah and Avi Natan don't appear to be armed. They're not wearing tactical gear. An Israeli military official told us they appear to be part of the mob, not Hamas fighters. In the video of Noah in Gaza, she appears to be in an ordinary house. What looks like 2 barefoot women walk past. It's very different from Hamas's official hostage videos, which are deliberately designed not to give clues about their location. The evidence suggests Noah was not kidnapped by Hamas. They may not have her or even know where she is. Israel's government has said at least 20 hostages are dead, but Noah's name does not appear on their official list. Hamas has claimed that an unspecified number of hostages were killed by Israeli strikes, but they've never provided evidence. Though, in that leaked recording, the freed hostage says those strikes put them in danger. The Israeli military has since said it mistakenly killed 3 hostages in northern Gaza. While more than 100 hostages remain in captivity, stories from those freed have only heightened fears.
Some were treated very badly, did not get medical attention, were neglected, were actually tortured.
It's agony for the families of all the remaining hostages, each with their own worries about time running out. But for Noah's family, time is especially short.
Noah's mom is dying. Yes. And you worry she might pass away and Noah will still be inside.
This is our nightmare. We don't know when she'll be out, and we do know that Noah's mom is on a ticking clock. I hope that this is the ending that Liora, her mother, deserves, to see her child, to hug her child, and Noah getting a chance to say goodbye.
Noah, אני לא רוצה להגיד לך. אמא, אני לא רואה אותך. שתדע שאני אוהב אותך הכי הרבה.
This is a notebook we made for Noah. This is Noah in Hebrew. The idea is that when she will come back, we know maybe she will need her zone, her quiet. So she will have the words of us, of her friends, and get strong and know she's not alone.
For communities here, time violently stopped. Empty chairs, houses that aren't homes, life unable to restart without the missing on the far side of the fence.
The horrors of this war personified there. Ralph Sanchez with that incredible and haunting reporting. After a short break, we'll be right back.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon?
Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My
I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
For those last-minute stragglers on holiday presents, and you know who you are, and you know you're out there, a big change right now from Apple could prevent some watches on your wish list from making it under the tree this year. Christine Romans, our senior business correspondent, explains why and also how you might still be able to get your hands on one anyway.
Hey there, we're talking about red-hot products like Apple Watches and apparel from brands like North Face and Vans. Those clothing companies hit by a cyber attack that'll say impact delivery times if you ordered your items online. And Apple halting sales of some smartwatches later this week due to a new import ban, meaning if you want to get a new one before the holidays, you better act fast.
With Christmas less than a week away, the race is on to snag those last holiday gifts. But trying to get some popular items this week may leave you singing bah humbug. Apple announcing it's halting sales of some of its best-selling Apple Watches, like the Series 9 and Ultra 2. Online sales will stop beginning Thursday, and in-store sales will cease starting Christmas Day. The company says it's doing this to comply with a U.S. import ban on some Apple Watches issued by the U.S. International Trade Commission. In October, the ITC ruled that Apple had violated a patent from one of its competitors, Massimo, regarding a blood oxygen sensor it uses on several models.
You can measure your blood oxygen right from your wrist.
They took our technology. So it's not just a patent infringement, it's also a trade secret theft.
The Biden administration has until Christmas Day to overturn the ruling, which doesn't impact sales of older models like the Apple Watch SE, the iconic accessory critical to the company's bottom line. Since its release in 2015, nearly $250 million have been sold. Apple shares falling on Monday, the company vowing to fight back, saying in a statement, Apple strongly disagrees with the order and is pursuing a range of legal and technical options to ensure that Apple Watch is available to customers. It's smartwatches among several hot items at risk of not making it under your Christmas tree. The parent company of apparel brands North Face, Vans, Timberland, and Dickies announcing Monday its ability to fulfill online orders is currently impacted due to a cyber attack on its computer network. Alternatively, it says customers can buy merchandise at one of its brick-and-mortar stores. Some consumers cashing in on potential shortages of these popular brands. One Apple Watch owner posting he plans to sell his $800 Ultra 2 for $2,500, saying, I know what I got. But some experts believe Apple's decision to pause smartwatch sales right before Christmas is actually a ploy to boost holiday revenue.
This is a great flash sale. Hey, get your Apple Watches while they're still there. This affects the two higher end models of the Apple Watch, and those are the ones they make the most money on.
Apple is reportedly working on a software fix for its Apple Watches that would address the patent issue. If you already own an Apple Watch with a blood oxygen sensor, you are not affected by this ban. Apple says Massimo, the competitor who filed the patent complaint, recently came out with its own smartwatch, and Apple claims it's a knockoff of the Apple Watch. Apple filed 2 lawsuits against them last year alleging patent violations. Back to you.
And it all comes full circle. Christine Romans, thank you so much for that report. You might say that our time here has completed for this episode of Stay Tuned Now, but we will see you again tomorrow evening. Have a great night.
Гражданская война.
Все будет хорошо, не переживайте.
Мы находимся в штабе. 7 часов 30 минут утра под контролем Военные объекты растут.
It's June 2023. Russia's Wagner mercenary group, one of the Kremlin's most prized units, has seized the command headquarters for Russia's war in Ukraine and is now on the march to Moscow.
Защитим и наш народ, и нашу государственность от любых угроз, в том числе от внутреннего предательства.
As the National Guard prepared to defend the capital against a band of rogue mercenaries, Wagner stood down, but not quietly. Yevgeny Prigozhin, the man behind the insurrection, cheered as he and his men vacate the Russian city of Rostov. Two months later, Prigozhin is dead, his plane suffering a mysterious incident on approach into Moscow. Mr. President, are you a killer? I asked him directly. Mr. President, are you a killer?
Послушайте меня. Значит, я таких обвинений слышал десятки. Я при этом всегда руководствуюсь интересами российского государства и русского народа.
This is one of the key lines the Russian leader and those closest to him used to describe Vladimir Putin. Here is Dmitry Peskov, Putin's long-serving spokesman, extolling Putin's particular civic mindset. You've known President Putin for 20 years? More. Can you describe the difference between the president that you met and the president that you now work with?
Well, you have to understand that President Putin has been doing his job for 22 years already. And he knows the outside and inside part of the relationship with the West, of his country. And he knows to what extent West was ready and is ready to take into account Russia's concerns and Russia's problems. And he understands perfectly well that this extent is zero. West is not willing to take into account Russia's concerns.
He didn't think that.
And that's why he is angry. And that's why he's determined. And that's why he is tough to ensure his countries that he's in charge of, national interests.
It is a view shared by the Soviet-born men and some women who surround him. They sit around tables, ruling Russia like a cartel. Putin is no lone dictator. He's more like a kingpin, the leader of a very Russian team of rivals, united in public, often divided in private. That helps explain why, to maintain loyalty, Putin's friends are so richly rewarded, while traitors are punished.
This is probably the most important element of the whole mechanism of power in Russia, that it's a team. It's not a political party like in the West. It's not a kind of coalition or something like this. It's the leader and the team. And this team is united, because this team can survive only as a team. That's why no one is leaving the ship.
Taking to social media to publicize private divisions.
Шойгу живет по принципу, чтобы в ложь поверили, она должна быть чудовищная.
Revealing vulnerabilities in Putin's regime. For now, at least, the regime has won. The war in Ukraine is changing Russia, straining already fraught relations between the people Putin presides over And yet, perhaps, the war is changing nothing. Putin's tactics as familiar as ever. Putin's regime surviving a dire political crisis, appearing more determined than ever to fight their war.
I'm extremely pessimistic, to be honest. I think that we are looking at probably 5-7 years of war.
The world may have to deal with Putin's people and his killer instinct for a long time to come. This was President Putin over the summer, taking selfies with adoring fans, even offering kisses. The kind of Russian retail politics not seen from him in years. The very same President Putin, who until recently sat at a COVID-safe distance from other world leaders.
Fine, just fine. How are you?
And even his most senior advisors.
Мною принято решение о проведении специальной военной операции.
Last year, lashed out at the world with unbridled bitterness, branding America an empire of lies, and launching the largest conflict on the European continent since the Second World War. And who has been accused of assassinating his opponents, despite his consistent denials. Russia's supposedly decisive leader often delays decisions or even changes his mind. Initially, he called the men who follow Prigozhin traitors.
Это удар по России, по нашему народу. И наши действия по защите Отечества от такой угрозы будут жесткие.
Then seemed to forgive them. A figure shrouded in spin, the subject of endless speculation, but who is now wanted by the International Criminal Court for alleged Russian crimes in Ukraine, including the unlawful deportation of children. Putin, described over the years as devoid of emotion, has over time become consumed by a slow burning fury toward the West.
Наши западные коллеги, особенно из США, не просто устанавливают произвольно такие правила, но и поучают при этом, кто и как должен их исполнять, кто и как должен вообще себя вести. Вы кто такие вообще? Какое вы имеете право кого-то предупреждать?
Putin is a man who believes in loyal and long relationships, but he is equally single-minded, relentlessly putting his interests, and he will later claim, his country first. In 2013, looking incredibly uncomfortable, he and his wife announced their marriage was over.
Вся моя деятельность, вся работа связана с публичностью, с абсолютной публичностью. Кому-то это нравится, кому-то нет. Но есть люди, которые совершенно с этим несовместимы. Вот Людмила Александровна отстояла вахту 8 лет, уже 9 даже, да? 9 лет. Так что, в общем, это общее решение.
Да, я присоединяюсь к словам Владимира Владимировича. Это действительно было наше общим решением. И наш брак завершен в связи действительно с тем, что мы практически не видимся.
The video is staged managed, but it is a pivotal moment. Putin's identity has fused with that of Russia.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Владимир Владимирович Putin.
Putin's one-track mind would, over decades, foster a messianic drive to restore Russian glory.
За нами правда, за нами Россия.
To understand his obsession with history, as well as his long friendships and influences, you have to go back to the beginning.
Every day, more people die. Cold, disease, hunger. This was Leningrad in its darkest hour.
Deep in Putin's DNA is an imprint that has followed him forever. War. The city where he spent his character-forming early years, St. Petersburg, called in the Soviet era Leningrad, suffered a terrible siege from Hitler's army. Putin's identity and that of many closest to him, also from St. Petersburg, is intertwined with that Leningrad history. World War II traumas were inherited by generations of Soviets like him. Listen to him here, dwelling on the war and its legacy, while accepting Russia's nomination as World Cup hosts.
I was born in Leningrad. And as you know, during World War II, Leningrad went through 900 days of blockade. Leningrad was bombed every day. No electricity, no running water, no food, and no heat. No heat in Russian winter.
Putin himself never witnessed the Second World War, yet he's made it part of modern Russia's mythology, encouraging an annual parade, a tribute to those who fought, including his father. Putin's youth was immersed in both post-war poverty and a sense of pride for emerging victorious. Vladimir Putin was born in October 1952. He spent the first part of his life in this street, living in an apartment in this building. These are some of the facts that we know, but there's a lot that we don't know, because President Putin famously doesn't like people prying into his personal life. He did allow 3 journalists to write an autobiography 20 years ago, but even that was really part of his political campaign to introduce himself to Russia. It was the story that he wanted to tell. But then everything in Vladimir Putin's life is a story that he wants to tell. Not surprisingly, in St. Petersburg, simple stories of survival are celebrated. A childhood fable from that autobiography, he would chase vermin in this courtyard. One day, he says, he cornered a giant rat. Suddenly, the rat turned and lashed at him. It taught the young Putin a lesson about being cornered. Many times, Putin and the Kremlin have used that story to teach his opponents a lesson about Putin. Here is one of his closest allies, the Belarus president, reinforcing the message to me just last year.
Если вы загоняете человека или страну, несколько человек загоняете в угол, то выход оттуда один, только вперед. Поэтому не надо переходить те линии.
Another early influence, according to Putin's own account, was Russia's wartime leader, Stalin. Putin's first year of life was the last year of Stalin's iron-fisted rule over Russia. His Soviet education taught patriotism and ideology.
Ask him what he wants to be when he grows up.
Летчиком. A pilot. A soldier. Танкистом. A tankman.
A what man?
A tankman.
A tank man.
But a young Vladimir Putin found his calling at a small cinema in this St. Petersburg building. It said that here, Putin saw a popular show starring a Stalin-era KGB agent during the Second World War. Putin would join the KGB just 2 years later. This building was its imposing Leningrad headquarters. He would work with the KGB for the next 15 years. President Putin describes himself in his autobiography as determined to join the KGB. It's now the headquarters of the FSB, Russian intelligence, and many of the people who worked in the KGB with the president still work in his government. From what we know, he spent his time as a KGB officer living in relative obscurity with his wife Ludmila in Dresden. Some accounts suggest Putin was just an office clerk. Some have claimed he was active in recruiting and running local spies. It was at this time, posted to East Germany, that Russia's former deputy foreign minister, Andrei Fedorov, says he met Vladimir Putin for the first time.
I've seen just him as a person, but he was looking like a normal man, so...
A normal KGB officer?
No. He never looked like a KGB officer. No, absolutely no. Absolutely no. Some people are saying that he was even shy.
People talk about his charisma now. Did you see that charisma when you first met him?
No. At that time, of course not. The charisma came to him when he became president.
The KGB extolled loyalty. And in these early years, Putin made friendships that endure today, while learning to despise those who oppose him.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Прекрасную Россию будущего.
Opposition leader Alexei Navalny and his team have investigated Putin's past and his wealth for more than a decade. In 2021, after the FSB failed to assassinate Navalny with a nerve agent, and while he was recovering in Germany, Navalny located what he says is the file that the East German secret police kept on the young KGB officer in Dresden. That research revealed Putin's decade-long connection to a particular friend and ally.
А это никто иной, как Сергей Викторович Чемезов.
Sergei Chemezov, one of the many associates who today benefit handsomely from their proximity to Putin. Chemezov is the lavishly wealthy head of Rostec, Russia's massive military-industrial conglomerate. And like many of Putin's old associates, he is reluctant to talk about their shared past. I interviewed him in Dubai in 2021, and with a smile and a laugh, he brushed off a number of questions about the boss. You've known him since the KGB days. There's very little we know about him then. What was he like? What did he do in Germany with you?
Ну, мы оба были в разведке.
So you can't talk about it?
Я бы не хотел.
People say that he recruited agents in Germany as a KGB officer. Is that right? Was that what you were doing?
Ой, давайте на эту тему не будем говорить. Вы у него сами спросите.
Putin's time in Dresden in the late 1980s had another impact too. It was here that Putin saw his Soviet KGB world begin to collapse. A process that would end with the dissolution of the Soviet Union. These images, moments that for many people in Eastern Europe signified a long-awaited liberation, meant for many in Putin's generation a loss of empire, leaving a deep scar, an aversion to revolution and uprisings that would stay with him forever. Anyone who doesn't regret the passing of the Soviet Union doesn't have a heart, Putin would later say. Anyone who wants it restored has no brain.
I think that he has inside him, he has a feeling that he has a mission. And part of the mission is to rearrange the things which has happened in 1991. And this is driving force for him. He's not living for today. He's living for tomorrow, to fulfill his mission.
That the 1990s had such an impact on Putin is hardly surprising. When he returned to Leningrad, his city and nation was in crisis. As the Soviet Union disintegrated, Putin resigned from the KGB. Once again, war was everywhere. We already know that war was part of his personal history. It would be a constant presence in his presidential life. In Leningrad, now St. Petersburg, corruption and gang warfare engulfed the city, while deadly fighting exploded across the Soviet Union over resources, borders, and national identities, culminating in a bloody conflict in Chechnya, which was seeking its own independence. Amid this chaotic new world, Russia's future leader would make more enduring alliances and learn more lessons. Putin found work in the office of St. Petersburg's new Democratic mayor, Anatoly Sobchak. It is revealing to list those he met then, who are still with him now. Dmitry Medvedev, who would one day become president and serve as Putin's prime minister for many years. Sergei Naryshkin, today Putin's foreign intelligence chief, Igor Sechin, today head of Rosneft, Russia's state-owned oil company, Alexei Miller, now the head of Gazprom, and Yuri Kulvachuk, chairman of the Bank of Russia, known as Putin's banker. Kulvachuk today is perhaps one of Putin's most influential and anti-Western advisors. He's also one of those who hides in the shadows. We could find no images of the men together.
Владимир Владимирович Путин.
All of these men, in one way or another, would follow Putin as he rose through the ranks of government to the Kremlin. His experiences became their experiences. All would become rich. In 1998, Putin was appointed head of the FSB, the successor to the KGB, and in 1999 became acting prime minister. The bloodshed kept flowing. The Second Chechen War and apartment bombings in Moscow and other cities. His handling of those apartment attacks increased his popularity, while some journalists questioned who was behind them. One of those journalists, Anna Politkovskaya, was shot dead, the first of many. As Putin ascended to the presidency, Russia was indisputably far weaker than America and the West. Boris Yeltsin had presided over a painful decade, at times even appearing drunk in public. Then, in 1999, as the public tuned in to the Kremlin's traditional New Year address, President Yeltsin, modern Russia's first elected leader, stunned the world.
Долго и мучительно над ним размышлял. Сегодня, в последний день уходящего века, я ухожу.
This was the moment most were introduced to President Putin.
Дорогие друзья, сегодня, в новогоднюю ночь, я, как и вы, с родными и друзьями, собирался выслушать слова приветствия президента России Бориса Николаевича Ельцина. Но вышло иначе. Сегодня
A brilliant New Year's dawn in Red Square. Russians waking up to a new century, a new president. Vladimir Putin, Russia's new acting president, was already on the campaign trail New Year's morning, meeting his troops in Chechnya, handing out hunting knives, posing for the cameras. Vladimir Putin, a virtual political unknown 3 months ago, now clearly in charge of Russia.
His sudden rise to power, begging the question, who is Mr. Putin?
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All of the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us won. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get took for all this damage to
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life.
Bah humbug.
To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now,
Wherever you get your podcasts.
It is an extraordinary scene, emblematic of Putin and his people's deep desire to be accepted. Just over a decade ago, the Russian president singing the popular American ballad Blueberry Hill to Hollywood celebrities. Kevin Costner, Sharon Stone, Kurt Russell, Goldie Hawn, all at the children's charity event. But another image he cultivated for his own people's consumption was very different. Not a singer, but a strongman. We've all seen him riding a horse, bare-chested fishing, shooting, posing with a tiger. The Russian people loved it.
His charisma is based on what Russian people likes. Decisive decision-making. So he knows and he takes responsibility for his decision. This makes him a leader. Ability to make decisions and to be responsible for implementation of this decision.
Президент Российской Федерации Vladimir Putin.
Putin is a sports enthusiast. Hockey is one of his favorites. And judo was an obsession from childhood. Much has been written of Putin adopting its lessons to overpower political enemies. Now in his 70s, his closest aides say he has not slowed down.
So he's a man of around-the-clock work. He's a workaholic. He continues. He's a sportsman, and he's continuing his style.
From so many perspectives, Putin seems a contradictory character. Forgotten by many today is how at first he apparently enthusiastically embraced the West. Personally close to President Bush,
I found it to be very straightforward and trustworthy. We had a very good dialogue. I was able to get a sense of his soul. He's a man deeply committed to his country and the best interests of his country.
He was the first world leader to call the White House after 9/11. Here he is at Ground Zero with then Mayor Rudy Giuliani, and later unveiling a 9/11 memorial. After the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, his name would be removed.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and the President of the Russian Federation.
But back then, he supported America's invasion of Afghanistan. And while he questioned the US invasion of Iraq, when his friend, British Prime Minister Tony Blair, afforded him a state visit to meet the Queen, he addressed her in Buckingham Palace in English.
I would like to express to Her Majesty the Queen and the people of the United Kingdom our sincere condolences with the loss of the British soldiers in Iraq.
Later, Putin said he felt uncomfortable, and he looked it.
By coming here, you give Prince Philip and me a chance to repay the generous hospitality given to us on my state visit to Russia in 1994.
Did the street fighter from St. Petersburg feel out of place? Were his seemingly international democratic ideals beginning to wane? Or even just a facade all along? He was furious when, in 2001, President Bush unilaterally pulled out of the anti-ballistic missile treaty, saying America needed to defend itself against countries like Iran and North Korea. But President Putin interpreted it as a threat to Russia, his worldview as ever shaped by violence, conflict and strife.
Russian troops invaded Chechnya in 1999 when 3 apartments were bombed. Today, President Putin messaged the victims' families in these latest attacks, saying blood has been shed again. He vowed to punish those responsible.
Over time, Putin's view of global conflicts and security would be a crucial part of his break with the West. In a famous 2007 speech in Munich, he railed against what he said was growing American unilateralism and global dominance, a moment that many later came to view as pivotal.
Это мир одного хозяина, одного суверена. И это в конечном итоге губительно не только для всех, кто находится в рамках этой системы, но и для самого суверена, потому что разрушает его изнутри.
If you're trying to reread this speech, you will see that lots of things that he was warning about, they are now out there in the European continent.
In 2008, as Georgia looked to join NATO and perhaps Europe, Putin, defying Washington, ordered tanks to seize 2 Georgian regions. Ironically, Western wars slowly fueled his fury too. He opposed the West's failed 2011 intervention in Libya and hated seeing his ally, the autocrat Muammar Gaddafi, pulled from a hole, humiliated and executed. For years, he would oscillate between reaching out to the West and retreating internationalism. 2014 would begin with Russia's Sochi Olympics. But weeks later, he would stun the world by mobilizing his military again. Backing proxy forces in eastern Ukraine, annexing Crimea.
The Sochi Olympics and the 2014 events happened within weeks of each other.
Yes, unfortunately.
What was President Putin's feeling at that time? He's at the one.
We're very sorry about that. We're very sorry about that.
He'd watched in horror as a pro-Western uprising unfolded. An election in Ukraine, bringing President Putin's favored leader to power, was followed by an uprising, turning Ukraine toward Europe and the West. Everything that Putin worried about for years. Putin saw this as another CIA operation, something he had been increasingly obsessed with over the years, even viewing his own domestic opposition as a Western front when challenged at home in 2012. Despite the opposition on the streets, he was re-elected that year.
Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin.
Today, his first day as president-elect, he was already talking and acting tough. He told reporters that the tear they saw running down his cheek at last night's victory celebration wasn't emotion at all, but just a gust of wind, he said. His victory in Russia's presidential election was so solid that, even taking into account all of the reports of vote fraud, and there were many, he would still have won a majority.
What was the atmosphere like in the Kremlin at that time? Was there deep concern, tension?
Well, there was a tension, a certain tension, of course. It was also an element of an influence coming from outside in that story. Don't forget about that. There was quite a sensible amount of money spent from the outside.
President Putin believed that the outside world was trying to influence.
It's not a matter of
Russian
believing
domestic politics.
There was not a believing or not believing. It's not an issue of believing. It's an issue of knowing or not knowing. We know a lot about that interference in our domestic affairs.
In retrospect, the Kremlin's belief that America, and particularly Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, had influenced Russian protests and politics were a turning point. The Kremlin's answer came in 2015.
Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing.
When Russia attempted to influence America's presidential election, simultaneously launching a bloody intervention in Syria's civil war.
Allahu Akbar!
Washington wanted Syria's dictator gone. Putin did not. Russia's message: anything you can do, we can do better. It marked, perhaps, President Putin's zenith on the world stage, a Russian leader with the upper hand over even America's president. Presidents Putin and Trump met in person at least 5 times, and every time amid a political storm, reaffirming Putin's perception that American power was in decline, emboldening him. President Putin seemed dominant, both diplomatically and in war. But it was at home, dealing with those who oppose his leadership, where he had developed his most ruthless killer instinct. Oligarch Michael Khodorkovsky was thrown in jail. Others, such as journalists and politicians, were killed. In 2006, KGB defector Alexander Litvinenko was handed a slow death in a London hospital, poisoned with radioactive polonium dropped in his tea. Opposition leader Boris Nemtsov shot dead just outside the walls of the Kremlin, one day before a planned opposition protest. And then there's Alexei Navalny, who since returning to Russia has essentially been sentenced to life in prison. Finally this year, making headlines around the world, the assassination of a longtime friend who challenged Putin's regime.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Days Toy Drive.
Holiday gifts for everybody on the list.
That is delicious. Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make today your home for the holidays.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life.
Bah, humbug.
To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now,
wherever you get your podcasts.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
А теперь слушайте меня, сука, блядь. Это чьи-то, блядь, отцы и чьи-то сыновья.
It's April 2023. Putin's private warlord, Yevgeny Prigozhin, rages into the camera, furious with the men who run the Russian military, accusing them of withholding key war-fighting supplies.
У нас нехватка боеприпасов 70%. Шойгу! Герасимов! Где боеприпасы?
A private turf war exploding in public. Prigozhin was one of those allies who met Putin in St. Petersburg decades earlier. He ran the restaurant where they all hung out. That's why they called him Putin's chef. And like so many of them, he made a lot of money. First catering for the Kremlin, finally running a private army and clandestine foreign policy for Russia. Fast forward to June 2023, and Prigozhin's Wagner mercenaries are on the march towards Moscow, shooting down Russian helicopters sent to confront them. Months later, a private plane with Yevgeny Prigozhin on the passenger list is brought down between Moscow and St. Petersburg. Andrei Soldatov analyzes Russia's security services and power structures. He now lives in exile in London. Since the start of Russia's war, he's been placed on Russia's federal wanted list.
Well, what is clear now that Prigozhin didn't have an intention to get rid of Putin. What he wanted to do, he wanted to get a better deal with Putin. And then things went out of control, but not for Putin.
Prigozhin had taken on not Putin, according to him, but the people around Putin. One lesson of Prigozhin's unceremonious end is that you cannot separate Putin from his people. At the head of Russia's military sits the man Prigozhin wanted to remove. Sergei Shoigu, Russia's defense minister, has his own long history with President Putin. The two men famously vacationed together. Here they are on a hunting expedition in the wilds of Siberia. Shoigu was one of the architects of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, a war that has made Russia's military once again one of the most important institutions in the country. It is no surprise then that Putin chose to side with his military, Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu, and the head of Russia's general staff, Valery Gerasimov.
Putin learned a lesson from Stalin that in the middle of the war, you cannot just go punishing your generals because you need to have some military commanders in the war. That is why he is attacking and not attacking his military. His main thing is just to remind them who is in control.
Today, the military are one strand of a spider's web of wealthy, powerful, and elite that make up Putin's power base. Men, and some women, who can be seen on full display, listening attentively at carefully choreographed events. Interconnected military and security chiefs, bureaucrats, oligarchs, warlords, and personal friends of the president. The powerful and hard-line Dmitry Patrushev, Russia's equivalent of National Security Advisor. His head of internal intelligence, the FSB, formerly the KGB, Alexander Bortnikov. These are members of his Security Council, signing off on his decision to invade Ukraine. There's his longtime foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, once famously friendly with former Secretary of State John Kerry. The current Prime Minister, Mikhail Mishustin. The Speaker of the Parliament, Vyacheslav Volodin. And his former bodyguard, now running the National Guard, Viktor Zolotov. Putin's importance, that he is the boss, underscored by him at this moment, when he mocked another man that he has known for decades since St. Petersburg, Sergei Narishkin, the head of foreign intelligence, the Russian CIA. Narishkin stumbles as a smirking Putin publicly humiliates him for seeming not to fully support the invasion of Ukraine. Remember, this is how Putin is treating longtime friends. But there is also evidence that many of these people, particularly the security and intelligence officials known as Siloviki, are more powerful than ever. Certainly now, they are all in this together.
The military now understand that finally they have a really crucial role in Russian society. And remember that for many years, for almost 20 years, they felt very bad about the collapse of the Soviet Union, but mostly because they lost their social status. Now they got it back, right? They are the most important part of what is going on in the country. So why they would want to have peace?
The Ukraine conflict has been elevating the more hardline voices around Putin, like the warlord Ramzan Kadyrov, installed by Putin from the ruins of the Chechen wars. Here he sits, listening to his president with tears in his eyes. Today, those who were once called liberals are silent or seem to have switched sides, like Dmitry Medvedev. Here he is with Putin in 2015. Putin's love for the political publicity stunt undiminished. For 4 years, Medvedev had replaced Putin as president until Putin unapologetically took back the presidency. Medvedev, once viewed as a supporter of the West, today tweets pro-war propaganda and nuclear threats. Much has changed in Putin's regime, even while many of the people are the same. Even those who say they oppose him. Take Ksenia Sobchak, daughter of Anatoly Sobchak, one of Putin's early liberal mentors. She's even rumored to be Putin's goddaughter, something she denies. I joined her when she ran for president in 2018. That's the Kremlin. What do you think when you look at this? Because when you stand here, because this is what you are bidding to be the leader of.
Well, my dream is to see this Kremlin wall opened for all the people. I want my government to be transparent. I want to open those doors so people can go inside.
Few Russians took her seriously, even then. But it is unlikely that today, after years of crackdowns on opposition, we would still be able to have that conversation in Red Square. If there is a risk to President Putin today, it's not from pro-Western reformers. Most of them are silenced, dead or in jail, but from hardline nationalists.
Ну все, счастливо.
Yevgeny Prigozhin supported the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. In fact, he wanted more war. But his insurrection threatened a return to Russia's chaotic time before Putin, back to the lawless 1990s. That was one reason why the Kremlin considered him so dangerous.
For many people, including Putin, the 1990s was a time of complete political instability. So for Putin, it was really, really important to suppress any sign that this kind of thing might happen.
President Putin may very well be a player on the world stage for a long time into the future. His authority is now inextricably tied to the Ukraine war. If Kyiv gained a decisive advantage, Putin would be politically wounded at home, perhaps irreversibly. But for now, Ukraine, with all its complications and setbacks, appears to have turned a short military operation into a long-running war of attrition, the costs of which have prompted some speculation about his decision-making skills and general health.
You've denied several times that he's terminally ill, as has been suggested. Many reports, you've read them yourself, and yet people have suggested that at times he has seemed as if he is limping, as if he's shaking, as if he's gripping the table. Can you address that once and for all?
I can tell you one thing, that yesterday he was playing hockey. And then think about his health by yourself.
Critics describe him as the head of a cartel, plundering their country's wealth for their own gain. Indeed, reports say Yevgeny Prigozhin's profitable Wagner Group is being carved up by Putin loyalists. Those who support Putin portray him as trying to hold his country together. One irony is the protracted Ukraine war is making that task more challenging. Some in Russia want the war to end soon. Others say it hasn't been prosecuted with enough ruthless determination. The death of Prigozhin sent a message that public contradictions will not be tolerated.
I think he might stay in power for years to come. He's quite a good tactician. He's not really good at strategy, but he knows his people. He knows how to control people, how to spread fear. He's really good at it. So it means that we might have a really, really long war between Russia and Ukraine.
Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin.
The views of the elite are one thing. One of Putin's major challenges will be maintaining the public support, something that for now appears secured by propaganda. Only in some ways. It doesn't really matter if Putin's still the leader. It'll still be the same idea.
Even with Putin's gone, still you have Russian society getting more and more used to this war. You have Russian bureaucracy getting more and more involved in this war.
They're signed up.
Yeah, they're signed up for that, yeah.
The whole country has been conscripted, even though the whole country hasn't been conscripted.
Yes. It's not a total mobilization, but to some extent, Putin found a way how to have his mobilization.
A long war is Putin's strategy. Russia knows the West has run out of patience before. And while Putin waits, he is cementing relationships with other leaders who see the West as an adversary. His headline-making meeting with North Korea's Kim Jong-un, a partnership that may supply munitions to Russia's front line. And most importantly, his friendship without limits with China's President Xi Jinping. Russia is turning east. Putin and Xi open about their view that Western power is on the wane.
Как раз сейчас перемены, которые не было в течение 100 лет. Там, где вместе двигаем эти перемены. Берегите, пожалуйста, дорогой друг.
Perhaps Putin's fascination and resentment towards the West are two sides of the same coin. Today, the resentment has won out. The way he tells it, he had no choice.
Если бы у вас была такая возможность, сказали бы Владимиру Путину образца 2000-го.
Что бы сказал? Я бы сказал, верной дорогой идете, товарищи. Значит, от чего бы предупредил? От избыточной, от наивности и избыточной доверчивости в отношении наших так называемых партнеров.
There are looming questions for the future. For example, what happens when all those fighters return from war? From that perspective, the Prigozhin-Wagner mutiny may be a taste of things to come. President Putin began his leadership with Russia in turmoil. When he leaves office, whenever and however that happens, what country will he leave behind?
Do you worry that the longer you are in power and without any sign of someone to replace you, the more instability there may be when you finally do choose to leave office?
Настолько связал всю свою судьбу с судьбой страны. Нет для меня в жизни нет никакой другой более значимой задачи, чем укрепление России. Поэтому, если любой другой человек, и я увижу, что какой-то человек, даже если он критически относится к каким-то сферам моей деятельности, но я увижу, что это человек с конструктивными взглядами, человек предан стране, готов положить на алтарь Отечества не просто годы, а всю свою жизнь. Но как бы он не относился ко мне лично, я сделаю все, чтобы такие люди были поддержаны. Когда-то, разумеется, это естественный процесс биологический. Когда-то нам всем будет замена. И вам на своем месте, мне на своем. Но я уверен, что фундаментальная основа российской государственности, российской экономики, политической системы будут такими, что она будет твердо стоять на ногах и уверенно смотреть в будущее.
In many ways, who President Putin is was reflected in Yevgeny Prigozhin. They both came from St. Petersburg. Their relationship revolved around violence and war. Ultimately, Prigozhin was both a friend and a traitor. Loyalty and treason, the two themes in Putin's life. Prigozhin is gone. One day, Putin will be too. But the Russia Putin leaves behind, molded in his image, with its army, nuclear weapons, and defiance, will be a challenge for the West for years to come.
Россия!
Breaking news tonight, the major court ruling ordering Donald Trump removed from the 2024 primary ballot in Colorado over the January 6th attack. The ruling just in from the state Supreme Court saying Mr. Trump is disqualified from the primary ballot under the 14th Amendment for, quote, engaging in the insurrection, the immediate impact and what it means for the race. Also tonight, states of emergency declared in the Northeast. The water still rising in places after that massive storm. Our team with first responders rescuing people trapped in homes. The rising toll, at least 5 people killed. And the new storm threat in the West just days before Christmas. The massive volcano eruption in Iceland. Dramatic images, rivers of fire, lava shooting up from a miles-long crack in the earth. New video of 2 Israeli hostages held by Islamic Jihad and the showdown in the Red Sea, the new task force being formed by the U.S. to stop rebel attacks on ships as more shipping giants suspend operations there. Border crossings hitting a new record as a legal battle erupts over a controversial new Texas law. And she made history on the nation's highest court. President Biden and Chief Justice Roberts leading a final farewell to Sandra Day O'Connor.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening and welcome, everyone. We begin tonight with breaking news from Colorado, where the state Supreme Court has just disqualified former President Donald Trump from Colorado's 2024 primary election ballot. In its ruling, the court cited the 14th Amendment, finding that Mr. Trump engaged in insurrection for his role in the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. Today's ruling is stayed until January 4th to allow for an appeal, and the legal fight is just beginning. And late word, the Trump campaign is responding tonight. Garrett Hake is following this. He has the latest details for us. Garrett, could this have an impact on the Republican frontrunner?
It absolutely could, Lester. This is a stunning decision here from the Colorado Supreme Court, which tonight ruled that former President Trump is disqualified from serving as president again, citing his actions on January 6th, then ruling that, quote, because he is disqualified, it would be wrong to allow him as a candidate on the Colorado primary ballot. The court here citing the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, which says that no person can serve as an officer of the United States who engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the U.S. The Trump campaign tonight calling this decision completely flawed and vowing a swift appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court. Now, all of this comes as other state courts have heard similar challenges but ruled in Mr. Trump's favor. This ruling, Lester, has been temporarily paused pending Mr. Trump's appeal.
All right, Garrett Hake with our breaking news. Thank you. Meantime, several states in the Northeast remain under flood alerts tonight in the wake of yesterday's extraordinary storm event along the East Coast. Tonight, a nervous watch in places as river levels near their crest in flood-vulnerable areas. Today, rescuers were still ferrying people left the flood zone for us tonight.
Tonight, first responders fanning out across a battered Northeast as lingering floodwaters from Monday's monstrous storm continue stranding families.
Obviously, with the water starting to crest now, it's going to only get worse before it gets better.
With parts of Maine and New Jersey under states of emergency. Michelle called for help when water rose around her home with her sister still inside.
What's going through your mind? It's traumatic. The water's disgusting. And I want her safe.
We followed the water rescue team to the family's doorstep.
And getting through the flood waters as quick as possible with minimal time within the water.
The 14-year-old climbing to safety before she was met by a warm embrace back on dry ground.
It's a stark contrast, a sunny day paired with flooded roadways. Even without rain, parts of the Passaic River could remain in flood stage through at least Friday.
Floodwaters blocking fire trucks from reaching this burning home today. Across the Northeast, at least 5 people died from falling trees and flooding, including a 76-year-old woman who was swept away in New York.
Vehicles completely submerged at this time.
Tonight, several 100,000 are still without power in New England. And it could be a couple days of cold temperatures before it's completely restored.
You get 3/4 of the way down a street, you got to turn around, go the other way, wires hanging.
With a massive cleanup ahead, an early start to holiday travel snarled by blocked off and even collapsed roads. At airports today, travelers relieved to find fewer flight cancellations.
During Christmas time, yeah, it's nerve-wracking coming with everybody, and you just got to be on your toes and make sure you're there early.
But a record week of air travel could turn turbulent later this week when a deluge of rain is set to hit the West Coast.
And Emily, I guess they're still concerned the water could keep rising tonight.
Lester, that's right. With rising river levels, floodwaters in neighborhoods like this could continue to worsen as some residents have yet to even begin assessing damage to their homes just days out from the Christmas holiday. Lester?
Emily Aketa, thank you. Now to Iceland and the spectacular and potentially dangerous eruption of a volcano that is threatening communities not far from the capital. Miguel Almaguer now with that story.
The incredible fountains of fire gushed more than 300 feet into the air, igniting the night sky in Iceland. Erupting Monday, the astonishing display of fire and fury continues to pour across the southwestern end of the country, an hour outside the capital of Reykjavik.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime for us.
A 2.5-mile-long fissure is now creating an expansive, boiling sea of molten lava, threatening to slowly spread closer to populated regions. But for now, the blanket of fire not yet causing serious damage.
Fascinating to see just nature in action. It's just like something from a movie.
As researchers descend closer to the spouts of fire, this is a magical spectacle, even in a country no stranger to eruptions. After weeks of seismic activity, nearby towns were evacuated days before lava even seeped from the Earth's floor. The flows now slowing.
It is very, very powerful in the beginning. It's going to extract the magma very, very fast, and that's why it's going to decline fairly fast.
Still pouring smoke into the air, it doesn't appear this eruption will cause the same havoc a different Icelandic volcano did in 2010. That explosion of fumes and ash grounded much of Europe's air travel for a week. But tonight, scientists warn eruptions can be as unpredictable as they are spectacular. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
In the Middle East tonight, a growing crisis in the Red Sea. Oil prices are rising as an Iranian-backed militia is vowing to keep attacking ships there. All as chilling new video of hostages held in Gaza is released. Here's Richard Engel.
The cargo giant Maersk joined BP in halting traffic through the Red Sea in response to attacks by the Iranian-backed Yemeni militia known as the Houthis, who have hijacked and fired on several ships. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin in Bahrain today, home of the U.S. Fifth Fleet, announced the formation of a 10-nation coalition to defend the Red Sea. But the Houthis vow to keep attacking ships until Israel ends its blockade of Gaza. The showdown sending oil prices up again today. While the Palestinian Islamic Jihad tonight put out a video of 2 Israeli men it's holding hostage, yesterday Hamas released a video of 3 elderly hostages taken under duress. The man on the right is 83-year-old Yoram Metzger. His son Guy told us he takes comfort in knowing his father is alive, but worries about his treatment by Hamas.
He looks very, very tired. He looks very sick. Also his friends. We are really, really worried about their condition.
He says the Israeli government should do more to get a deal to free the hostages.
You don't have confidence in Prime Minister Netanyahu's efforts?
Do you think I should have confidence in President Netanyahu after what's happened in the 7th of October?
The Gaza Strip is at a breaking point as Israel attacks Hamas. Aid groups say 2.3 million Palestinians are paying an unbearable price. Mahmoud Zaghroub was in a hospital today in Rafah, injured by an Israeli strike, when doctors brought him the bodies of his son and 2-week-old daughter, Aisha. The World Health Organization today described the situation in Gaza's hospitals as beyond belief and unconscionable.
Richard, what do we know about where the ceasefire talks stand right now?
They're fragile, Lester, but advancing, with Qatar reporting progress and multiple reports that they'll continue tomorrow in Egypt.
Richard Engel tonight. Thank you. You can see much more on Israel's hostage crisis in a new NBC News Digital doc, The Kidnapping of Noah, with correspondent Raf Sanchez, streaming now. Let's get to the crisis at the southern border now. And the staggering new record, more migrants crossed into the U.S. on Monday than any other day in history. And now Texas is being sued after giving state law enforcement sweeping new powers to arrest them. Morgan Chesky is there.
Tonight, stunning images from Eagle Pass, Texas, where thousands of migrant men, women, and so many children now fill entire fields. The groups lining the Rio Grande clinging to blankets, huddling to stay warm, all waiting for hours to be processed, and most likely to be released into the United States.
Of all our trips to Eagle Pass, this is the largest group we have ever encountered. Sources tell us the majority of these families are Venezuelan, and we've just learned from authorities nearly 3,000 were apprehended just yesterday.
On Monday alone, a staggering new record. DHS officials telling NBC News more than 12,000 migrants crossed the U.S.-Mexico border, the most recorded in a single day ever. The surge sparking a new battle between the Lone Star State and the White House. Republicans here blaming President Biden's border policies for a record number of illegal crossings.
Biden's deliberate inaction has left Texas to fend for itself.
Now Governor Greg Abbott signing a new law, making illegal immigration a state crime, empowering police and sheriff's deputies to arrest migrants. Texas has already put controversial floating barriers in the Rio Grande and barbed wire along the border, but both face ongoing challenges. The White House calling the new law extreme. The ACLU of Texas saying they'll sue.
That is going to drive our immigrant communities into the shadows. It's going to increase suspicions of relying on law enforcement.
How much longer can you keep up?
No, we can't. We can't. Now it's like 3,000 or 4,000 right now. So they're coming in.
Maverick County Sheriff Tom Schmerber tells us they're struggling to cope with the number of migrants, but the new laws only raise new questions, namely where newly arrested migrants would potentially be held. His jail holds 250, and today sits just below 200.
I don't have the resources, I won't have the space. Where I want to put them?
Morgan, we see those massive crowds of migrants behind you, and officials say they expect more soon.
Lester, that's right. The sheriff tells me that he's already been warned by Mexican authorities who say despite the railroad closing down, a large group of migrants has abandoned that train and is now on foot, expected to arrive in this Eagle Pass area by the end of this week. Lester.
Morgan Chesky, thank you. In China tonight, an all-out search for survivors after a massive 6.2 magnitude earthquake rocked the northwest part of the country. At least 127 people have been killed and dozens more injured. Officials say nearly 5,000 buildings are destroyed. In 60 seconds, why one of Apple's biggest sellers is about to be pulled from American shelves. Inside the global fight, will they still be available before Christmas? If you've got an Apple Watch on your holiday shopping list, you may not want to wait too much longer. Just days before Christmas, Apple is set to halt sales of the newest versions of the best-selling watches. Christine Romans explains why.
Apple, facing accusations of patent infringement, is about to pull two of its most popular products. At issue, the Apple Watch Series 9 and Ultra 2, all because of the blood oxygen sensor technology inside, a tool medical technology company Masimo says is theirs.
They took our technology, so it's not just a patent infringement, it's also a trade secret theft.
In October, the International Trade Commission sided against Apple, issuing an import ban on some of its watches. The Biden administration has until Christmas Day to overturn the ruling. Until then, the Series 9 and Ultra 2 Apple Watches will only be available online through Thursday and in stores through the end of the day, Christmas Eve. After that, Apple says it will pull the items to comply with the ITC ruling, but is vowing to fight back. The company saying Apple strongly disagrees with the order and is pursuing a range of legal and technical options to ensure that Apple Watch is available to customers. The iconic wristwatch, a boost to Apple's bottom line. Since its release in 2015, nearly 250 million have been sold.
It is really important for the Apple Watch to be on sale around the holidays. But what is really devastating here to Apple is that these are the two higher end models of the Apple Watch.
Trade dispute does not affect older models like the Apple Watch SE, but the popular product's future now in question. Christine Romans, NBC News, New York.
Also tonight, another tech giant, Google, agreeing to a massive antitrust settlement. Google will pay out $700 million to settle claims it was stifling competition in its Play app store. $630 million will be divided among tens of millions of Google customers, and the rest will be paid out to the states in the lawsuit. Coming up, the controversial curriculum making its way into more schools. Its growing popularity amid parents' concerns. Up next.
Really different ways that it can matter. Knowing your family.
We're back now with America's curriculum controversy. Tonight, we're looking at an educational video series raising some concerns. It's gaining hold in a number of states, but critics say the videos are a tool to push a political agenda. Antonia Hilton has our reporting.
What does it mean to be feminine?
Your kids may have seen these videos online.
Embrace the idea of being a wife or a mother.
Educational videos on everything from culture to history to climate.
Without fossil fuels, much of the world's population would starve to death in a year.
This is PragerU, not an actual accredited university, but rather a, quote, pro-American education nonprofit with growing school partnerships in New Hampshire, Florida, and Oklahoma.
It's called edutainment.
According to CEO Marissa Straight, their videos are an answer to an education system too focused on diversity and gender. In this Los Angeles studio, PragerU's artists focus on American exceptionalism.
They feel like they're serving on the front lines of saving the war of ideas in America.
Since the pandemic, PragerU says it has more than doubled revenue and reached nearly 10 billion views of their videos. Founder Dennis Prager has been a controversial radio show host for years.
If you're spending a good part of the day teaching kids about preferred pronouns and other what we call woke issues, then you're really not teaching them.
What I hear from teachers of every background is that they are slammed from block to block. They are underpaid, they are underappreciated, and that they don't even have time to talk about pronouns, gender theory, critical race theory. You can point to here or there.
I don't believe that they're telling you the truth. I actually think they're lying to you.
In Oklahoma, some teachers like Gabe Woolley are using PragerU in the classroom. We watched Prager's video.
Here's the first thing you need to know.
A short history of slavery together.
After centuries of human slavery, white men led the world in putting an end to the abhorrent practice.
She's giving credit mostly to white people right now for ending it, before the acknowledgement of the pain that some of your students might actually know about and feel in their families, right?
Right. And there's a lot of content that we cover that does cover that aspect. But what we almost never talk about is the reality of slavery happening almost since the beginning of time to the end of time.
A few minutes down the road, families like the Reyes, who are a mix of white, Choctaw, and Mexican American, say the broader culture war playing out in schools is hurting teachers.
We trust our people, right? We trust our educators. Like we said, I mean, this is our community.
We showed them some of PragerU's videos designed for kids.
300,000 Union soldiers, overwhelmingly white, who died during the Civil War.
Zoe is in 5th grade.
Something that I noticed was no other culture did anything. No other culture died. No other culture tried to stop slavery, which I know that isn't true.
That's extremely concerning to me because it's, so much inaccuracy with things.
What would a good American education system look like to you?
Like it did in the 1930s, minus anything that was offensive.
All the bad things going on in the 1930s.
Right. Minus the bad things. Yes, that's correct.
Looks good.
A vision he's now trying to bring to schools nationwide. Antonia Hilton, NBC News, Los Angeles.
You can see much more of Antonia's reporting on Meet the Press Reports, now streaming on Peacock and YouTube. And coming up here as we continue tonight, the extraordinary life of Sandra Day O'Connor on the High Court and her private family life at home. Next. Finally, she was hailed as a pioneer who empowered generations of women. Laura Jarrett tonight on the final farewell to Justice Sandra Day O'Connor.
Gracious and wise, civil and principled.
President Joe Biden at Washington's National Cathedral today, paying tribute to the late Supreme Court Justice Sandra Day O'Connor.
The pioneer in her own right, breaking down the barriers in legal and political worlds.
The first woman to serve on the High Court. Eulogized today by the Chief Justice, who as a young lawyer helped her prepare for a unanimous Senate confirmation in 1981.
She had to find her own style to cajole, persuade, and unite colleagues when there was no example to follow.
O'Connor was the consensus builder on a deeply divided court, but she resisted the swing vote label.
She would say, "That sounds fickle."
Her biographer recalling how she wooed her colleagues to lunch.
Not to talk about cases or argue over the law, but to get to know each other. She was the glue.
The glue for her family as well, according to her son, Jay.
She did it all, organizing the household, outstanding cooking, grocery shopping, getting the kids where we needed to be, all while still achieving extraordinary things at work.
O'Connor died earlier this month at 93, leaving detailed instructions from the speakers to today's music for her final send-off.
She also wrote her final message to her sons. Our purpose in life is to help others along the way. May you each try to do the same.
Laura Jarrett, NBC News.
And that is Nightly News for this Tuesday. Thank you for watching, everyone. I'm Lester Holt. Please take care of yourself and each other. Good night.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health. Big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us won. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life. Bah, humbug. To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health. Big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing slavers.
Breaking news tonight, the major court ruling ordering Donald Trump removed from the 2024 primary ballot in Colorado over the January 6th attack. The ruling just in from the state Supreme Court saying Mr. Trump is disqualified from the primary ballot under the 14th Amendment for, quote, engaging in the insurrection, the immediate impact and what it means for the race. Also tonight, states of emergency declared in the Northeast. The water still rising in places after that massive storm. Our team with first responders rescuing people trapped in homes. The rising toll, at least 5 people killed. And the new storm threat in the West just days before Christmas. The massive volcano eruption in Iceland. Dramatic images, rivers of fire, lava shooting up from a miles-long crack in the earth. New video of 2 Israeli hostages held by Islamic Jihad and the showdown in the Red Sea, the new task force being formed by the U.S. to stop rebel attacks on ships as more shipping giants suspend operations there. Border crossings hitting a new record as a legal battle erupts over a controversial new Texas law. And she made history on the nation's highest court. President Biden and Chief Justice Roberts leading a final farewell to Sandra Day O'Connor.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening and welcome, everyone. We begin tonight with breaking news from Colorado, where the state Supreme Court has just disqualified former President Donald Trump from Colorado's 2024 primary election ballot. In its ruling, the court cited the 14th Amendment, finding that Mr. Trump engaged in insurrection for his role in the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. Today's ruling is stayed until January 4th to allow for an appeal, and the legal fight is just beginning. And late word, the Trump campaign is responding tonight. Garrett Hake is following this. He has the latest details for us. Garrett, could this have an impact on the Republican frontrunner?
It absolutely could, Lester. This is a stunning decision here from the Colorado Supreme Court, which tonight ruled that former President Trump is disqualified from serving as president again, citing his actions on January 6th, then ruling that, quote, because he is disqualified, it would be wrong to allow him as a candidate on the Colorado primary ballot. The court here citing the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, which says that no person can serve as an officer of the United States who engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the U.S. The Trump campaign tonight calling this decision completely flawed and vowing a swift appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court. Now, all of this comes as other state courts have heard similar challenges but ruled in Mr. Trump's favor. This ruling, Lester, has been temporarily paused pending Mr. Trump's appeal.
All right, Garrett Hake with our breaking news. Thank you. Meantime, several states in the Northeast remain under flood alerts tonight in the wake of yesterday's extraordinary storm event along the East Coast. Tonight, a nervous watch in places as river levels near their crest in flood-vulnerable areas. Today, rescuers were still ferrying people left stranded by floodwaters to safety. NBC's Emily Aketa is in the flood zone for us tonight.
Tonight, first responders fanning out across a battered Northeast as lingering floodwaters from Monday's monstrous storm continue stranding families.
Obviously, with the water starting to crest now, it's going to only get worse before it gets better.
With parts of Maine and New Jersey under states of emergency. Michelle called for help when water rose around her home with her sister still inside.
What's going through your mind? It's traumatic. The water's disgusting. And I want her safe.
We followed the water rescue team to the family's doorstep.
And getting through the flood waters as quick as possible with minimal time within the water.
The 14-year-old climbing to safety before she was met by a warm embrace back on dry ground.
It's a stark contrast, a sunny day paired with flooded roadways. Even without rain, parts of the Passaic River could remain in flood stage through at least Friday.
Floodwaters blocking fire trucks from reaching this burning home today. Across the Northeast, at least 5 people died from falling trees and flooding, including a 76-year-old woman who was swept away in New York.
Vehicles completely submerged at this time.
Tonight, several 100,000 are still without power in New England. and it could be a couple days of cold temperatures before it's completely restored.
You get 3/4 of the way down a street, you got to turn around, go the other way, wires hanging.
With a massive cleanup ahead, an early start to holiday travel snarled by blocked off and even collapsed roads. At airports today, travelers relieved to find fewer flight cancellations.
During Christmas time, yeah, it's nerve-wracking coming with everybody, and you just got to be on your toes and make sure you're there early.
But a record week of air travel could turn turbulent later this week when a deluge of rain is set to hit the West Coast.
And Emily, I guess they're still concerned the water could keep rising tonight.
Lester, that's right. With rising river levels, floodwaters in neighborhoods like this could continue to worsen as some residents have yet to even begin assessing damage to their homes just days out from the Christmas holiday. Lester?
Emily Aketa, thank you. Now to Iceland and the spectacular and potentially dangerous eruption of a volcano that is threatening communities not far from the capital. Miguel Almaguer now with that story.
The incredible fountains of fire gushed more than 300 feet into the air, igniting the night sky in Iceland. Erupting Monday, the astonishing display of fire and fury continues to pour across the southwestern end of the country, an hour outside the capital of Reykjavik.
It's a once in a lifetime for us.
A 2.5-mile-long fissure is now creating an expansive, boiling sea of molten lava, threatening to slowly spread closer to populated regions. But for now, the blanket of fire not yet causing serious damage.
Fascinating to see just nature in action. It's just like something from a movie.
As researchers descend closer to the spouts of fire, this is a magical spectacle, even in a country no stranger to eruptions. After weeks of seismic activity, nearby towns were evacuated days before lava even seeped from the Earth's floor. The flows now slowing.
It is very, very powerful in the beginning. It's going to extract the magma very, very fast, and that's why it's going to decline fairly fast.
Still pouring smoke into the air, it doesn't appear this eruption will cause the same havoc a different Icelandic volcano did in 2010. That explosion of fumes and ash grounded much of Europe's air travel for a week. But tonight, scientists warn eruptions can be as unpredictable as they are spectacular. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
In the Middle East tonight, a growing crisis in the Red Sea. Oil prices are rising as an Iranian-backed militia is vowing to keep attacking ships there. All as chilling new video of hostages held in Gaza is released. Here's Richard Engel.
The cargo giant Maersk joined BP in halting traffic through the Red Sea in response to attacks by the Iranian-backed Yemeni militia known as the Houthis, who have hijacked and fired on several ships. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin in Bahrain today, home of the U.S. Fifth Fleet, announced the formation of a 10-nation coalition to defend the Red Sea. But the Houthis vow to keep attacking ships until Israel ends its blockade of Gaza. The showdown sending oil prices up again today. While the Palestinian Islamic Jihad tonight put out a video of 2 Israeli men it's holding hostage. Yesterday, Hamas released a video of 3 elderly hostages taken under duress. The man on the right is 83-year-old Yoram Metzger. His son Guy told us he takes comfort in knowing his father is alive, but worries about his treatment by Hamas.
He looks very, very tired. He looks very sick. Also his friends. We are really, really worried about their condition.
He says the Israeli government should do more to get a deal to free the hostages.
You don't have confidence in Prime Minister Netanyahu's efforts?
Do you think I should have confidence in President Netanyahu after what's happened in the 7th of October?
The Gaza Strip is at a breaking point as Israel attacks Hamas. Aid groups say 2.3 million Palestinians are paying an unbearable price. Mahmoud Zaghroub was in a hospital today in Rafah, injured by an Israeli strike, when doctors brought him the bodies of his son and 2-week-old daughter, Aisha. The World Health Organization today described the situation in Gaza's hospitals as beyond belief and unconscionable.
Richard, what do we know about where the ceasefire talks stand right now?
They're fragile, Lester, but advancing, with Qatar reporting progress and multiple reports that they'll continue tomorrow in Egypt.
Richard Engel tonight. Thank you. You can see much more on Israel's hostage crisis in a new NBC News Digital doc, The Kidnapping of Noah, with correspondent Raf Sanchez, streaming now. Let's get to the crisis at the southern border now, and the staggering new record: more migrants crossed into the U.S. on Monday than any other day in history. And now Texas is being sued after giving state law enforcement sweeping new powers to arrest them. Morgan Chesky is there.
Tonight, stunning images from Eagle Pass, Texas, where thousands of migrant men, women, and so many children now fill entire fields. The groups lining the Rio Grande clinging to blankets, huddling to stay warm, all waiting for hours to be processed, and most likely to be released into the United States. Of all our trips to Eagle Pass, this is the largest group we have ever encountered. Sources tell us the majority of these families are Venezuelan, and we've just learned from authorities nearly 3,000 were apprehended just yesterday. On Monday alone, a staggering new record. DHS officials telling NBC News more than 12,000 migrants crossed the U.S.-Mexico border, the most recorded in a single day ever. The surge sparking a new battle between the Lone Star State and the White House. Republicans here blaming President Biden's border policies for a record number of illegal crossings.
Biden's deliberate inaction has left Texas to fend for itself.
Now Governor Greg Abbott signing a new law, making illegal immigration a state crime, empowering police and sheriff's deputies to arrest migrants. Texas has already put controversial floating barriers in the Rio Grande and barbed wire along the border, but both face ongoing challenges. The White House calling the new law extreme. The ACLU of Texas saying they'll sue.
That is going to drive our immigrant communities into the shadows. It's going to increase suspicions of relying on law enforcement.
How much longer can you keep up?
No, we can't. We can't. Now it's like 3,000 or 4,000 right now. So they're coming in.
Maverick County Sheriff Tom Schmerber tells us they're struggling to cope with the number of migrants, but the new laws only raise new questions, namely where newly arrested migrants would potentially be held. His jail holds 250, and today sits just below 200.
I don't have the resources, I won't have the space. Where I want to put them.
Morgan, we see those massive crowds of migrants behind you, and officials say they expect more soon.
Lester, that's right. The sheriff tells me that he's already been warned by Mexican authorities who say despite the railroad closing down, a large group of migrants has abandoned that train and is now on foot, expected to arrive in this Eagle Pass area by the end of this week. Lester.
Morgan Chesky, thank you. In China tonight, an all-out search for survivors after a massive 6.2 magnitude earthquake rocked the northwest part of the country. At least 127 people have been killed and dozens more injured. Officials say nearly 5,000 buildings are destroyed. In 60 seconds, why one of Apple's biggest sellers is about to be pulled from American shelves. Inside the global fight, will they still be available before Christmas? If you've got an Apple Watch on your holiday shopping list, you may not want to wait too much longer. Just days before Christmas, Apple is set to halt sales of the newest versions of the best-selling watches. Christine Romans explains why.
Apple, facing accusations of patent infringement, is about to pull two of its most popular products. At issue, the Apple Watch Series 9 and Ultra 2, all because of the blood oxygen sensor technology inside, a tool medical technology company Masimo says is theirs.
They took our technology, so it's not just a patent infringement, it's also a trade secret theft.
In October, the International Trade Commission sided against Apple, issuing an import ban on some of its watches. The Biden administration has until Christmas Day to overturn the ruling.
Until then, the Series 9 and Ultra 2 Apple Watches will only be available online through Thursday and in stores through the end of the day, Christmas Eve.
After that, Apple says it will pull the items to comply with the ITC ruling, but is vowing to fight back. The company saying Apple strongly disagrees with the order and is pursuing a range of legal and technical options to ensure that Apple Watch is available to customers. The iconic wristwatch, a boost to Apple's bottom line. Since its release in 2015, nearly 250 million have been sold.
It is really important for the Apple Watch to be on sale around the holidays. But what is really devastating here to Apple is that these are the two higher-end models of the Apple Watch.
Trade dispute does not affect older models like the Apple Watch SE, but the popular product's future now in question. Christine Romans, NBC News, New York.
Also tonight, another tech giant, Google, agreeing to a massive antitrust settlement. Google will pay out $700 million to settle claims it was stifling competition in its Play app store. $630 million will be divided among tens of millions of Google customers, and the rest will be paid out to the states in the lawsuit. Coming up, the controversial curriculum making its way into more schools. Its growing popularity amid parents' concerns. Up next.
A million different ways that it can matter. Knowing your family.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
The closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Days Toy Drive. Holiday gifts for everybody on the list.
That is delicious.
Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make today your home for the holidays.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get tough for all this damage to Breaking news tonight, the major court ruling ordering Donald Trump removed from the 2024 primary ballot in Colorado over the January 6th attack. The ruling just in from the state Supreme Court saying Mr. Trump is disqualified from the primary ballot under the 14th Amendment for, quote, engaging in the insurrection, the immediate impact and what it means for the race. Also tonight, states of emergency declared in the Northeast. The water's still rising in places after that massive storm. Our team with first responders rescuing people trapped in homes. The rising toll, at least 5 people killed. And the new storm threat in the West just days before Christmas. The massive volcano eruption in Iceland. Dramatic images, rivers of fire, lava shooting up from a miles-long crack in the earth. New video of 2 Israeli hostages held by Islamic Jihad and the showdown in the Red Sea, the new task force being formed by the U.S. to stop rebel attacks on ships as more shipping giants suspend operations there. Border crossings hitting a new record as a legal battle erupts over a controversial new Texas law. And she made history on the nation's highest court. President Biden and Chief Justice Roberts leading a final farewell to Sandra Day O'Connor.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening and welcome, everyone. We begin tonight with breaking news from Colorado, where the state Supreme Court has just disqualified former President Donald Trump from Colorado's 2024 primary election ballot. In its ruling, the court cited the 14th Amendment, finding that Mr. Trump engaged in insurrection for his role in the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. Today's ruling is stayed until January 4th to allow for an appeal, and the legal fight is just beginning. And late word, the Trump campaign is responding tonight. Garrett Hake is following this. He has the latest details for us. Garrett, could this have an impact on the Republican frontrunner?
It absolutely could, Lester. This is a stunning decision here from the Colorado Supreme Court, which tonight ruled that former President Trump is disqualified from serving as president again, citing his actions on January 6th, then ruling that, quote, because he is disqualified, it would be wrong to allow him as a candidate on the Colorado primary ballot. The court here citing the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, which says that no person can serve as an officer of the United States who engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the U.S. The Trump campaign tonight calling this decision completely flawed and vowing a swift appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court. Now, all of this comes as other state courts have heard similar challenges but ruled in Mr. Trump's favor. This ruling, Lester, has been temporarily paused pending Mr. Trump's appeal.
All right, Garrett Hake with our breaking news. Thank you. Meantime, several states in the Northeast remain under flood alerts tonight in the wake of yesterday's extraordinary storm event along the East Coast. Tonight, a nervous watch in places as river levels near their crest in flood-vulnerable areas. Today, rescuers were still ferrying people left stranded by floodwaters to safety. NBC's Emily Aketa is in the flood zone for us tonight.
Tonight, first responders fanning out across a battered Northeast as lingering floodwaters from Monday's monstrous storm continue stranding families.
Obviously, with the water starting to crest now, it's going to only get worse before it gets better.
With parts of Maine and New Jersey under states of emergency. Michelle called for help when water rose around her home with her sister still inside.
What's going through your mind?
It's traumatic. The water's disgusting. And I want her safe.
We followed the water rescue team to the family's doorstep.
And getting through the flood waters as quick as possible with minimal time within the water.
The 14-year-old climbing to safety before she was met by a warm embrace back on dry ground.
It's a stark contrast, a sunny day paired with flooded roadways. Even without rain, parts of the Passaic River could remain in flood stage through at least Friday.
Floodwaters blocking fire trucks from reaching this burning home today. Across the Northeast, at least 5 people died from falling trees and flooding, including a 76-year-old woman who was swept away in New York.
Vehicles completely submerged at this time.
Tonight, several 100,000 are still without power in New England. And it could be a couple days of cold temperatures before it's completely restored.
You get 3/4 of the way down a street, you got to turn around, go the other way, wires hanging.
With a massive cleanup ahead, an early start to holiday travel snarled by blocked off and even collapsed roads. At airports today, travelers relieved to find fewer flight cancellations.
During Christmas time, yeah, it's nerve-wracking coming with everybody. You just got to be on your toes and make sure you're there early.
But a record week of air travel could turn turbulent later this week when a deluge of rain is set to hit the West Coast.
And Emily, I guess they're still concerned the water could keep rising tonight.
Lester, that's right. With rising river levels, floodwaters in neighborhoods like this could continue to worsen as some residents have yet to even begin assessing damage to their homes just days out from the Christmas holiday. Lester?
Emily Aketa, thank you. Now to Iceland and the spectacular and potentially dangerous eruption of a volcano that is threatening communities not far from the capital. Miguel Almaguer now with that story.
The incredible fountains of fire gushed more than 300 feet into the air, igniting the night sky in Iceland. Erupting Monday, the astonishing display of fire and fury continues to pour across the southwestern end of the country, an hour outside the capital of Reykjavik.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime for us.
A 2.5-mile-long fissure is now creating an expansive, boiling sea of molten lava, threatening to slowly spread closer to populated regions. But for now, the blanket of fire not yet causing serious damage.
Fascinating to see just nature in action. It's just like something from a movie.
As researchers descend closer to the spouts of fire, this is a magical spectacle, even in a country no stranger to eruptions. After weeks of seismic activity, nearby towns were evacuated days before lava even seeped from the Earth's floor. The flows now slowing.
It is very, very powerful in the beginning. It's going to extract the magma very, very fast, and that's why it's going to decline fairly fast.
Still pouring smoke into the air, it doesn't appear this eruption will cause the same havoc a different Icelandic volcano did in 2010. That explosion of fumes and ash grounded much of Europe's air travel for a week. But tonight, scientists warn eruptions can be as unpredictable as they are spectacular. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
In the Middle East tonight, a growing crisis in the Red Sea. Oil prices are rising as an Iranian-backed militia is vowing to keep attacking ships there. All as chilling new video of hostages held in Gaza is released. Here's Richard Engel.
The cargo giant Maersk joined BP in halting traffic through the Red Sea in response to attacks by the Iranian-backed Yemeni militia known as the Houthis, who have hijacked and fired on several ships. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin in Bahrain today, home of the U.S. Fifth Fleet, announced the formation of a 10-nation coalition to defend the Red Sea. But the Houthis vow to keep attacking ships until Israel ends its blockade of Gaza. The showdown sending oil prices up again today. While the Palestinian Islamic Jihad tonight put out a video of 2 Israeli men it's holding hostage, yesterday Hamas released a video of 3 elderly hostages taken under duress. The man on the right is 83-year-old Yoram Metzger. His son Guy told us he takes comfort in knowing his father is alive, but worries about his treatment by Hamas.
He looks very, very tired. He looks very sick. Also his friends. We are really, really worried about their condition.
He says the Israeli government should do more to get a deal to free the hostages.
You don't have confidence in Prime Minister Netanyahu's efforts?
Do you think I should have confidence in President Netanyahu after what's happened in the 7th of October?
The Gaza Strip is at a breaking point as Israel attacks Hamas. Aid groups say 2.3 million Palestinians are paying an unbearable price. Mahmoud Zaghroub was in a hospital today in Rafah, injured by an Israeli strike, when doctors brought him the bodies of his son and 2-week-old daughter, Aisha. The World Health Organization today described the situation in Gaza's hospitals as beyond belief and unconscionable.
Richard, what do we know about where the ceasefire talks stand right now?
They're fragile, Lester, but advancing, with Qatar reporting progress and multiple reports that they'll continue tomorrow in Egypt.
Richard Engel tonight. Thank you. You can see much more on Israel's hostage crisis in a new NBC News Digital doc, The Kidnapping of Noah, with correspondent Raf Sanchez, streaming now. Let's get to the crisis at the southern border now and the staggering new record. More migrants crossed into the U.S. on Monday than any other day in history. And now Texas is being sued after giving state law enforcement sweeping new powers to arrest them. Morgan Chesky is there.
Tonight, stunning images from Eagle Pass, Texas, where thousands of migrant men, women, and so many children now fill entire fields. The groups lining the Rio Grande clinging to blankets, huddling to stay warm, all waiting for hours to be processed, and most likely to be released into the United States. Of all our trips to Eagle Pass, this is the largest group we have ever encountered. Sources tell us the majority of these families are Venezuelan, and we've just learned from authorities nearly 3,000 were apprehended just yesterday. On Monday alone, a staggering new record. DHS officials telling NBC News more than 12,000 migrants crossed the U.S.-Mexico border, the most recorded in a single day ever. The surge sparking a new battle between the Lone Star State and the White House. Republicans here blaming President Biden's border policies for a record number of illegal crossings.
Biden's deliberate inaction has left Texas to fend for itself.
Now Governor Greg Abbott signing a new law, making illegal immigration a state crime, empowering police and sheriff's deputies to arrest migrants. Texas has already put controversial floating barriers in the Rio Grande and barbed wire along the border, but both face ongoing challenges. The White House calling the new law extreme. The ACLU of Texas saying they'll sue.
That is going to drive our immigrant communities into the shadows. It's going to increase suspicions of relying on law enforcement.
How much longer can you keep up?
No, we can't. We can't. Now it's like 3,000 or 4,000 right now, so they're coming in.
Maverick County Sheriff Tom Schmerber tells us they're struggling to cope with the number of migrants, but the new laws only raise new questions, namely where newly arrested migrants would potentially be held. His jail holds 250, and today sits just below 200.
I don't have the resources, I won't have the space. Where I want to put them.
Morgan, we see those massive crowds of migrants behind you, and officials say they expect more soon.
Lester, that's right. The sheriff tells me that he's already been warned by Mexican authorities who say despite the railroad closing down, a large group of migrants has abandoned that train and is now on foot, expected to arrive in this Eagle Pass area by the end of this week. Lester.
Morgan Chesky, thank you. In China tonight, an all-out search for survivors after a massive 6.2 magnitude earthquake rocked the northwest part of the country. At least 127 people have been killed and dozens more injured. Officials say nearly 5,000 buildings are destroyed. In 60 seconds, why one of Apple's biggest sellers is about to be pulled from American shelves. Inside the global fight, will they still be available before Christmas?
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life.
Bah, humbug.
To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now,
wherever you get your podcasts.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life.
Bah, humbug.
To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now,
wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows,
For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwan.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
And good evening, I'm Sam Brock in for Gotti Schwartz. You're watching Stay Tuned Now, and we are following breaking news as we come on the air this evening, and a historic decision tonight. Colorado Supreme Court ruling that former President Donald Trump is disqualified from the state's 2024 Republican primary ballot. The court finding that Trump violated the U.S. Constitution over his role in the January 6th Capitol attack. Now, Colorado becomes the first state to disqualify Trump from an election ballot. Courts in other states with similar cases ruled against disqualification or dismissed it for procedural reasons. Trump's campaign responding to that ruling in a statement, calling the decision, quote, completely flawed, and saying Trump will appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joining us now with much more on this developing story. Danny, thanks for being here. And of course, at the center of this case is Section 3 of the 14th Amendment and language around, quote, engaging in insurrection against the Constitution after taking an oath to support it. Does this effectively mean, Danny, that they found Trump is liable for citing an insurrection?
Yes, but actually the Supreme Court didn't make that finding. That finding was actually done by the lower court in Colorado. And we're talking about the Supreme Court of Colorado and a Colorado district court, which is the trial court. They held a 5-day trial, and they concluded by clear and convincing evidence that Donald Trump had committed an insurrection. However, interestingly enough, that trial court had concluded that even though he did commit an insurrection, he is not an officer, and I'm making air quotes, he's not an officer within the meaning of Section 3. In other words, he doesn't fit within the definition. He doesn't take the oath. The officers mean different people in the government other than the elected president. But the Colorado Supreme Court reversed on that issue, upholding the insurrection part of it, but reversing the district court on the issue of whether or not Section 3 applies to the president. So you have insurrection plus Section 3 applies. Therefore, the Colorado Supreme Court concludes he is disqualified under Section 3 and more technically disqualified under Colorado law. And the court had to conclude that Colorado does have the power to decide the qualifications as a state for candidates on the ballot, which is another constitutional issue. This entire case is rife with different constitutional issues, each of which may be taken up by the United States Supreme Court.
Maybe or will be, I guess, is the question now, right? Because Trump's team, we know, has said an appeal is coming. So assuming that this does make it all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court, what are the broader implications, Danny, if the High Court affirms this ruling?
There are a number of different appealable issues. For example, Section 3 aside for the moment, does the Colorado judiciary even have the power to adjudicate an issue like this? Is it what is called in the Constitution a non-justiciable political question? Is it something that is left to Congress to decide? In other words, is it Congress that decides by passing enabling legislation that someone has engaged in insurrection? Who decides? It's something that Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh often asks. A lot of these questions comes down to who makes the decision. And does the Colorado District Court and the Supreme Court, does the Colorado judiciary even have the power to make this determination as to whether or not a presidential candidate in a national election is even on the ballot. The Supreme Court, the Colorado Supreme Court, concluded that, yes, it does have that power, and it did make that decision.
That's their decision. So now, as you suggest, this could be an issue of domain. I guess we'll find out. But if the Supreme Court does act here, I mean, is timing of the essence? And I say this knowing that the Iowa caucuses are on January 15th. The Colorado presidential primary is March 5th. We're only a few months away, Danny. How quickly does the court have to act here?
There's a deadline, in fact, baked into the opinion. The matter is stayed. In other words, the case itself, the implications are paused until January 24th, and that is the day before the state of Colorado, the Secretary of State, has to make a decision as to who's on the ballot. So the clock is ticking, and it is ticking fast. So there are a number of deadlines fast approaching. And so this needs to be adjudicated sooner rather than later, because the ballot implications, I know the election isn't for many months out, but there are a lot of deadlines that are coming up very quickly.
And the questions abound. Danny Savallo starting us off this evening. Thank you so much. We turn now to the war in the Middle East, where tonight Israel's President Isaac Herzog said the country was, quote, ready for another humanitarian pause, but said it's up to Hamas whether or not that happens. Now, his comments coming one day after Israel, the U.S., and Qatar met in Poland to discuss a possible agreement. For Israel, of course, one of the key priorities here will be the release of hostages. Yesterday, Hamas put out a video of 3 elderly men in captivity. In it, the man in the middle you see there, 79-year-old Chaim Perry, said that they were suffering and begged to be returned. But in the last 24 hours, Hamas said it will not negotiate those releases until Israel stops its attacks on Gaza. This, as the U.S. has called for the stop of indiscriminate airstrikes throughout the Gaza Strip. According to the Hamas-run Ministry of Health, more than 19,600 people have died there so far, more than 50,000 people injured. Today, people in the southern city of Rafah mourning their loved ones. That includes one grandmother processing the deaths of her 2 young grandchildren, including a 2-week-old baby. A warning now that the interview we are about to show you may be disturbing for some to watch.
عندي أحفادي الاثنين الأميرة عائشة عمرها أسبوعين اسمها ما تسجل في النفوذ ما معها شهادة ميلاد يعني مجهولة الهوية من يوم اتولدت ما معها شهادة ميلاد وأخوها عمره 2 سنين استشهد أبوها متكسر عنده
Impossible to even conceive what you're seeing there. Meanwhile, tensions are growing across the Middle East. Iranian-backed Houthi militants have continued their attacks on shipping vessels and oil tankers trying to cross the Red Sea, disrupting global trade. Now the U.S. is forming a coalition to fight back. NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson joining us now, continuing her critical reporting from the region. Hallie, let's start right there with the talks of a pause. And based on what President Herzog said today and what you're hearing from people there in Israel, are they one step closer in actuality to a humanitarian pause?
It's a great question, Sam, and I think it's a fair characterization to say they're maybe creeping closer, but we are not seeing, you know, a huge leap towards some kind of a humanitarian pause that would have 2 impacts, right? Number one, it would alleviate potentially some of what you're seeing on the screen, some of what you just showed, that humanitarian suffering in Gaza. It would allow more aid into the Gaza Strip. The other part of it, of course, it would allow potentially hostages to come home. The hostages who are being held captive now in Gaza, believed to be more than 130 of them, at least at this point. So what are the chances something happens? You heard the comments from Herzog. You are seeing the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, under new pressure now from people in his country, meeting with family members of hostages who have been really trying to make the point, time is running out. You've got to do this. You've got to bring them home. You've got to do it ASAP. One man who was in that meeting actually met with a different world leader, President Biden, not too long ago, Sam. His name is Ruby Khan, and his son is being held, he believes, by Hamas. Here's what he said.
It was a productive meeting where we also asked what we can do more for him. But at the end of the day, the buck stops here. He is the one that is responsible and the one that has the ability to bring our loved ones back home alive.
I've also talked to other family members of hostages, including family members of 2 of those Israeli hostages killed by the IDF who tell me that America, President Biden, right, the U.S. government also plays a critical role here, too, because of the muscle that it has on the world stage to try to be able to bring these parties together to get to some kind of a deal. So, glimmer of hope, perhaps. But I will say the Biden administration is also tempering expectations. They're trying to level set here, saying, listen, talks do not appear to be, any kind of deal does not appear to be imminent at this point, according to a top national security official. Leave it to you to talk about, you know, what does imminent mean? It could mean a lot of things, right? Hours, days, weeks. But at this point, at least there is some motion, which is something we couldn't have said even just a week ago, Sam.
For sure, and it's hard to overstate, Hallie, just how fragile these conversations are. Wanted to bring up the other topic right now that is really becoming prominent, namely many countries, including the U.S., increasingly worried about these Houthi attacks in the Red Sea. If you can break down for us, who are the Houthis and what's their motivation here for attacking the vessels in the first place?
Totally. So the Houthis are this Iran-backed militant group, this sort of proxy group that's part of the so-called Axis of Resistance, with this goal, essentially, of trying to defy the West, basically. And so you are seeing now the Houthis. You've got Hezbollah, you've got Hamas, you've got the Houthis. We know what's happening with Hamas, obviously, in Gaza. We've talked about what's happening with Hezbollah up north in Israel on the southern border with Lebanon. You have the Houthis in the Red Sea, looking to potentially take advantage of this moment now where there's a lot of tension in the region. There's a war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza, and they are attacking essentially these commercial tankers, these commercial vessels, these commercial ships in the Red Sea. The Defense Department says there have been more than 100 attacks in this area. It's like drones. Some of it is obviously extremely problematic to these big shipping companies, many of whom have paused operations in the Red Sea. That has an economic impact, right? Because now they're having to go down and around, essentially, to get the goods where they need to go. That takes longer, and the longer these attacks go on, the longer that becomes a potential issue for the global supply chain. So what is the U.S. doing? You have the Defense Secretary now rolling out this initiative to try to combat this, and the idea is deterrence. A senior military official says that they believe that the presence of U.S. ships in the Red Sea is a deterrent, does have a deterrence factor. And so if you're wondering, well, what does that even look like? What do? Do they escort each commercial tanker? Not likely here. And one senior military official put it in a way that I think folks might be able to visualize it. It helped me. Think about I-95, that corridor between Washington, D.C. and Boston, Massachusetts. Think about that distance. That's like the southern third of the Red Sea. Something like 400 ships are traversing there at any given time. The U.S. is not going to escort every single one, but the idea of sort of zone defense presence in the region would hopefully, the U.S. hopes, have an impact in lessening these Houthi attacks, allowing shipping companies to feel more comfortable sending their ships through. Obviously, if there's an instance where there's a particular threat and the U.S. does need to escort, that could happen. The door is open to that, according to military officials. But that's the dynamic that I think you'll see play out now in the Red Sea. The question is, at what point will that message get through to the Houthis? And at what point will these shipping companies feel more comfortable being able to send goods back through?
And at what point will there need to be intervention beyond what we've already seen with 10 different countries participating in that coalition, Hallie, but only one from the Middle East, Bahrain. Hallie Jackson there live for us in Tel Aviv. Thank you so much for that insight, Hallie. Well, it is a race against the clock in northwest China. Search and rescue teams right now rushing to find survivors after a powerful earthquake struck the Gansu province. Officials say at least 127 people are dead. Many are still trapped underneath the rubble. The 6.2 magnitude earthquake had 9 aftershocks, making evacuation and recovery efforts more difficult. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer has more.
It's an all-out race to try to find people in the rubble. Rescue teams have been working day and night, and now they are saying the next 48 hours are crucial. There are nearly 2,000 firefighters who are working at the epicenter, and temporary shelters have been set up. Officials say 127 people have been killed, more than 500 are injured. The quake struck around midnight, the tremors lasting 20 seconds, and felt 65 miles away in the city of Lungzhou. Videos show people rushing out of their homes and then huddling in the bitter cold temperatures, hovering around 0 degrees Fahrenheit overnight. This has happened in a part of the country that is remote and mountainous and where earthquakes are not uncommon, but this is on course to be one of the deadliest in the past decade. China's earthquake administration says the quake was shallow and powerful, measuring at magnitude 6.2. The initial USGS estimate puts it at magnitude 5.9. The government here has issued orders for an all-out search and rescue effort. Money and equipment have been deployed to try to get people to safety, to try to get them warmth, to get electricity and water infrastructure back on track. The concern, of course, is that the cold is hampering efforts and the toll of this quake is set to rise.
Just devastating there. Janice Mackey-Freyer, thank you so much. Staying overseas now, and we turn to Iceland and that potentially dangerous volcanic eruption that is threatening communities near the capital. NBC's Miguel Almaguer has the very latest.
The incredible fountains of fire gushed more than 300 feet into the air, igniting the night sky in Iceland. Erupting Monday, the astonishing display of fire and fury continues to pour across the southwestern end of the country, an hour outside the capital of Reykjavik.
It's a once in a lifetime for us.
A 2.5-mile-long fissure is now creating an expansive boiling sea of molten lava, threatening to slowly spread closer to populated regions. But for now, the blanket of fire not yet causing serious damage.
Fascinating to see just nature in action. It's just like something from a movie.
As researchers descend closer to the spouts of fire, this is a magical spectacle, even in a country no stranger to eruptions. After weeks of seismic activity, nearby towns were evacuated days before lava even seeped from the Earth's floor. The flows now slowing.
It is very, very powerful in the beginning. It's going to extract the magma very, very fast, and that's why it's going to decline very fast.
Still pouring smoke into the air, it doesn't appear this eruption will cause the same havoc a different Icelandic volcano did in 2010. That explosion of fumes and ash grounded much of Europe's air travel for a week. But tonight, scientists warn eruptions can be as unpredictable as they are spectacular. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
All right, don't go anywhere because we are just getting started. Later this hour, from the toilet to your tap, we'll tell you about California's plans to turn wastewater into water you can actually drink. Plus, a controversial new law at the border that could put migrants who enter the country illegally in prison for up to 20 years. And the cleanup continues tonight. Downed trees, flooded towns, and thousands of families still without power. We'll look at the recovery after a powerful storm system swept through the Northeast. That's coming up next.
So when the tree fell, it made a hole, and then the rubble fell on me, and then it made scratches on my back.
Did it wake you up right out of bed?
No, my mom woke me up.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get checked for all this damage to
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
And welcome back. Here are some of the stories that we're keeping a close eye on this evening, starting with this morning, mourners attending the funeral service of late Supreme Court Justice Sandra Day O'Connor. That service was held at the Washington National Cathedral, where O'Connor served on its governing board. President Joe Biden was in attendance and delivered one of the eulogies. Here in Florida, a house explosion sent a family of 4 to the hospital and destroyed their home. That's what's left of it. 3 of the 4 people staying inside are seriously injured, we're told, with a combination of burns and broken bones. Officials say some type of gas issue caused that explosion, but an investigation is currently underway. For all the Chick-fil-A lovers out there, and I'm sure there are many, soon you may no longer have to wait until Monday to satisfy your chicken craving if you live in New York. A lawmaker has introduced a bill there that would require all restaurants inside rest stops in the state of New York to be open 7 days a week. That bill must pass both the state houses before going to the governor's desk. And another food product has joined the ever-growing recall list. Fresh Express spinach right now is recalling 2 types of its bagged spinach due to potential health risks from listeria. No illnesses have been reported in connection with that recall so far. And finally, Blue Origin has successfully launched its new Shepherd rocket. It's the first flight since the crash that occurred more than a year ago. While no one was on board of this flight, it could tee up future trips for the company for paying customers. Well, several states in the Northeast still remain under flood warnings right now in the aftermath of that storm that drenched the entire region and much of the East Coast. Some people saw their backyards turning into lakes. Today, rescuers were still paddling through streets, taking anyone stranded to safety. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa is in New Jersey tonight with more on those cleanup efforts.
Well, Sam, even more than a day since the rain left this area, you can see the flood waters linger and they continue to fluctuate. Some major rivers across the Northeast region continue to rise in level, including the Passaic River, not far from where I'm standing now. And what happens with these rivers, even after the rain has long passed, the grounds are so saturated, there's nowhere for the water to go as tributaries and other waterways lead into them. And so they spill over into communities like this, inundating cars and homes. Not far from where I'm standing earlier today, I witnessed a water rescue. A 14-year-old was stranded inside her home, surrounded by water that had risen at an unexpected rate. We went along with the crew who picked her up and then brought her back to dry ground safely after this entire region had been battered by such a massive storm. So many power outages, hundreds of thousands linger into tonight as the temperatures remain cold, and that could be the case for several more days to come as this massive cleanup process gets underway throughout the entire Northeast region. Keep in mind, some residents have yet to even begin to assess the damage to their home, blocked by waters and floodwaters like this. Just days out from the Christmas holiday, Sam, we know at least 5 people have died from the storm system in the Northeast.
Yeah, tragic and very tough timing there. Emily, thank you so much. Well, it's a tale right now of 2 coasts, as the East Coast is cleaning up, as Emily just showed you, after a windy winter storm. The West Coast is now bracing for its own wild weather. NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns tells us what's in store. Bill?
Well, good evening to you, Sam. And the next big story will be what happens with this storm on the West Coast. How bad will the flooding be? Hopefully it'll be nothing like what we've seen in areas of New Jersey and especially Maine. They're still recovering. There's still areas getting flooded, even new areas as I speak. So this big storm in the West. So far, it's been sitting off the coast. We've had bands of rain, some occasional heavy snow and showers. The main event, though, is not going to occur most likely till Thursday into Friday. Now, this is what we call a cutoff low. It's moving very slowly. It's not in the fast flow across the country. So this one's going to take its sweet time. We have 21 million people under flash flood watches, and includes all the way down to San Diego, Oceanside, Los Angeles, all of the mountains outside of L.A. over to Santa Barbara and northwards up the coast to San Luis Obispo. That is where, if we we have heavy rain in the mountainous areas, especially if there's burn scars, we can get those mud and those debris flows. So here's kind of the timing of everything. This is as we go throughout the day on Wednesday. So by 5 p.m., everyone's heading home. Everyone in L.A. and down the San Diego Oceanside, you're okay. Just a few showers. But the heavier band will be right along the coast. This will be the beginning of the flood threat. So late Wednesday, then we're going to continue hit and miss heavy rain showers and storms on the coast. And then it looks like on Thursday evening is when the best chance for Los Angeles and Southern California to get into the heavier rain, maybe even some thunderstorms. And again, that would be Thursday night into Friday morning, the greatest flood threat. And then during the day Friday, we take that rain through areas of Arizona. So the flood risk, as we head towards tomorrow, it does look like we're going to see the possibility of some debris and mud flows. We're also going to be looking at Santa Barbara to Los Angeles. And again, this goes all the way out till Friday, too. So a multi-day event, and the accumulation of the same areas getting rain day after day makes the flooding, more widespread or more easily to occur. So locally, anywhere in yellow was 1 inch, orange is 2 inches. We get the red, that's 3 inches. That's widespread in the mountains near Santa Barbara and near Los Angeles. Isolated areas may even get up to around 6 to 7 inches. It's a very warm storm, so the snow levels are extremely high. Yes, the mountain peaks will get it above 8,000 feet, but this isn't exactly like those storms from last winter that were cold and the snow levels were really low. So here's your travel forecast as we head towards the Christmas weekend. So Friday, rain Chicago to Dallas, also in St. Louis. This shouldn't be too bad. Maybe some delays. The storm that we're tracking in areas from Los Angeles Friday will be heading towards Phoenix. So wet roads there, maybe some minor airport delays. Saturday, the storm will be in the Four Corner region. We will get some snow in the mountains near Telluride, San Juan, Santa Fe, Taos. That area could get some snow. Also the Wasatch Range. So that's good if anyone has any holiday ski plans in those areas. By Sunday, spring-like temperatures much of the East Coast for Christmas Eve. We will watch some of that rain threat for Louisiana and also into Arkansas. If you want the white Christmas, Sam, we're talking Denver northwards up to Cheyenne, possibly around Rapid City. That's the best bet. Then for Christmas Day, some leftover snow in the Dakotas. But unfortunately, Christmas Day looking very wet from the Gulf Coast all the way through the Great Lakes.
Yeah, we'll take the Christmas snow over dashing through the rain any day. Bill Cairns, thank you so much. Let's move now to Texas, where Republican Governor Greg Abbott signed a controversial new law that targets migrants entering the state from a foreign country. Under this new legislation, migrants could face up to 20 years in prison if they don't enter through a lawful port of entry. That law is set to take effect in March, certainly going to be challenged. Here's how Governor Abbott explained it earlier today.
Biden's deliberate inaction has left Texas to fend for itself. The only thing we are doing by this law is making sure that our law enforcement have the tools they need to actually take action against those who are actually coming across the border illegally.
Our Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley has more.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott signed 3 immigration bills into law, but the most controversial by far is Senate Bill 4, which would designate police officers, local and state, in the state of Texas to arrest any migrant that they suspect crossed the border illegally. That's not just someone who they're sure crossed the border illegally, but on suspicion. If they crossed anywhere between the Rio Grande River and in between legal ports of entry, that means police would be able to arrest them and have the authority to patrol areas of high migrant populations like a Colony Village, which is an apartment complex in Houston. Now, civil liberties groups like the ACLU, as you can expect, are outraged. In fact, the ACLU of Texas already filed a lawsuit today, and the Biden administration has come out and said that this is a violation of federal law, and we could expect to see a lawsuit from them at some point as well, although at this point the Justice Department is declining to comment about if and when they will challenge this in court. But by and large, the reason this is so controversial and so wildly different from anything we've seen in the past is that immigration is a federal policy that's enforced by federal agents. CBP, ICE, DHS oversees those agents. This would then take that authority and place it in the hands of state and locals who first have limited resources in their jails, for their police, for their first responders, and it would also allow for an entirely different legal system to decide who gets to stay in the United States. Right now, an immigrant would go before an immigration judge, which is an entirely different court system. It's actually run by the Justice Department, but under this new law, they would go before Texas state judges who don't have that kind of training in determining who can and can't stay in the the law in the United States based on immigration law. So it's an entirely radical departure. Now, Texas Governor Greg Abbott says this is a necessary change because he says that Biden has had an inability to show any real change on the border. It also comes when he signed that law. It was the day of a new record high at the southern border. We understand that just yesterday there were over 12,000 migrants who crossed the border undocumented, and more than 11,000 of those were illegal. And so this is coming as Abbott has headwind on an issue like this to try to take some action. But he's sure to have a legal challenge. And if this does go forward, we can expect to see a lot of headaches over how Texas will actually implement this law with the limited resources they have, and how they're going to try as a state to decide who can and can't stay in this country.
An immigration crisis once again headed to the courts. Julia Ainsley, thank you so much. Coming up next, it is a question that will soon pop up for some Californians. Would you drink wastewater if it's been properly treated? That's the important caveat. California just approved rules to create a new source of water in the drought-stricken state. But first, you gotta see this to believe it. A Michigan woman graduating from Ferris State University. Yes, that is a baby in her gown. You're looking there at Grace Shimshak, who walked across the stage with her 10-day-old newborn tucked into her gown, graduating magna cum laude, by the way, with a bachelor's degree in what else? Early childhood education. When her baby came 10 days early, Grace knew that she still wanted to walk the stage in the hopes of inspiring other moms to go back to school. And it really does go to show you, moms really can do it all, as if we would expect anything else. We'll be right back.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Streaming free everywhere.
I'm hearing sleigh bells.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now. Streaming weekdays at 7.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
California, a state that's been struggling with years of drought conditions, a new source of water is about to come on tap. Some have called it toilet to tap, since it's sewage water that's getting some high-powered treatment. The state just passing new rules, paving the way to turn highly purified, recycled wastewater into drinking water. California becoming just the second state after Colorado that's signing off on the new source, with states like Florida and Arizona also working on new regulations of their own. Joining us now is NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky to dig in on this. Noah, thank you so much for being here. We know what it sounds like, but how exactly would this process work? I know there's a 63-page document in terms of the regulations, and honestly, is it popular, this idea for Californians?
It's getting more and more popular in a lot of the western states because they need to. The drought issues are expected to be a long-term issue. So more and more elected leaders are getting on board, but they have to deal with this issue of consumer confidence and, taking water from the sewer system and putting it in a drinking glass. There are some obvious issues for some consumers. In fact, a lot of critics have effectively labeled it toilet to tap instead of what, proponents would rather call it, which is highly purified water or reclaimed water, direct potable reused water. Those don't necessarily roll off the tongue, but the technology is pretty impressive. In fact, the reused water is cleaner than a lot of America's other water supplies. But don't take my word for it. I'm going to let a couple experts explain for you here.
We have a wastewater treatment facility first that makes it very clean, and then we have additional processes to make it to drinking water standards. So there's a whole technology in between the toilet and the tap.
There is a very extensive advanced water treatment process, and it goes through 3 stages. So microfiltration, reverse osmosis, and ultraviolet light disinfection, and the water is pure water at the end.
It's actually the same technology that they use on the International Space Station. So if it's good enough for our astronauts, well, the water should be clean enough for Californians. That's at least what we heard today.
So I'm wondering, Noah, as far as how long it has taken the state of California to evaluate this and actually develop the system. I know I was out in the San Francisco Bay Area a number of years ago. They were working on it then. Is it new in terms of its application now? What's different?
So California counties have been experimenting and developing this for many, many years. In fact, a lot of other countries have been doing this for even longer. The technology isn't new, but as I mentioned, the consumer confidence piece has really slowed this down in much of the country. In California, Orange County now recycles 100% of its water. They do not pump it directly into the drinking supply. They actually pump it into the ground where the drinking supply comes from. So it's kind of an indirect recycling process, but this new California regulation, if it is approved next year, as it is expected to be, it would allow counties to basically build new facilities and then pump the water directly into the water supply, directly, not indirectly. And Orange County, we're expecting to be one of the first online, but also we're seeing San Diego and Los Angeles experiment now, and they would likely fast track this as well.
Noah, looking forward to your taste tests for part 2 of this.
I'm on board.
2 down the road. Thank you so much, my friend.
Sure.
Good sport. That is Noah Pransky for you. All right, taking a turn now. Still to come, searching for answers. A family who is desperate to find out what really happened to one woman who was kidnapped in the Gaza Strip. But NBC found out she may not have been abducted by Hamas, but possibly by a mob of Gazans or another group. That story is next. Stay tuned.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells.
On October the 7th, Noah Argamani was at the Supernova Music Festival when Hamas attacked. The video of her being kidnapped has been seen around the world. And like a majority of the festival goers, Noah's whereabouts are still unknown to this day. NBC Digital Doc spent time investigating her capture to learn more about Israel's ongoing hostage crisis. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez has more.
The terror can be seen in what remains and what's been left behind. Signs of panic, of violence, a massacre. More than 200 hostages are kidnapped across southern Israel in the October 7th terror attack. Most are taken from 4 kibbutzim and the Supernova Music Festival. Among them is 26-year-old Noah Argamani, one of the first faces of the hostage crisis that will shape the coming war. After nearly 2 months of relentless bombardment of Gaza in response to the attack, a ceasefire deal is reached. The terms of the deal are specific. Israeli women and children released in exchange for Palestinian women and children held in Israeli prisons. Over 7 days in late November, more than 100 hostages are freed. But by the 8th day,
the ceasefire has abruptly ended in Gaza with deadly fighting resuming.
but many women remain in captivity. The U.S. and Israel say it's Hamas's refusal to release this specific group that derails the ceasefire. What leads to the deal finally falling apart?
Hamas reneged. It had agreed to a list of names, and it suddenly couldn't provide these people, or didn't want to provide these people.
Noah Argamani is one of those women, still held after her abduction from the Supernova Festival, the all-night dance party, attacked by Hamas. NBC News reviewed photographs, text messages, and used mapping tools to reconstruct the moment of Noah's kidnapping, trying to understand why she still hasn't been freed, what her story tells us about the fate of the remaining hostages, and the future of the war raging around them.
This is the place now I used to go to get some peace, some quiet. She liked this place very much.
Noah's close friends, Bar, Noah, and Jan, take us to a ridge above Beersheba. Gaza is just over 20 miles away. Israeli aircraft roar overhead.
She's so close and yet so far. She was like the best friend ever. She always saw the best in people.
Everybody liked her. That's why she was like No, not was, he's like a glue of all the friends.
Was Noah excited about the Nova Festival?
I think she wasn't sure if she will go, and it was like a spontaneous thing.
Around 6:30 a.m. on October 7th, the skies over the Supernova Festival fill with rockets. But to Noah and other festival goers, the scale of the attack is not yet clear. At 7:46 a.m., Noah's friend texts this photo saying they're safe. But 20 minutes later, fear is starting to spread. We are here at the parking lot, staying put. An hour later, Noah sends her location, with hope that somebody will come and save us. At 9:24 a.m., 3 hours into the attack, Noah's boyfriend Avinatan Or sends this photo. Noah is huddled on the ground, hiding. It's the last known picture before they're kidnapped. It's crazy here. Avinatan's friend texts that no one's answering at Israel's equivalent of 911. He replies, "Try asking again." They are finding people one by one and killing them. Noah's final text message is at 10:27 a.m. "We don't have a car." What does that mean? Avinatan's friend keeps texting. "Give me a sign, bro. I'm begging you. Give me something, Avinatan. Something. Please." After hours of silence, a video appears online.
The first video that I saw was Noah's drinking water, so I was like, oh, she's okay. So there's nothing to worry about.
We didn't know if maybe she's in Israel, in the border, in the house or something.
But then they see this video.
I think 10 minutes after we saw the kidnapped video, this was like a nightmare.
I remember that I was in my car in the parking lot. I was just sitting and rewatching it a million times, over and over.
What do you see in her face when you watch that video?
I would say she was frightened to death.
You can see it on her eyes, the way she cried for help.
An NBC News analysis of Noah's kidnapping video suggests it was filmed on this road here, half a mile from the Supernova site. This location has a field and tree line like the ones over Noah's shoulder, and the buildings in the distance appear to be the nearby kibbutz Re'im when matched to satellite imagery. Shadows cast by the sun appear to be in keeping with the timing of Noah's last text message. It suggests they were heading southeast along this dirt road before disappearing into Gaza. For the next 7 weeks, Gaza echoes with the sounds of war. For Palestinians, a staggering death toll. Now, more than 18,000 dead, according to the Hamas-run health ministry, mainly women and children, and growing every day. But on the fate of Noah, there's only silence.
This is the worst situation because you want to stay with hope, but you don't know anything.
Were you hopeful she would come out during the ceasefire?
We were hoping that if not today, then tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, we felt that Noah is with us, you know. It's like we saw her with us again. You can just see it behind a glass, but you cannot quite touch it yet.
Across Israel, fear is growing for the remaining hostages, and alongside it, anger among hostage families, much of it aimed at the Israeli government. In a leaked recording, verified by NBC News, a freed hostage confronts Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
When you're negotiating with a group like Hamas, it's not clear that they are prepared to release all the hostages. I mean, our goal is to get everyone released. Hamas isn't going to release hostages because they've suddenly become humanitarians. They will only release hostages when they feel compelled to do so. And the military pressure worked in the past. It can hopefully work in the future. What is the alternative? There isn't one.
What we hear over and over again is they want the hostages to be the priority, not destroying Hamas, and they feel like the government is prioritizing destroying Hamas.
From our perspective as a government, yes, we see no contradiction between the goal of defeating Hamas, destroying Hamas, and getting the hostages out.
We wanted to understand, why did Hamas release mothers, children, even some men, but not Noah and the young women around her? In Washington, the State Department offered one theory.
It seems one of the reasons they don't want to turn women over that they've been holding hostage, and the reason this pause fell apart, is they don't want those women to be able to talk about what happened to them during their time in custody.
Does the Israeli government have any information that supports that?
We fear for the state of the hostages. Anyone who saw what Hamas was capable of on October 7th, the sort of violence, whether it's the beheadings, the burning of people alive, the rapes.
NBC News has reviewed evidence suggesting dozens of Israeli women were raped, sexually assaulted, or mutilated on October 7th. Some freed hostages say they also suffered sexual abuse while in captivity, according to a group representing families. NBC News has not been able to independently confirm that. But there's another potential explanation for why Noah wasn't released. Two Israeli military officials told us the first wave of attackers at the music festival were heavily armed members of Hamas's elite commando unit, the Nukba. But in the hours that followed, thousands of other Gazans, among them gangs and militants, also poured into Israel. The men grabbing Noah and Avi Natan don't appear to be armed. They're not wearing tactical gear. An Israeli military official told us they appear to be part of the mob, not Hamas fighters. In the video of Noah in Gaza, she appears to be in an ordinary house. What looks like two barefoot women walk past. It's very different from Hamas's official hostage videos, which are deliberately designed not to give clues about their location. The evidence suggests Noah was not kidnapped by Hamas. They may not have her, or even know where she is. Israel's government has said at least 20 hostages are dead, but Noah's name does not appear on their official list. Hamas has claimed that an unspecified number of hostages were killed by Israeli strikes, but they've never provided evidence. Though, in that leaked recording, the freed hostage says those strikes put them in danger. The Israeli military has since said it mistakenly killed 3 hostages in northern Gaza. While more than 100 hostages remain in captivity, stories from those freed have only heightened fears.
Some were treated very badly, did not get medical attention, were neglected, were actually tortured.
It's agony for the families of all the remaining hostages, each with their own worries about time running out. But for Noah's family, time is especially short.
Noah's mom is dying. Yes. And you worry she might pass away and Noah will still be inside.
This is our nightmare. We don't know when she'll be out, and we do know that Noah's mom is on a ticking clock. I hope that this is the ending that Liora, her mother, deserves, to see her child, to hug her child, and Noah getting a chance to say goodbye.
Noah, אני לא רוצה להגיד לך. אמא, אני לא רואה אותך. שתדע שאני אוהב אותך הכי הרבה.
This is a notebook we made for Noah. This is Noah in Hebrew. The idea is that when she will come back, we know maybe she will need her zone, her quiet. So she will have the words of us, of her friends, and get strong and know she's not alone.
For communities here, time violently stopped. Empty chairs, houses that aren't homes, life unable to restart without the missing on the far side of the fence.
The horrors of this war personified there. Ralph Sanchez with that incredible and haunting reporting. After a short break, we'll be right back.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this. The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
I'm here to stay back.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
For those last-minute stragglers on holiday presents, and you know who you are, and you know you're out there, a big change right now from Apple could prevent some watches on your wish list from making it under the tree this year. Christine Romans, our senior business correspondent, explains why and also how you might still be able to get your hands on one anyway.
Hey there, we're talking about red-hot products like Apple Watches and apparel from brands like North Face and Vans. Those clothing companies hit by a cyber attack that'll say impact delivery times if you ordered your items online. And Apple halting sales of some smartwatches later this week due to a new import ban, meaning if you want to get a new one before the holidays, you better act fast.
With Christmas less than a week away, the race is on to snag those last holiday gifts. But trying to get some popular items this week may leave you singing bah humbug. Apple announcing it's halting sales of some of its best-selling Apple Watches, like the Series 9 and Ultra 2. Online sales will stop beginning Thursday, and in-store sales will cease starting Christmas Day. The company says it's doing this to comply with a U.S. import ban on some Apple Watches issued by the U.S. International Trade Commission. In October, the ITC ruled that Apple had violated a patent from one of its competitors, Massimo, regarding a blood oxygen sensor it uses on several models.
You can measure your blood oxygen
right from your wrist.
They took our technology. So it's not just a patent infringement, it's also a trade secret theft.
The Biden administration has until Christmas Day to overturn the ruling, which doesn't impact sales of older models like the Apple Watch SE, the iconic accessory critical to the company's bottom line. Since its release in 2015, nearly $250 million have been sold. Apple shares falling on Monday, the company vowing to fight back, saying in a statement, Apple strongly disagrees with the order and is pursuing a range of legal and technical options to ensure that Apple Watch is available to customers. It's smartwatches among several hot items at risk of not making it under your Christmas tree. The parent company of apparel brands North Face, Vans, Timberland, and Dickies announcing Monday its ability to fulfill online orders is currently impacted due to a cyber attack on its computer network. Alternatively, it says customers can buy merchandise at one of its brick-and-mortar stores. Some consumers cashing in on potential shortages of these popular brands. One Apple Watch owner posting he plans to sell his $800 Ultra 2 for $2,500, saying, I know what I got. But some experts believe Apple's decision to pause smartwatch sales right before Christmas is actually a ploy to boost holiday revenue.
This is a great flash sale. Hey, get your Apple Watches while they're still there. This affects the 2 higher-end models of the Apple Watch, and those are the ones they make the most money on.
Apple is reportedly working on a software fix for its Apple Watches that would address the patent issue. If you already own an Apple Watch with a blood oxygen sensor, you are not affected by this ban. Apple says Massimo, the competitor who filed the patent complaint, recently came out with its own smartwatch, and Apple claims it's a knockoff of the Apple Watch. Apple filed 2 lawsuits against them last year alleging patent violations. Back to you.
And it all comes full circle. Christine Romans, thank you so much for that report. You might say that our time here has completed for this episode of Stay Tuned Now, but we will see you again tomorrow evening. Have a great night.
Tonight, breaking news. Colorado's Supreme Court has disqualified former President Donald Trump from the 2024 ballot. The court ruling that Trump, who is the current GOP frontrunner for president, cannot appear on the state's ballots for the 2024 election, accusing him of inciting the January 6th riot at the Capitol. What this means for voters in that state. Also breaking tonight, the record surge at the southern border. Border Patrol says more than 12,000 migrants were apprehended just on Monday, the most ever in a single day. Now, a new Texas bill will allow police to arrest migrants who cross illegally into the country and send them to jail. Those record numbers also felt in cities like New York and Chicago. A 5-year-old boy dying in Chicago after falling ill in a packed shelter. City officials urging the Biden administration to step in and help. We have team coverage at the border and outside of the White House. The flooding emergency along the East Coast. Heavy rains swelling rivers and washing out roads. An NBC News crew right there with rescuers as a 14-year-old girl and her sister were pulled from their New Jersey home. Hundreds of thousands still without power. In Massachusetts, officials warning it could take days before power returns as freezing temperatures move in. Fire and fury after weeks of warnings. A volcano in Iceland erupting, sending lava towards nearby towns. Tourist spots now closed ahead of a busy travel week. Plus, back here at home, the Senate staffer out of a job accused of having sex on video inside a Senate hearing room. How he responded to the allegations on LinkedIn as the senator he worked for breaks his silence. And the plane taking off, but not on purpose. Strong wind gusts causing a plane to start to roll on the tarmac and crashing into stairs. The major travel headache this caused. Top Story starts right now. Good evening. I'm Ellison Barber in for Tom Yamas. Let's get right to that breaking news. The Colorado Supreme Court ruling former President Trump cannot appear on the state's ballot for the 2024 elections, overturning a lower court ruling and saying, quote, a majority of the court holds that President Trump is disqualified from holding the office of the president under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. That provision, Section 3, it says that no person can serve as an officer of the United States who, having previously taken an oath of federal office, engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the United States. So in September, a group of 6 Colorado voters, they actually sued to block Trump from state ballots in 2024 under that provision. At the time, that lawsuit, they were accusing him of inciting the January 6th Capitol riot. The former president, though, is really leading in the polls. A recent New York Times Siena College poll showing 46% of registered voters said they would vote for Trump. Biden trailing by 2 percentage points in that poll. So the former president posting and responding to this news out of Colorado very quickly on his Truth Social account, writing in part, quote, "They don't want to run against me and never have. I am leading in the polls by a lot, and based on the results of the failed Biden administration, this will continue. But justice weaponized is a very dirty game to play, and it can have repercussions." So let's get right to all of this with NBC's Garrett Haake, who covers the Trump campaign. Garrett, just break this down a little more for us. Talk about how we got to this point, right? Was this a ruling people were expecting to happen, and what do we know just at this hour?
This is a surprising ruling, Ellison. We have seen cases like this brought in other states, and they've mostly been dismissed on one of 2 legal points. Either courts have found that there's no proof or it's not fully determined that Donald Trump engaged in rebellion or insurrection, or that he's not technically an officer of the United States. Some courts make the distinction whether an officer of the United States would include the president or is basically everybody else who works in the federal government who's not the president. So there's been a lot of these lawsuits in other states. This is the first one to get this far. The ruling itself is stunning, but its impact, I think, in 2 ways is unknown. First, into what's actually going to happen on the Colorado ballot. The judges in this case stay their own ruling until January 4th. Colorado is supposed to print their ballots January 5th. There's some time in there for this to be adjudicated, perhaps by the U.S. Supreme Court, as Trump's campaign has indicated that's where he wants to go. The Colorado primary isn't until Super Tuesday on March 5th. So there's some time for the legal part of this to work out. But the political repercussions are happening in real time right now, and I think they're really interesting because what you're starting to see already are Republicans, mostly Trump-supporting Republicans already, but I suspect you're going to see a bit of, kind of what color jersey you're wearing dictates your reaction here, rushing to Trump's defense on this, arguing that this is more election interference. Some of these elected Republicans are arguing that this is proof that Democrats just don't want to face Trump and that they'll do anything they can to keep him off the ballot. I'll be very curious to see how Trump's 2 biggest primary competitors, Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley, react to this, because if past is any prologue, I think the best parallel here might be the New York hush money case, where conservatives thought that case was weak, and they were forced to basically defend Donald Trump against what was perceived to be liberal prosecutors. In that case, here would be liberal judges, at a time where we're 4 weeks out from the Iowa caucus. They'd like to be attacking him, but they may feel like they have to defend him from something that they see as overreach. So that's the legal and the political repercussions we're watching for. But Trump is about to take the stage in Iowa. And Ellison, you know as well as anybody, I bet he's going to have quite a bit to say about this.
Yeah, I imagine. And Garrett, just to drill down a little more on what you were laying out so well in terms of the political versus legal ramifications here. I mean, when you're talking about the politics of this and other candidates maybe feeling like even though they're running against him, they have to step in and say, hey, this is wrong, and kind of parrot some of the same lines that Donald Trump will. Do we think this actually could have a positive effect on Donald Trump and his campaign for 2024?
In a Republican primary, it absolutely could. I mean, look, the Republican base has totally embraced the idea of a weaponized Justice Department, of a weaponized system that has gone after Donald Trump and goes after conservatives. To many in the Republican base, I think this will look like one more example of that. And so if you're Donald Trump's competitors who've tried various arguments against him, electability arguments that it's time to move on, it's hard to kind of crack into this. Once again, you've got Donald Trump blotting out the sun in terms of news coverage. We're not covering tonight the DeSantis and Haley and Ramaswamy blitz that's happening in Iowa right now. Instead, we're talking about Trump, and we're talking about Trump in a way where they're probably going to have to embrace at least some of this same language. And if Trump makes the argument that he's such a dominant frontrunner that this is basically, Democrats afraid of him and taking him off the ballot, I think that's something that a significant portion of the Republican primary electorate will agree with. And one other point on this, Ellison, Trump's lead nationally is so big that even if he loses his appeals here, if he's fighting this out just in Colorado specifically, and he's not on the Colorado ballot, he could find himself still the nominee without winning on the Colorado primary ballot or even the Colorado general election ballot, a state that Republicans haven't won, I don't think, since George W. Bush. If it's just this state, he can firewall this off, use it as political fuel, and not even feel necessarily the electoral consequences.
All right, Garrett Hake in Washington, D.C., expertly guiding us through this breaking news. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
You bet.
Let's stick with this ruling for a bit and bring in NBC News legal analyst Angela Cinadella. Angela, let's start broadly with sort of what is at the heart of this ruling. We're talking about Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, and I think most Americans would be forgiven, and it would be completely understandable if they are saying, what the heck is that? I have never heard of it, have not read it. But this is a provision that says no person can serve as an officer of the United States if they engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the U.S. And then there's this other caveat that it's after already taking an oath for federal office. Explain to us what is happening here. This ruling, as Garrett pointed out, it wasn't something we were expecting tonight. How big of a deal is this?
It's a massive deal. And I mean, the biggest issue here that the court ruled on was whether or not Donald Trump qualified as somebody who engaged in an insurrection. And the Colorado Supreme Court decided that Donald Trump did engage in an insurrection. Now, we know the lower court ruled in Trump's favor and decided that the term office did not apply to president. Now, the Supreme Court here decided that that is not true. They reversed that decision, and they've stayed this until January 4th. Now, that timing, though, Allison, is extremely tricky if we think about it, given the holidays and given the new year. So this is requiring the U.S. Supreme Court to agree to hear this case and then provide a ruling before January 4th. That timing is going to be tricky for anyone, let alone the Supreme Court.
Do we think they will be able to step in here and go ahead and hear it in that time frame? Because, I mean, you're right. We're talking about a stay until January 4th. But then, as Garrett was reporting, Colorado starts printing their ballots on January 5th. It's hard to imagine one court in Colorado, the Supreme Court there, dealing with this in time to have it some sort of resolution, at least for printing the ballots. It's also hard to see a world where the Supreme Court can really tackle all of this, but that is what they're there for, right, is to step in when there are a lot of different discrepancies of courts ruling across the state. They come in. I mean, is it just a given that the Supreme Court will pick this up as quickly as they can, and just a question of when and can it be quick enough?
Yes, I think it's a given that they will pick it up, largely because the U.S. Supreme Court, first of all, likes to be the final arbiter and ruler on the U.S. Constitution, because this was the Colorado Supreme Court here interpreting the U.S. Constitution, Section 14. As you said, nobody has really heard it before, except for constitutional scholars who are wondering whether or not Donald Trump can be president. So I think the Supreme Court is going to hear it. Do I think they're going to agree with the Colorado Supreme Court? I'm going to say absolutely not. And that's because when a law like this really pertains to the Civil War decades, centuries ago, the Supreme Court tends to like to default to the concept of democracy. So in this case, I am going to predict that the U.S. Supreme Court is going to default to having the voters of a state, the voters of a country, be the people who should decide if Donald Trump will be president. Ellison.
So, Angela, I am curious what this might mean for other states, because Colorado is not the only state that has lawsuits along these same lines, right, seeking to block Donald Trump from appearing on the ballot in the 2024 presidential election. Should we expect this ruling from Colorado to impact other rulings nationwide before the Supreme Court even has a chance to weigh in?
You know, here's the thing. In a general scenario, absolutely. This would give other courts more leverage, more power to feel they can take a step that is so extraordinary as this. But again, given this timeline, the year is winding down. Courts and judges don't want to work that hard at the end of the year, as does nobody. So I think it's doubtful that we are going to see a flurry of activity, a flurry of rulings prior to the Supreme Court taking it out, because I imagine at this point the Supreme Court will likely attempt to do this in the first few days of January, which in itself would be unprecedented.
Yeah. And just while we have you, what happens if they aren't able to get this solved before those ballots are printed in Colorado on January 5th?
So it would be likely at that point that Trump would again appeal for another stay and request for the deadline to be continued. And then it will be day by day seeing who is going to win this race against time.
All right, Angela Cianadella, thank you so much. We always appreciate your insights and analysis. Thank you. Let's get right to that other major headline tonight. Border Patrol officials say more than 12,600 migrants crossed into the U.S. illegally on Monday, the highest single-day number ever recorded. One of the busiest border sectors in Texas, and now the state's governor has signed a bill that will allow police to arrest migrants who enter the U.S. illegally. All of this sets up another potential showdown between the Lone Star State and the White House. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is on the border tonight.
Tonight, stunning images from Eagle Pass, Texas, where thousands of migrant men, women, and so many children now fill entire fields. The groups lining the Rio Grande clinging to blankets, huddling to stay warm, all waiting for hours to be processed, and most likely to be released into the United States.
Of all our trips to Eagle Pass, this is the largest group we have ever encountered. Sources tell us the majority of these families are Venezuelan, and we've just learned from authorities nearly 3,000 were apprehended just yesterday.
On Monday alone, a staggering new record. DHS officials telling NBC News more than 12,000 migrants crossed the U.S.-Mexico border, the most recorded in a single day ever. The surge sparking a new battle between the Lone Star State and the White House. Republicans here blaming President Biden's border policies for a record number of illegal crossings.
Biden's deliberate inaction has left Texas to fend for itself.
Now Governor Greg Abbott signing a new law, making illegal immigration a state crime, empowering police and sheriff's deputies to arrest migrants. Texas has already put controversial floating barriers in the Rio Grande and barbed wire along the border, but both face ongoing challenges. The White House calling the new law extreme. The ACLU of Texas saying they'll sue.
That is going to drive our immigrant communities into the shadows. It's going to increase suspicions of relying on law enforcement.
How much longer can you keep up?
No, we can't. We can't. Now it's like 3,000 or 4,000 right now. So they're coming in.
Maverick County Sheriff Tom Schmerber tells us they're struggling to cope with the number of migrants, but the new laws only raise new questions, namely where newly arrested migrants would potentially be held. His jail holds 250, and today sits just below 200.
I don't have the resources, I won't have the space. Where I want to put them.
And Morgan joins us now from Eagle Pass, Texas. Morgan, we can see those crowds, the massive amount of migrants standing just behind you. Officials say they expect more soon.
Yeah, Ellison, that's right. The sheriff here tells me that he's been warned by Mexican authorities that even though they've shut down the railroad into Eagle Pass, a large group of migrants has left that train and is now headed for this area on foot. They're anticipated to arrive at some point later this week. Ellison?
And Morgan, we also heard you ask the sheriff in your piece about where all of these migrants will potentially be held. Do we have any more information on the plans for tonight?
Well, we do know that when this law goes into effect, it's tentatively set for March 2024, so they have a little bit of breathing room, but Ellison, not much. He says as it stands right now, his jail is not equipped to certainly handle an influx of migrants that you see behind me. If these numbers stay the way they are, he said they will most definitely need state or federal help building new facilities or finding new locations to house these men, women, and children coming across the border. Ellison?
Morgan Chesky in Eagle Pass. Thank you. Staying on immigration, Chicagoans are grieving the loss of a 5-year-old migrant who died over the weekend after falling ill in a temporary shelter. That city, as well as others across the country, still receiving more migrants by the day as their resources are pushed to the brink. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more.
Tonight, migrant advocates are reeling after the death of 5-year-old Jean Carlos Martinez.
We're heartbroken for the loss of this baby.
After days of being sick, he was found unresponsive in a temporary migrant shelter in Chicago.
2241 South Halsted. Ambulance 4 is requesting CPD as soon as possible for a child with cardiac arrest.
Martinez was rushed to the hospital, but later died. Fire department confirming to NBC Chicago that several other people at the shelter were hospitalized with high fevers, including a 1-year-old girl, a 4-year-old girl, and an 18-year-old woman.
We can see a lot of these kids that are sick. They don't have any coats, they don't have shoes.
This mother is staying at that shelter. The truth is, the conditions are quite alarming because we also have small children, she says.
Of course, we're providing support for the family, and we are obviously deeply sorry and hurt by this loss.
Chicago's mayor does not blame the city or its policies for the child's death.
They're showing up sick. Do you hear me? They're showing up sick.
He points the finger at southern states who he says are not communicating with Chicago about when migrants are coming and where they're being dropped off.
They're just dropping all people anywhere. Do you understand how raggedy and how evil that is?
Since May, nearly 500 buses have arrived in Chicago with migrants. Martinez's death, yet another flashpoint, as the Biden administration draws criticism from some big city mayors over the federal government's response.
What would the White House say to his family?
That's devastating. A child dying, anyone dying, is devastating. And I know that the president feels the same way. This is why we have taken this very seriously from day one when it comes to dealing with a broken immigration system.
In New York, the number of migrants is now up to more than 150,000. And now many of those families living in the city's emergency shelter system are being told they need to clear out just after Christmas.
Yo le dije a mi hijo que aproveche. Aprovechen, disfruten el hotel, que estamos con un techo ahorita, porque ya nos van a mandar. Ya nos van a mandar y vamos a estar ya a dormir en el tren o en la calle. Y mi hijo solo se puso a llorar y dijo, tengamos fe.
Today, some advocates protesting at City Hall, demanding that migrants be allowed to stay in shelters through the winter.
Education is a right.
Listen, I've been on protests. When they finish protesting, they should start volunteering. We have a lot of needs. If they say don't do the 60-day rule, give me an alternative. Because we've been open to ideas.
And Gabe joins us now from the White House as the Biden administration takes an increasingly active role in these border funding negotiations. Gabe, is President Biden regretting linking border security and Ukraine aid at this point? I mean, none of it is getting through Congress, right?
Yeah, you know, Ellison, I asked the White House that question. Not at all, Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said, adding that this is emergency funding all around. But critics of the administration wonder if it was the best strategy, given the complexity of any potential policy changes at the border, Ellison.
And Gabe, we also just heard from the city of Chicago about the shelter that 5-year-old boy was staying in. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right, Allison. The city of Chicago says that the child's death was not related to the 3 other people taken to the hospital. The Chicago Department of Public Health also says the child does not appear to have died from an infectious disease, and there is no evidence of an outbreak at the shelter. Allison.
Gabe Gutierrez at the White House. Thank you. We turn now to the weather, and parts of the Northeast still under flood alerts after yesterday's deadly storm on the East Coast. River levels threatening to rise with the race to clean up well underway. Crews now trying to restore power to hundreds of thousands of homes and businesses. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda has the latest from the flood zone.
Tonight, first responders fanning out across a battered Northeast as lingering floodwaters from Monday's monstrous storm continue stranding families.
Obviously, with the water starting to crest now, it's going to only get worse before it gets better.
With parts of Maine and New Jersey under states of emergency. Michelle called for help when water rose around her home with her sister still inside.
What's going through your mind? It's traumatic. The water's disgusting. And I want her safe.
We followed the water rescue team to the family's doorstep.
And getting through the flood water as quick as possible with minimal time within the water.
The 14-year-old climbing to safety before she was met by a warm embrace back on dry ground.
It's a stark contrast, a sunny day paired with flooded roadways. Even without rain, parts of the Passaic River could remain in flood stage through at least Friday.
Floodwaters blocking fire trucks from reaching this burning home today. Across the Northeast, at least 5 people died from falling trees and flooding, including a 76-year-old woman who was swept away in New York.
Vehicles completely submerged at this time.
Tonight, several 100,000 are still without power in New England. And it could be a couple days of cold temperatures before it's completely restored.
You get 3/4 of the way down a street, you got to turn around, go the other way. Wires hanging.
With a massive cleanup ahead, an early start to holiday travel snarled by blocked off and even collapsed roads. At airports today, travelers relieved to find fewer flight cancellations.
During Christmas time, yeah, it's nerve-wracking coming with everybody, and you just got to be on your toes and make sure you're there early.
But a record week of air travel could turn turbulent later this week when a deluge of rain is set to hit the West Coast.
Emily Ikeda joins us now from Paterson, New Jersey. Emily, there's still concern that water could keep rising well into tonight.
Ellison, that's right. Keep in mind, major rivers like the Passaic River, not far from where I'm standing, those levels are continuing to rise, which means flood waters in neighborhoods like this could continue to worsen, just as some residents have yet to even begin assessing the damage to their homes just days out from the Christmas holiday, Ellison.
And Emily, we know flight disruptions improved a bit today, but what can people expect for the rest of the week?
Well, it's certainly something so many people will be watching closely, as this week is expected to be one of, if not the busiest weeks for air travel around the Christmas holiday. Now, the severe weather has moved out of the Northeast region, and they're actually expecting unseasonably warm temperatures for this weekend. But the West Coast is bracing for back-to-back storms, a deluge of rain that could snarl travel. Ellison.
Emily Ikeda, thank you. And for more on that wet winter weather, NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns joins me now. Bill, Emily mentioned the conditions worsening on the West Coast. What's the latest?
We kind of are in the, we're waiting. We're waiting for this big storm that's spinning off the coast to make its move. It's a slow-moving storm system, and it's going to take its sweet time. And then finally, by the time we get to Thursday and Friday, is when it'll be moving towards the coastal areas. As far as the flooding potential goes, the greatest risk is going to be from the border with Mexico, from San Diego northwards, Oceanside, Los Angeles, and Santa Barbara. 21 million people are included in flash flood watches, and this goes all the way out until Friday. So we got a long duration event here. So let's play it out. This is going to be Wednesday. There's some rain, hit and miss in Los Angeles. Not really the big stuff. When you start to see the bright red and yellows, that's when our biggest flash flood threat will occur. And that moves in as we go throughout late Thursday night into Friday morning. So for that reason, that is the greatest risk of flash flooding. And especially any of those fires in the past, we get the burn scars, we get the debris flows and the mudslides. That's the concern. And someone down here could easily get more than 4 inches of rain in the mountains outside of Los Angeles. They haven't had a big storm yet this rainy season for them, which is the wintertime. This will be the first one. So fingers crossed we don't get too much damage out of this. So here's how the holiday outlook looks. On Friday, rain from Chicago down to Dallas. That big storm will be heading into Arizona. Saturday, East Coast, fine. Great Lakes, fine. But the southern plains all the way through areas of the Four Corner region is where it's stormy. And as far as a white Christmas goes, you may just get your wish in portions of Colorado, Wyoming, western Nebraska, up through the Dakotas. And then finally, as we go through Christmas Day, we're dry in the Northeast, but unfortunately, we're dashing through the rain from New Orleans all the way through the Tennessee Valley into the Ohio Valley. So not a lot of snow out there, Ellison, but there will be some windshield wipers.
All right, dashing through the rain, we will manage. Bill Cairns, thank you. We appreciate it. Next tonight, we head to Iceland and the potentially dangerous eruption of a volcano there that is threatening communities not far from the capital. NBC News correspondent Miguel Almaguer has this story.
The incredible fountains of fire gushed more than 300 feet into the air, igniting the night sky in Iceland. Erupting Monday, the astonishing display of fire and fury continues to pour across the southwestern end of the country, an hour outside the capital of Reykjavik.
It's a once in a lifetime for us.
A 2.5-mile-long fissure is now creating an expansive boiling sea of molten lava, threatening to slowly spread closer to populated regions. But for now, the blanket of fire not yet causing serious damage.
Fascinating to see just nature in action. It's just like something from a movie.
As researchers descend closer to the spouts of fire, this is a magical spectacle, even in a country no stranger to eruptions. After weeks of seismic activity, nearby towns were evacuated days before lava even seeped from the Earth's floor. The flows now slowing.
It is very, very powerful in the beginning. It's going to extract the magma very, very fast, and that's why it's going to decline fairly fast.
Still pouring smoke into the air, it doesn't appear this eruption will cause the same havoc a different Icelandic volcano did in 2010. That explosion of fumes and ash grounded much of Europe's air travel for a week. But tonight, scientists warn eruptions can be as unpredictable as they are spectacular. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
Staying overseas, we head now to the war in the Middle East. Major shipping companies now halting service through the Red Sea after Iranian-backed militia attacked multiple commercial ships. The growing conflict coming as hopes for another ceasefire agreement and the return of hostages remains up in the air. NBC's chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest.
The cargo giant Maersk joined BP in halting traffic through the Red Sea in response to attacks by the Iranian-backed Yemeni militia known as the Houthis, who have hijacked and fired on several ships. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin in Bahrain today, home of the U.S. Fifth Fleet, announced the formation of a 10-nation coalition to defend the Red Sea. But the Houthis vow to keep attacking ships until Israel ends its blockade of Gaza. The showdown sending oil prices up again today. While the Palestinian Islamic Jihad tonight put out a video of 2 Israeli men it's holding hostage, yesterday Hamas released a video of 3 elderly hostages taken under duress. The man on the right is 83-year-old Yoram Metzger. His son Guy told us he takes comfort in knowing his father is alive, but worries about his treatment by Hamas.
He looks very, very tired. He looks very sick. Also his friends. We are really, really worried about their condition.
He says the Israeli government should do more to get a deal to free the hostages.
You don't have confidence in Prime Minister Netanyahu's efforts?
Do you think I should have confidence in President Netanyahu after what's happened in the 7th of October?
The Gaza Strip is at a breaking point as Israel attacks Hamas. Aid groups say 2.3 million Palestinians are paying an unbearable price. Mahmoud Zaghroub was in a hospital today in Rafah, injured by an Israeli strike, when doctors brought him the bodies of his son and 2-week-old daughter, Aisha. The World Health Organization today described the situation in Gaza's hospitals as beyond belief and unconscionable.
And Richard Engel joins us now from Tel Aviv. Richard, are there any updates in terms of the ceasefire negotiations?
Well, they are progressing, and Qatar is reporting progress, and there are multiple reports that they will continue tomorrow in Egypt. So we don't know the specific details. There's a lot of reporting out there of what may be on the table, what is not on the table, but this is the most progress that we've seen so far. So the fact that they are progressing, that they could be continuing tomorrow in Egypt, that calls are being made, that there is some talk of about now the number of hostages that may be released, the timeline that could be extended. All of this is indication that the two sides are starting to get down to the heart of the matter and putting real proposals on the table, which was not the case even just a few days ago.
Richard Engel in Tel Aviv, thank you. Still ahead tonight, the Senate sex scandal. A staffer for Senator Ben Cardin fired after he was accused of having sex inside a Senate hearing room on video. How Senator Cardin is responding. Plus, the SUV flipping over while doing donuts, landing on the teenage passengers who were hanging out of the window. The charges that driver is now facing. And Americans looking to buy Apple's Series 9 and Ultra watches will have to wait a while. Why the company is halting sales of the products in the U.S. Stay with us. Top Story is just getting started.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Days Toy Drive.
Holiday gifts for everybody on the list. That is delicious.
Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make today your home for the holidays.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
We're back now with the shocking allegations against a former Senate staffer. A legislative aide to Maryland Senator Ben Cardin accused of having sex on video in a Senate hearing room. The reaction from that staffer's former boss and the possible charges he could be facing. NBC News correspondent Sahil Kapoor is on Capitol Hill tonight with the latest.
Senator Cardin, real quick. Tonight, the sex scandal rocking the U.S. Senate. A legislative aide to Maryland Senator Ben Cardin out of a job after a video first published by conservative outlet The Daily Caller alleged to show him having sex in a Senate hearing room used for Supreme Court confirmations and high-profile hearings.
I was angry, disappointed. It's a breach of trust.
Senator Cardin confirming to NBC News that staffer Aiden Mazie Soropsky is no longer a Senate employee, but refusing to discuss details of the case or say if he was fired. Capitol Police are now investigating the incident for possible criminal activity.
The only issue that could potentially be at play would involve the location. If a court would decide this hearing room to be a public place, well, there are also laws there that prevent this type of behavior in a public forum.
Mazie Soropsky responding to the allegations in a statement on his LinkedIn account, which has since been deleted, saying, "I have been attacked for who I love to pursue a political agenda. While some of my actions in the past have shown poor judgment, I love my job and would never disrespect my workplace." He did not respond to a request for additional comment.
There does not appear to be any precedent happening federally in the Senate or Congress or the Capitol. These would only be misdemeanors. So that means jail time, maximum of a few months, but unlikely if he doesn't have a criminal past, and likely just a fine.
The video, reportedly published in a private online group for gay men, has not been independently verified by NBC News. But Republicans now seizing on the incident. Georgia Congressman Mike Collins posting this image, comparing the video to the desecration of the U.S. Capitol on January 6th, 2021.
Sahil Kapoor joins us now from Capitol Hill. So, Sahil, we know you were at that press gaggle earlier where Senator Ben Cardin made the comments we just heard in your piece. What else did he say about this incident?
That's right, Ellison. The senator called it a tragic situation. He said he has not spoken to the now former staffer. He said he's unaware of any disciplinary priors he may have had. He also declined to confirm or discuss the details of this incident, said only that it's a personal issue, that it's under investigation, and that his main concern is how other staffers, Senate staffers, feel about it. Now, this is a bizarre way to end what has been a bizarre year in Congress, one of the most legislatively unproductive years we've seen in modern times, but it's been packed with all of these oddball dramas in the House and the Senate, from two lengthy speaker fights to overthrowing a Speaker of the House mid-session for the first time in history. There has been multiple fights over preventing government shutdowns and preventing debt default. A senator once literally tried to fight a committee witness at a committee hearing, and then there was the expulsion recently of serial fabricator George Santos, and now, to cap it all off, this bizarre story. Ellison.
An eventful year, to say the least. Sahil Kapoor, thank you. Coming up, the Super Bowl champ arrested. Former NFL running back Derek Ward arrested for a string of robberies in Los Angeles. What we're learning about those alleged crimes.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to
Report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
And around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina. Here in Florida, the time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
Place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with Top Stories news feed, and we begin with the arrest of former NFL running back and Super Bowl champion Derek Ward. Los Angeles police say Ward is accused of robbing multiple businesses, including gas stations, over a period of several days. Law enforcement claiming no guns were used in the robberies, but that Ward did use force to intimidate workers and get money from stores. An SUV toppling over and crushing 5 people in Colorado. New cell phone video shared on social media shows the vehicle attempting donuts in a strip mall parking lot, then rolling over onto passengers who were hanging out of the window. Police say the 19-year-old driver is facing up to 3 counts of vehicular assault. 5 people, who are all minors, were hospitalized, but they are expected to survive. And Apple will be halting sales of their Series 9 and Ultra 2 Apple Watches in the U.S. The International Trade Commission ordering the tech giant to stop importing the watches following a patent dispute over their blood oxygen monitor technology. Medical tech company Masimo saying the monitor was illegally incorporated, but Apple says they strongly disagree with the order. The Presidential Review Panel is now assessing the ITC's ruling. Turning now to China and the aftermath of an earthquake that killed over 100 people and destroyed thousands of buildings. NBC's Janice Mackey-Frayer is in China with the late details.
Tonight, the powerful tremor set off a scramble in northwestern China. People running from homes and buildings into the frigid night. At the earthquake's epicenter, an all-out search for survivors. Videos and photos shared by Chinese state media showing people pulled from the rubble. At least 127 are dead and scores are injured. Local officials say nearly 5,000 buildings were destroyed. Freezing temperatures at high altitude, making rescue operations more of a challenge. China's earthquake agency said the trembler measured magnitude 6.2 at a depth of just 6 miles, centered in Zhoushan, a remote and impoverished county along the Tibetan Plateau, an area where earthquakes are not uncommon, but this is the deadliest in nearly a decade. More than 300 aftershocks have followed, according to state media, thousands now huddling in temporary shelters and bitter conditions.
With a cold wave gripping much of northern China, rescue officials say the next 48 hours are crucial, a race against time and temperatures to find survivors. Allison?
Janice Mackey-Frayer, thank you. Now to top stories. Global watch at a massive fire ripping through a hotel in South Korea. Dramatic video shows flames engulfing the 18-story building about 17 miles outside of Seoul. Luckily, no one was killed, but more than 50 people were hurt. The cause of the blaze is still under investigation. A fuel crisis unfolding in Guyana following a deadly explosion earlier this week. New video shows long lines outside of gas stations in the capital city as the country grapples with a devastating explosion at an oil plant. The explosion left at least 14 people dead and hundreds injured. It also destroyed critical fuel tanks. The country now facing a fuel shortage and rising gas prices. And shocking footage showing an airplane blowing away as an extreme storm battered eastern Argentina. The plane was parked on a runway when wind gusts of up to 100 miles per hour began battering the Buenos Aires region. The aircraft can be seen spinning before smashing into a flight of boarding stairs. The plane was damaged and the crash caused several scheduled flights to be canceled. Amazingly, no one was hurt. Coming up, Ukraine in need. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky admitting Ukraine's military is facing challenges as it prepares to enter its third year in a war against Russia. The urgent warning from the Biden administration as aid for Ukraine runs out.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching today's toy drive. Holiday gifts for everybody on the list.
That is delicious.
Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make today your home for the holidays.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We
report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Back now on Top Story, we turn to Europe, where fighting between Russia and Ukraine prepares to enter its third year. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky revealing the army needs nearly 500,000 people to mobilize for fighting before U.S. aid runs out. This as Russia promises to not give up what they say is theirs. The war in Ukraine is far from over, but one of the most significant streams of aid could be coming to an end. Tonight, a dire warning from the White House. Money to support the war in Ukraine is out.
We have one more security assistance package available to us before the end of this year, before we run out of replenishment authority to replenish the stocks and the inventories.
And unless Congress approves additional aid before the end of the year, the United States will not be able to send Ukraine support it so desperately needs. The U.S. has already allocated more than $100 billion to Ukraine, military and humanitarian aid, since Russia launched its full-scale invasion in early 2022.
We can't let Putin win.
But President Biden wants Congress to approve another $60 billion. Republicans are skeptical and say they won't approve more funding without changes to the U.S.'s border and immigration policies. Ukraine is desperate. A top general told Reuters they've already had to scale back some military operations. At a 2-hour press conference today, President Volodymyr Zelensky flatly denied suggestions that Ukraine is losing this war, but acknowledged the challenges of fighting a nation with significantly more resources, from weapons to troop levels.
And I'm confident that the United States will not let us down, and what we have agreed in the United States will be fulfilled in full.
Last week, Ukraine's former defense minister, Andriy Zahornyuk, told NBC News it's disappointing that internal politics in the U.S. are impacting Ukraine.
And we understand that there is a political process and so on. It's just like they need to remember that every day or months of delayed assistance, that's somebody's lives on stake. The fact that some politicians don't realize that, that's quite concerning, I have to say.
Meanwhile, Russia is carrying on. President Vladimir Putin claims he is willing to negotiate and talk about Ukraine, but accused the U.S. of, quote, dragging Russia and Europe into this conflict on purpose. For more on the state of the war in Ukraine and Putin's next move, let's bring in the director of the USC School of International Relations, Robert English. Robert, you have written in the past that Russia is facing an economic war of attrition with the West. You wrote that, I believe, at the start of Russia's full-scale invasion in February of 2022. At a meeting today with Russia's defense ministry, we heard President Putin say the economies of countries in Europe are now facing the financial burden of the war. I'm curious what you made of his remarks when we hear Putin say something like that. Is it true? Has the economic situation for Russia changed, or is he just posturing a bit?
No, he's got a lot of facts on his side. Right, economic growth is actually about twice as rapid in Russia as it is in the European Union. Unemployment is twice as high in Europe as it is in Russia. So there is some foundation, but we also know that while this is a fast-moving economy, it's also very fragile, and this pace cannot be maintained. It's an artificial, wartime kind of prosperity with investment in every other sector being neglected. And even Putin's own economists are warning him that this can't be kept up. Another year and a half, and things will start to crumble. So it's very temporary, but for the moment, he's crowing about his immediate strengths.
You know, in some ways, it does feel like we're at a possible tipping point or new phase of what this war looks like moving forward. And there have been such questions for Ukrainians, for Russians about whether or not this becomes a quote unquote frozen conflict. I'm curious what you see right now. And when you look at the U.S. and the disagreements over funding aid for Ukraine, whether or not you see some sort of dramatic change in the next 3 to 4 months, and if that aid isn't approved before Congress leaves for the holidays here in the U.S., does that mean Putin is going in to the new year with a significant win?
He's going into the new year strong in either case, but I'm pretty confident. For example, in Europe, the European Union, frustrated at its inability to get past Hungarian opposition, is finding ways to deliver roughly $50 billion in aid for the next year to Ukraine in any case. And the United States will as well. We're pretty confident that some compromise will be struck. But those new funds and those new weapons will still barely be enough to hold the line. Very few military strategists now hold out hope for a sweeping Ukrainian victory, liberation of most of the occupied territory. So you're right, we are looking at a different kind of war, one where Ukraine is now giving up on the grand offensive and building defenses and holding the line. And sadly, that means the prospect is when a truce is called, when peace talks begin, Ukraine will probably end up having to concede a significant chunk of territory. There's no way getting around that.
I want to talk to you about the other big headline coming out of this area, and that is Alexei Navalny, Russia's most prominent dissident or opposition leader. He's been imprisoned and was serving a 19-year sentence. He has not been heard from in 2 weeks now. His own legal team says they have not been able to get in touch with him. Do we have any idea of where he is right now and what could have happened to him? As the time ticks by, there are a lot of people speculating, worried that maybe the worst has happened here.
The worst would be that he's very ill or even dead, and that would be absolutely possible. He has been malnourished. He has been denied medical treatment. We know he's had serious ailments, digestive ailments, has lost a lot of weight. And given the precedents of other dissidents being mistreated or beaten or starved and dying in jail, it's absolutely possible. It's also possible that he's being shuttled around and hushed up because Putin is extraordinarily sensitive about his public image and a picture of unity in all of Russia going into this election he's staging in March. He doesn't want dissidents. He doesn't want acts of protest. He doesn't want Navalny's supporters, who are very well organized and continuously manage sort of social media stunts and open protests of one sort or another. He doesn't want that. And so he's probably trying to cut Navalny off from contact with the outside world, preventing his own lawyers from transmitting messages. And so keeping him kind of incommunicado, shuttling between prisons. Let's hope it's only that and not a death sentence.
Robert English, director of the USC School of International Relations, thank you. We appreciate your time and insight. And make sure to tune in for the new documentary, Putin's War. Our Keir Simmons takes an in-depth look at Vladimir Putin and his powerful network. That premieres tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now. It will also be streaming on Peacock. When we come back, a special reunion for a special sheep. You heard that right. A sheep named Fiona, rescued earlier this year after she was stranded at the bottom of a Scottish cliff for 2 years. The moment she met the kayaker who first spotted and helped save her. That is next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life.
Bah, humbug.
To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now,
wherever you get your podcasts.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells twinkling loud.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
And finally tonight, the full circle moment for Britain's so-called loneliest sheep. The woolly farm animal Fiona spent over 2 years stranded at the bottom of a Scottish cliff. Earlier this year, local farmers undertaking a daring rescue operation. And now the kayaker who first spotted Fiona getting the chance to reunite with the now famous fleece.
It was a call just like this that brought Fiona the sheep into the spotlight.
This sheep is special. There's no other way to describe it.
For over 2 years, Fiona the sheep looked like this, scruffy and overgrown, stranded at the bottom of a steep Scottish cliff. Kayaker Jill Turner snapping these pictures that captured the public's imagination.
And of course she ran along the shore because it's a very rocky shore, but you know, there are some flat areas she can jump across, and she followed us right to the edge.
Newspapers dubbing Fiona Britain's loneliest sheep. Not long after, a group of Scottish farmers organized a daring rescue.
She's happy enough, isn't she? You're all right.
Fiona winched up hundreds of feet to safety.
Well, being terrified of heights and of dying, I was very, very relieved, I must admit. But even more relieved that we got her up there without her, having any issues.
Her overgrown coat sheared off. Fiona now settling into her new life at the Dalscone Fun Farm.
We're going to start socialising with her, get her, hopefully she'll start eating out of her hand, and she'll start just getting used to people as well.
Hello everyone, it is Farmer Ben speaking, and welcome to another Facebook Live from Dalscone.
Farmer Ben live streaming updates to eager Fiona fans on Facebook, recently sharing this full circle moment.
I have some big news regarding Fiona, and I'll put some pictures up later on about this as well. We had the lovely Jill Turner come and see us, who actually found Fiona. She is the kayaker who found Fiona in the first place all those weeks ago.
Britain's loneliest sheep, now living a life full of friendship.
It was lovely for her, and it was quite a heartfelt moment to actually see her, meet her in person, face to face and up close, and get to feed her and see how well Fiona's doing. So that was lovely. That was absolutely lovely.
Thank you so much for watching Top Story. For Tom Yamas, I'm Ellison Barber in New York. Stay right there. More News Now is on the way.
Гражданская война.
Все будет хорошо, не переживайте.
Мы находимся в штабе. 7 часов 30 минут утра. Под контролем военные объекты Ростова.
It's June 2023. Russia's Wagner mercenary group, one of the Kremlin's most prized units, has seized the command headquarters for Russia's war in Ukraine and is now on the march to Moscow.
Защитим и наш народ, и нашу государственность от любых угроз, в том числе от внутреннего предательства.
As the National Guard prepared to defend the capital against a band of rogue mercenaries, Wagner stood down, but not quietly. Yevgeny Prigozhin, the man behind the insurrection, cheered as he and his men vacate the Russian city of Rostov. Two months later, Prigozhin is dead, his plane suffering a mysterious incident on approach into Moscow. Mr. President, are you a killer? I asked him directly. Mr. President, are you a killer?
Послушайте меня. Значит, я таких обвинений слышал десятки. Я при этом всегда руководствуюсь интересами российского государства и русского народа.
This is one of the key lines the Russian leader and those closest to him used to describe Vladimir Putin. Here is Dmitry Peskov, Putin's long-serving spokesman, extolling Putin's particular civic mindset.
You've known President Putin for 20 years? More. Can you describe the difference between the president that you met and the president that you now work with?
Well, you have to understand that President Putin has been doing his job for 22 years already. And he knows the outside and inside part of the relationship with the West, of his country. And he knows to what extent West was ready and is ready to take into account Russia's concerns and Russia's problems. And he understands perfectly well that this extent is zero. West is not willing to take into account Russia's concerns.
He didn't think that.
And that's why he is angry. And that's why he's determined. And that's why he is tough to ensure his countries that he's in charge of national interests.
It is a view shared by the Soviet-born men and some women who surround him. They sit around tables, ruling Russia like a cartel. Putin is no lone dictator. He's more like a kingpin, the leader of a very Russian team of rivals, united in public, often divided in private. That helps explain why, to maintain loyalty, Putin's friends are so richly rewarded, while traitors are punished.
This is probably the most important element of the whole mechanism of power in Russia, that it's a team. It's not a political party like in the West. It's not a kind of coalition or something like this. It's the leader and the team. And this team is united, because this team can survive only as a team. That's why no one is leaving the ship.
Taking to social media to publicize private divisions.
Живет по принципу, чтобы в ложь поверили, она должна быть чудовищная.
Revealing vulnerabilities in Putin's regime. For now, at least, the regime has won. The war in Ukraine is changing Russia, straining already fraught relations between the people Putin presides over. And yet, perhaps, the war is changing nothing. Putin's tactics as familiar as ever. Putin's regime surviving a dire political crisis, appearing more determined than ever to fight their war.
I'm extremely pessimistic, to be honest. I think that we are looking at probably 5-7 years of war.
The world may have to deal with Putin's people and his killer instinct for a long time to come. This was President Putin over the summer, taking selfies with adoring fans, even offering kisses. The kind of Russian retail politics not seen from him in years. The very same President Putin, who until recently sat at a COVID-safe distance from other world leaders.
Fine, just fine. How are you?
And even his most senior advisors.
Мною принято решение о проведении специальной военной операции.
Last year, lashed out at the world with unbridled bitterness, branding America an empire of lies, and launching the largest conflict on the European continent since the Second World War. And who has been accused of assassinating his opponents, despite his consistent denials. Russia's supposedly decisive leader often delays decisions or even changes his mind. Initially, he called the men who follow Prigozhin traitors.
Это удар по России, по нашему народу. И наши действия по защите Отечества от такой угрозы будут жесткие.
Then seemed to forgive them. A figure shrouded in spin, the subject of endless speculation, but who is now wanted by the International Criminal Court for alleged Russian crimes in Ukraine, including the unlawful deportation of children. Putin, described over the years as devoid of emotion, has over time become consumed by a slow burning fury toward the West.
Наши западные коллеги, особенно из США, не просто устанавливают произвольно такие правила, но и поучают при этом, кто и как должен их исполнять, кто и как должен вообще себя вести. Вы кто такие вообще? Какое вы имеете право кого-то предупреждать?
Putin is a man who believes in loyal and long relationships, but he is equally single-minded, relentlessly putting his interests, and he will later claim, his country first. In 2013, looking incredibly uncomfortable, he and his wife announced their marriage was over.
Вся моя деятельность, вся работа связана с публичностью, с абсолютной публичностью. Кому-то это нравится, кому-то нет. Но есть люди, которые совершенно с этим несовместимы. Вот Людмила Александровна отстояла вахту 8 лет, уже 9 даже, 9 лет. Так что, в общем, это общее решение.
Да, я присоединяюсь к словам Владимира Владимировича. Это действительно было нашим общим решением. И наш брак завершен в связи действительно с тем, что мы практически не видимся.
The video is staged managed, but it is a pivotal moment. Putin's identity has fused with that of Russia.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All of the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us one. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Streaming free everywhere.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
Владимир Владимирович Putin.
Putin's one-track mind would, over decades, foster a messianic drive to restore Russian glory.
За нами правда, за нами Россия.
To understand his obsession with history, as well as his long friendships and influences, you have to go back to the beginning.
Every day, more people die of cold, disease, hunger. This was Leningrad in its darkest hour.
Deep in Putin's DNA is an imprint that has followed him forever. War. The city where he spent his character-forming early years, St. Petersburg, called in the Soviet era Leningrad, suffered a terrible siege from Hitler's army. Putin's identity, and that of many closest to him, also from St. Petersburg, is intertwined with that Leningrad history. World War II traumas were inherited by generations of Soviets like him. Listen to him here, dwelling on the war and its legacy, while accepting Russia's nomination as World Cup hosts.
I was born in Leningrad, and as you know, during World War II, Leningrad went through 900 days of blockade. Leningrad was bombed every day. No electricity, no running water, no food, and no heat. No heat in Russian winter.
Putin himself never witnessed the Second World War, yet he's made it part of modern Russia's mythology, encouraging an annual parade, a tribute to those who fought, including his father. Putin's youth was immersed in both post-war poverty and a sense of pride for emerging victorious. Vladimir Putin was born in October 1952. He spent the first part of his life in this street, living in an apartment in this building. These are some of the facts that we know, but there's a lot that we don't know, because President Putin famously doesn't like people prying into his personal life. He did allow 3 journalists to write an autobiography 20 years ago, but even that was really part of his political campaign to introduce himself to Russia. It was the story that he wanted to tell. But then everything in Vladimir Putin's life is a story that he wants to tell. Not surprisingly, in St. Petersburg, simple stories of survival are celebrated. A childhood fable from that autobiography, he would chase vermin in this courtyard. One day, he says, he cornered a giant rat. Suddenly, the rat turned and lashed at him. It taught the young Putin a lesson about being cornered. Many times, Putin and the Kremlin have used that story to teach his opponents a lesson about Putin. Here is one of his closest allies, the Belarus president, reinforcing the message to me just last year.
Если вы загоняете человека или страну, несколько человек загоняете в угол, то выход оттуда один, только вперед. Поэтому не надо переходить те линии.
Another early influence, according to Putin's own account, was Russia's wartime leader, Stalin. Putin's first year of life was the last year of Stalin's iron-fisted rule over Russia. His Soviet education taught patriotism and ideology.
Ask him what he wants to be when he grows up.
Летчиком. A pilot. A soldier. Танкистом. A tankman.
A what man?
A tankman.
A tank man.
But a young Vladimir Putin found his calling at a small cinema in this St. Petersburg building. It's said that here, Putin saw a popular show starring a Stalin-era KGB agent during the Second World War. Putin would join the KGB just 2 years later. This building was its imposing Leningrad headquarters. He would work with the KGB for the next 15 years. President Putin describes himself in his autobiography as determined to join the KGB. It's now the headquarters of the FSB, Russian intelligence, and many of the people who worked in the KGB with the president still work in his government. From what we know, he spent his time as a KGB officer living in relative obscurity with his wife Ludmila in Dresden. Some accounts suggest Putin was just an office clerk. Some have claimed he was active in recruiting and running local spies. It was at this time, posted to East Germany, that Russia's former deputy foreign minister, Andrei Fedorov, says he met Vladimir Putin for the first time.
I've seen just him as a person, but he was looking like a normal man, so...
A normal KGB officer?
No. He never looked like a KGB officer. No, absolutely no. Absolutely no. Some people are saying that he was even shy.
People talk about his charisma now. Did you see that charisma when you first met him?
No. At that time, of course not. The charisma came to him when he became president.
The KGB extolled loyalty. And in these early years, Putin made friendships that endure today, while learning to despise those who oppose him.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells twinkling lights.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells.
Прекрасную Россию будущего.
Opposition leader Alexei Navalny and his team have investigated Putin's past and his wealth for more than a decade. In 2021, after the FSB failed to assassinate Navalny with a nerve agent, and while he was recovering in Germany, Navalny located what he says is the file that the East German secret police kept on the young KGB officer in Dresden. That research revealed Putin's decade-long connection to a particular friend and ally.
А это никто иной, как Сергей Викторович Чемезов.
Sergei Chemezov, one of the many associates who today benefit handsomely from their proximity to Putin. Chemezov is the lavishly wealthy head of Rostec, Russia's massive military-industrial conglomerate. And like many of Putin's old associates, he is reluctant to talk about their shared past. I interviewed him in Dubai in 2021, and with a smile and a laugh, he brushed off a number of questions about the boss. You've known him since the KGB days. There's very little we know about him then. What was he like? What did he do in Germany with you?
Ну, мы оба были в разведке.
So you can't talk about it?
Я бы не хотел.
People say that he recruited agents in Germany as a KGB officer. Is that right? Was that what you were doing?
Ой, давайте на эту тему не будем говорить. Вы у него сами спросите.
Putin's time in Dresden in the late 1980s had another impact too. It was here that Putin saw his Soviet KGB world begin to collapse. A process that would end with the dissolution of the Soviet Union. These images, moments that for many people in Eastern Europe signified a long-awaited liberation, meant for many in Putin's generation a loss of empire, leaving a deep scar, an aversion to revolution and uprisings that would stay with him forever. Anyone who doesn't regret the passing of the Soviet Union doesn't have a heart, Putin would later say. Anyone who wants it restored has no brain.
I think that he has, inside him, he has a feeling that he has a mission. And part of the mission is to rearrange the things which has happened in 1991. And this is driving force for him. He's not living for today. He's living for tomorrow, to fulfill his mission.
That the 1990s had such an impact on Putin is hardly surprising. When he returned to Leningrad, his city and nation was in crisis. As the Soviet Union disintegrated, Putin resigned from the KGB. Once again, war was everywhere. We already know that war was part of his personal history. It would be a constant presence in his presidential life. In Leningrad, now St. Petersburg, corruption and gang warfare engulfed the city, while deadly fighting exploded across the Soviet Union over resources, borders, and national identities, culminating in a bloody conflict in Chechnya, which was seeking its own independence. Amid this chaotic new world, Russia's future leader would make more enduring alliances and learn more lessons. Putin found work in the office of St. Petersburg's new Democratic mayor, Anatoly Sobchak. It is revealing to list those he met then, who are still with him now. Dmitry Medvedev, who would one day become president and serve as Putin's prime minister for many years. Sergei Naryshkin, today Putin's foreign intelligence chief. Igor Sechin, today head of Rosneft, Russia's state-owned oil company. Alexei Miller, now the head of Gazprom. And Yuri Kulvachuk, chairman of the Bank of Russia. known as Putin's banker. Kovalchuk today is perhaps one of Putin's most influential and anti-Western advisors. He's also one of those who hides in the shadows. We could find no images of the men together. All of these men, in one way or another, would follow Putin as he rose through the ranks of government to the Kremlin. His experiences became their experiences. All would become rich. In 1998, Putin was appointed head of the FSB, the successor to the KGB, and in 1999 became acting prime minister. The bloodshed kept flowing. The Second Chechen War and apartment bombings in Moscow and other cities. His handling of those apartment attacks increased his popularity, while some journalists questioned who was behind them. One of those journalists, Anna Politkovskaya, was shot dead, the first of many. As Putin ascended to the presidency, Russia was indisputably far weaker than America and the West. Boris Yeltsin had presided over a painful decade, at times even appearing drunk in public. Then, in 1999, as the public tuned in to the Kremlin's traditional New Year address, President Yeltsin, modern Russia's first elected leader, stunned the world.
Долго и мучительно над ним размышлял. Сегодня, в последний день уходящего века, я ухожу.
This was the moment most were introduced to President Putin.
Дорогие друзья, сегодня, в новогоднюю ночь, я, как и вы, с родными и друзьями, собирался выслушать слова приветствия президента России Бориса Николаевича Ельцина. Но вышло иначе. Сегодня
A brilliant New Year's dawn in Red Square. Russians waking up to a new century, a new president. Vladimir Putin, Russia's new acting president, was already on the campaign trail New Year's morning, meeting his troops in Chechnya, handing out hunting knives, posing for the cameras. Vladimir Putin, a virtual political unknown 3 months ago, now clearly in charge of Russia.
His sudden rise to power, begging the question, who is Mr. Putin?
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this? Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Today's Toy Drive. Holiday gifts for everybody on the list.
That is delicious.
Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make today your home for the holidays.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
the NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Days Toy Drive. Holiday gifts for everybody on the list.
That is delicious.
Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make Today your home for the holidays.
It is an extraordinary scene, emblematic of Putin and his people's deep desire to be accepted. Just over a decade ago, the Russian president singing the popular American ballad Blueberry Hill to Hollywood celebrities. Kevin Costner, Sharon Stone, Kurt Russell, Goldie Hawn, all at the children's charity event. But another image he cultivated for his own people's consumption was very different. Not a singer, but a strongman. We've all seen him riding a horse, bare-chested fishing, shooting, posing with a tiger. The Russian people loved it.
His charisma is based on what Russian people likes, decisive decision-making. So he knows and he takes responsibility for his decision. This makes him a leader. Ability to make decisions and to be responsible for implementation of this decision.
Президент Российской Федерации Vladimir Putin.
Putin is a sports enthusiast. Hockey is one of his favorites. And judo was an obsession from childhood. Much has been written of Putin adopting its lessons to overpower political enemies. Now in his 70s, his closest aides say he has not slowed down.
So he's a man of around-the-clock work. He's a workaholic. He continues. He's a sportsman, and he's continuing his style.
From so many perspectives, Putin seems a contradictory character. Forgotten by many today is how at first he apparently enthusiastically embraced the West. Personally close to President Bush,
I found it to be very straightforward and trustworthy. We had a very good dialogue. I was able to get a sense of his soul. He's a man deeply committed to his country and the best interests of his country.
He was the first world leader to call the White House after 9/11. Here he is at Ground Zero with then Mayor Rudy Giuliani, and later unveiling a 9/11 memorial. After the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, his name would be removed.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and the President of the Russian Federation.
But back then, he supported America's invasion of Afghanistan. And while he questioned the US invasion of Iraq, when his friend, British Prime Minister Tony Blair, afforded him a state visit to meet the Queen, he addressed her in Buckingham Palace in English.
I would like to express to Her Majesty the Queen and the people of the United Kingdom our sincere condolences with the loss of the British soldiers in Iraq.
Later, Putin said he felt uncomfortable, and he looked it.
By coming here, you give Prince Philip and me a chance to repay the generous hospitality given to us on my state visit to Russia in 1994.
Did the street fighter from St. Petersburg feel out of place? Were his seemingly international democratic ideals beginning to wane? Or even just a facade all along? He was furious when, in 2001, President Bush unilaterally pulled out of the anti-ballistic missile treaty, saying America needed to defend itself against countries like Iran and North Korea. But President Putin interpreted it as a threat to Russia, his worldview as ever shaped by violence, conflict and strife.
Russian troops invaded Chechnya in 1999 when 3 apartments were bombed. Today, President Putin messaged the victims' families in these latest attacks, saying blood has been shed again. He vowed to punish those responsible.
Over time, Putin's view of global conflicts and security would be a crucial part of his break with the West. In a famous 2007 speech in Munich, he railed against what he said was growing American unilateralism and global dominance, a moment that many later came to view as pivotal.
Это мир одного хозяина, одного суверена. И это в конечном итоге губительно не только для всех, кто находится в рамках этой системы, но и для самого суверена, потому что разрушает его изнутри.
If you're trying to reread this speech, you will see that lots of things that he was warning about, they are now out there in the European continent.
In 2008, as Georgia looked to join NATO and perhaps Europe, Putin, defying Washington, ordered tanks to seize 2 Georgian regions. Ironically, Western wars slowly fueled his fury too. He opposed the West's failed 2011 intervention in Libya and hated seeing his ally, the autocrat Muammar Gaddafi, pulled from a hole, humiliated and executed. For years, he would oscillate between reaching out to the West and retreating internationalism. 2014 would begin with Russia's Sochi Olympics. But weeks later, he would stun the world by mobilizing his military again. Backing proxy forces in eastern Ukraine, annexing Crimea.
The Sochi Olympics and the 2014 events happened within weeks of each other.
Yes, unfortunately.
What was President Putin's feeling at that time? He's at the one.
We're very sorry about that. We're very sorry about that.
He'd watched in horror as a pro-Western uprising unfolded. An election in Ukraine, bringing President Putin's favored leader to power, was followed by an uprising, turning Ukraine toward Europe and the West. Everything that Putin worried about for years. Putin saw this as another CIA operation, something he had been increasingly obsessed with over the years, even viewing his own domestic opposition as a Western front when challenged at home in 2012. Despite the opposition on the streets, he was re-elected that year.
Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin.
Today, his first day as president-elect, he was already talking and acting tough. He told reporters that the tear they saw running down his cheek at last night's victory celebration wasn't emotion at all, but just a gust of wind, he said. His victory in Russia's presidential election was so solid that, even taking into account all of the reports of vote fraud, and there were many, he would still have won a majority.
What was the atmosphere like in the Kremlin at that time? Was there deep concern, tension?
Well, there was a tension, a certain tension, of course. It was also an element of an influence coming from outside in that story. Don't forget about that. There was quite a sensible amount of money spent from the outside.
President Putin believed that the outside world was trying to influence
It's not a matter of
Russian
believing
domestic politics.
There was not a believing or not believing. It's not an issue of believing. It's an issue of knowing or not knowing. We know a lot about that interference in our domestic affairs.
In retrospect, the Kremlin's belief that America, and particularly Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, had influenced Russian protests and politics were a turning point. The Kremlin's answer came in 2015.
Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find
the 30,000 emails that are missing.
When Russia attempted to influence America's presidential election, simultaneously launching a bloody intervention in Syria's civil war.
Allahu Akbar!
Washington wanted Syria's dictator gone. Putin did not. Russia's message: anything you can do, we can do better. It marked, perhaps, President Putin's zenith on the world stage, a Russian leader with the upper hand over even America's president. Presidents Putin and Trump met in person at least 5 times, and every time amid a political storm, reaffirming Putin's perception that American power was in decline, emboldening him. President Putin seemed dominant, both diplomatically and in war. But it was at home, dealing with those who oppose his leadership, where he had developed his most ruthless killer instinct. Oligarch Michael Khodorkovsky was thrown in jail. Others, such as journalists and politicians, were killed. In 2006, KGB defector Alexander Litvinenko was handed a slow death in a London hospital, poisoned with radioactive polonium dropped in his tea. Opposition leader Boris Nemtsov shot dead just outside the walls of the Kremlin, one day before a planned opposition protest. And then there's Alexei Navalny, who since returning to Russia has essentially been sentenced to life in prison. Finally this year, making headlines around the world, the assassination of a longtime friend who challenged Putin's regime.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Days Toy Drive. Holiday gifts for everybody on the list.
That is delicious.
Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make today your home for the holidays.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now. Streaming weekdays at 7.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells.
А теперь слушайте меня, сука, блядь. Это чьи-то, блядь, отцы и чьи-то сыновья.
It's April 2023. Putin's private warlord, Yevgeny Prigozhin, rages into the camera, furious with the men who run the Russian military, accusing them of withholding key war-fighting supplies.
У нас нехватка боеприпасов 70%. Шойгу! Герасимов! Где боеприпасы?
A private turf war exploding in public. Prigozhin was one of those allies who met Putin in St. Petersburg decades earlier. He ran the restaurant where they all hung out. That's why they called him Putin's chef. And like so many of them, he made a lot of money. First catering for the Kremlin, finally running a private army and clandestine foreign policy for Russia. Fast forward to June 2023, and Prigozhin's Wagner mercenaries are on the march towards Moscow, shooting down Russian helicopters sent to confront them. Months later, a private plane with Yevgeny Prigozhin on the passenger list is brought down between Moscow and St. Petersburg. Andrei Soldatov analyzes Russia's security services and power structures. He now lives in exile in London. Since the start of Russia's war, he's been placed on Russia's federal wanted list.
Well, what is clear now that Prigozhin didn't have an intention to get rid of Putin. What he wanted to do, he wanted to get a better deal with Putin. And then things went out of control, but not for Putin.
Prigozhin had taken on not Putin, according to him, but the people around Putin. One lesson of Prigozhin's unceremonious end is that you cannot separate Putin from his people. At the head of Russia's military sits the man Prigozhin wanted to remove. Sergei Shoigu, Russia's defense minister, has his own long history with President Putin. The two men famously vacationed together. Here they are on a hunting expedition in the wilds of Siberia. Shoigu was one of the architects of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, a war that has made Russia's military once again one of the most important institutions in the country. It is no surprise then that Putin chose to side with his military, Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu, and the head of Russia's general staff, Valery Gerasimov.
Putin learned a lesson from Stalin that in the middle of the war, you cannot just go punishing your generals because you need to have some military commanders in the war. That is why he is attacking and not attacking his military. His main thing is just to remind them who is in control.
Today, the military are one strand of a spider's web of wealthy, powerful, and elite that make up Putin's power base. Men and some women who can be seen on full display, listening attentively at carefully choreographed events. Interconnected military and security chiefs, bureaucrats, oligarchs, warlords, and personal friends of the president. The powerful and hard-line Dmitry Patrushev, Russia's equivalent of National Security Advisor. His head of internal intelligence, the FSB, formerly the KGB, Alexander Bortnikov. These are members of his Security Council, signing off on his decision to invade Ukraine. There's his longtime foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, once famously friendly with former Secretary of State John Kerry. The current Prime Minister, Mikhail Mishustin. The Speaker of the Parliament, Vyacheslav Volodin. And his former bodyguard, now running the National Guard, Viktor Zolotov. Putin's importance, that he is the boss, underscored by him at this moment, when he mocked another man that he has known for decades since St. Petersburg, Sergei Naryshkin, the head of foreign intelligence, the Russian CIA. Naryshkin stumbles as a smirking Putin publicly humiliates him for seeming not to fully support the invasion of Ukraine.
Говорите прямо.
Remember, this is how Putin is treating longtime friends. But there is also evidence that many of these people, particularly the security and intelligence officials known as Siloviki, are more powerful than ever. Certainly now, they are all in this together.
The military now understand that finally they have a really crucial role in Russian society. And remember that for many years, for almost 20 years, they felt very bad about the collapse of the Soviet Union, but mostly because they lost their social status. Now they got it back, right? They are the most important part of what is going on in the country. So why they would want to have peace?
The Ukraine conflict has been elevating the more hardline voices around Putin, like the warlord Ramzan Kadyrov, installed by Putin from the ruins of the Chechen wars. Here he sits, listening to his president with tears in his eyes. Today, those who were once called liberals are silent or seem to have switched sides, like Dmitry Medvedev. Here he is with Putin in 2015. Putin's love for the political publicity stunt undiminished. For 4 years, Medvedev had replaced Putin as president until Putin unapologetically took back the presidency. Medvedev, once viewed as a supporter of the West, today tweets pro-war propaganda and nuclear threats. Much has changed in Putin's regime, even while many of the people are the same. Even those who say they oppose him. Take Ksenia Sobchak, daughter of Anatoly Sobchak, one of Putin's early liberal mentors. She's even rumored to be Putin's goddaughter, something she denies. I joined her when she ran for president in 2018. That's the Kremlin. What do you think when you look at this? Because when you stand here, because this is what you are bidding to be the leader of.
Well, my dream is to see this Kremlin wall opened for all the people. I want my government to be transparent. I want to open those doors so people can go inside.
Few Russians took her seriously, even then. But it is unlikely that today, after years of crackdowns on opposition, we would still be able to have that conversation in Red Square. If there is a risk to President Putin today, it's not from pro-Western reformers. Most of them are silenced, dead or in jail, but from hardline nationalists.
Ну все, счастливо.
Yevgeny Prigozhin supported the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. In fact, he wanted more war. But his insurrection threatened a return to Russia's chaotic time before Putin, back to the lawless 1990s. That was one reason why the Kremlin considered him so dangerous.
For many people, including Putin, the 1990s was a time of complete political instability. So for Putin, it was really, really important to suppress any sign that this kind of thing might happen.
President Putin may very well be a player on the world stage for a long time into the future. His authority is now inextricably tied to the Ukraine war. If Kyiv gained a decisive advantage, Putin would be politically wounded at home, perhaps irreversibly. But for now, Ukraine, with all its complications and setbacks, appears to have turned a short military operation into a long-running war of attrition. The costs of which have prompted some speculation about his decision-making skills and general health.
You've denied several times that he's terminally ill, as has been suggested. Many reports, you've read them yourself, and yet people have suggested that at times he has seemed as if he is limping, as if he's shaking, as if he's gripping the table. Can you address that once and for all?
I can tell you one thing, that yesterday he was playing hockey. And then think about his health by yourself.
Critics describe him as the head of a cartel, plundering their country's wealth for their own gain. Indeed, reports say Yevgeny Prigozhin's profitable Wagner Group is being carved up by Putin loyalists. Those who support Putin portray him as trying to hold his country together. One irony is the protracted Ukraine war is making that task more challenging. Some in Russia want the war to end soon. Others say it hasn't been prosecuted with enough ruthless determination. The death of Prigozhin sent a message that public contradictions will not be tolerated.
I think he might stay in power for years to come. He's quite a good tactician. He's not really good at strategy, but he knows his people. He knows how to control people, how to spread fear. He's really good at it. So it means that we might have a really, really long war between Russia and Ukraine.
Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin.
The views of the elite are one thing. One of Putin's major challenges will be maintaining the public support, something that for now appears secured by propaganda.
Only in some ways. It doesn't really matter if Putin's still the leader. It will still be the same idea.
Even with Putin's gone, still you have Russian society getting more and more used to this war. You have Russian bureaucracy getting more and more involved in this war.
They're signed up.
Yeah, that's not for bad, yeah.
The whole country has been conscripted, even though the whole country hasn't been conscripted.
Yes, yes, yes. It's not a total mobilization, but to some extent, Putin found a way how to have his mobilization.
A long war is Putin's strategy. Russia knows the West has run out of patience before, and while Putin waits, he is cementing relationships with other leaders who see the West as an adversary. His headline-making meeting with North Korea's Kim Jong-un, a partnership that may supply munitions to Russia's front line. And most importantly, his friendship without limits with China's President Xi Jinping. Russia is turning east. Putin and Xi open about their view that Western power is on the wane.
Это как раз сейчас перемены, которые не было в течение 100 лет. Там, где вместе двигаем эти перемены. Берегите, пожалуйста, дорогой друг.
Perhaps Putin's fascination and resentment towards the West are two sides of the same coin. Today, the resentment has won out. The way he tells it, he had no choice.
Если бы у вас была такая возможность, сказали бы Владимиру Путину образца 2000-го.
Что бы сказал? Я бы сказал, верной дорогой идете, товарищи. Значит, от чего бы предупредил? От избыточной, от наивности и избыточной доверчивости в отношении наших так называемых партнеров.
There are looming questions for the future. For example, what happens when all those fighters return from war? From that perspective, the Prigozhin-Wagner mutiny may be a taste of things to come. President Putin began his leadership with Russia in turmoil. When he leaves office, whenever and however that happens, what country will he leave behind?
Do you worry that the longer you are in power and without any sign of someone to replace you, the more instability there may be when you finally do choose to leave office?
Настолько связал всю свою судьбу с судьбой страны. Нет для меня в жизни нет никакой другой более значимой задачи, чем укрепление России. Поэтому, если любой другой человек, и я увижу, что какой-то человек, даже если он критически относится к каким-то сферам моей деятельности, но я увижу, что это человек с конструктивными взглядами, человек предан стране, готов положить на алтарь Отечества не просто годы, а всю свою жизнь. Но как бы он не относился ко мне лично, я сделаю все, чтобы такие люди были поддержаны. Когда-то, разумеется, это естественный процесс биологический. Когда-то нам всем будет замена. И вам на своем месте, мне на своем. Но я уверен, что фундаментальная основа российской государственности, российской экономики, политической системы будут такими, что она будет твердо стоять на ногах и уверенно смотреть в будущее.
In many ways, who President Putin is was reflected in Yevgeny Prigozhin. They both came from St. Petersburg. Their relationship revolved around violence and war. Ultimately, Prigozhin was both a friend and a traitor. Loyalty and treason, the two themes in Putin's life. Prigozhin is gone. One day, Putin will be too. But the Russia Putin leaves behind, molded in his image, with its army, nuclear weapons, and defiance, will be a challenge for the West for years to come.
Россия!
She mainly comes in dreams, and it's so real, it feels like her. And she just give me a hug. Why did it have to happen to our family? Why did it have to happen to Michelle? Why that day?
A young nursing student disappears.
She was still dressed in white hospital scrubs. Something drew her out to her car.
The cousin she grew up with the brother she raised, desperate to find her.
They were able to do what a lot of other families have never been able to do.
Text messages, security monitors, surveillance video. Were they signs she was trapped, reaching out for help?
One of the things I was so angry about was that nothing made sense.
Moment by moment,
Can you take a look at this?
Dateline was there for every turn.
There's blood wiped across here.
Was she missing or murdered? Was this the key?
I will take your life and hers.
A threat, a voice seething with hate and rage.
You deserve to die for your lies. It's your last and final warning.
What happened to Michelle?
This case is not going to be over until we get her home.
I'm Lester Holt, and this is Dateline. Here's Keith Morrison with Vanished.
They're watching us. They know where we are, how we shop, how we play, what we do, who we love. Electronic eyes. The sticky pixel fingerprints follow us almost everywhere. And the weird, fractured personal diary they write remains forever. Of course, it's meaningless, most of it. Meaningless, that is, until it's not. Until it's terrifying. The San Francisco Bay, May 27th, 2011. 6:55 p.m., a young nursing student named Michelle Lay walks across a footbridge from her training hospital to the parking lot. She is not supposed to be here. For reasons unknown and without permission, she has left her post at the hospital. Here, she walks to a white Honda CR-V, just out of camera range. Then, 7:17 p.m., here is Michelle's Honda leaving the garage. But why? Why then, just an hour or two before the end of her shift? Good questions. Questions about to engulf a whole family.
Why that day? Couldn't she have stepped out and gone to another campus that day and avoided this whole thing? Why did it have to happen to our family? Why did it have to happen to Michelle?
But it did. Much of it recorded, as you will see, by those electronic beeps and bytes and pixels. Just enough to make it a truly puzzling mystery. Enough to not quite know what happened to Michelle Lay.
One of the things I was so angry about was that nothing made sense. Nothing made sense.
Especially this. Same night, 8:56 p.m. Michelle's nursing instructor, annoyed, baffled, worried by her absence, takes a security guard to the parking lot to look for her car. 9:05 p.m. Michelle's car re-enters the garage 2 floors below. 9:06 p.m. It arrives on the 3rd floor. Off camera, the nursing instructor sees it, waves frantically. And the car suddenly stops, backs up, races down the ramp, out of the garage. But why? Alarmed, the nursing instructor calls the police. And the next morning, 400 miles south in San Diego, Michelle's cousin, Christine, was awakened by a text from Michelle's former boyfriend.
And he messages me, he goes, hey, just to let you know, we don't know where Michelle is. Have you heard from her? Try calling her. And so I looked at his message and I was like, oh my gosh, what did Michelle do this time? You know, she's usually out, having fun.
She's a fun-loving person, right?
Yeah, and she's always out with her friends and getting lost sometimes. So we thought, I honestly didn't think much of it at the time. I read the message and I rolled over back in bed.
Michelle, after all, could look after herself, had been looking out for Christine for years. She was just 26, but seemed somehow older than that. The eldest of a clan of 15 cousins who grew up together with very little except each other. And Michelle was smart and studious and attractive, the leader of this very active pack. The strong, loving center of the family, a mother figure to her younger brother, Michael. Michael, who was the next person to get the call from the ex-boyfriend. Where was Michelle?
And so I go, yeah, you know, your ex-boyfriend just trying to get a hold of Michelle. So I didn't pay it any mind, but just in case I wanted to see if she was okay. And so I checked on her Facebook recently, and she had plans to go to Tahoe with some friends. And so right before going to work, I just sent those friends Facebook messages just to make sure she was okay.
Michael went to work, didn't think much more about it. But then he got another call. This time, it was that nursing instructor.
And she was trying to be composed, and she told me the story of how she went out to the garage looking for Michelle. She said she saw what matched the car's description just taking off, and suddenly it wasn't a game anymore. It wasn't something you could excuse.
And then Christine was calling Michelle's cell phone.
She didn't pick up, and that's when I had this feeling where something might have been wrong after she didn't pick up a few times.
At 9:30 a.m., 12 hours after Michelle was reported missing, police found her car. It was parked outside this apartment building, just a few blocks from the hospital where Michelle was last seen. Odd. Fraser Ritchie was the Hayward police inspector called in to have a look.
The car was locked, it was secured, so that's why we believe that Michelle was possibly somewhere around here. But we had no clue where to start looking.
What they could see through the tinted windows looked fine, as if Michelle had probably left the car here herself. All morning, a flurry of worried phone calls went back and forth among Michelle's friends and family. What should they do?
It was just chaotic, but we weren't thinking the worst at the time.
Still in San Diego, Christine, along with her aunts, uncles, cousins, began packing for the 8-hour drive north to San Francisco's East Bay. Brother Michael was attending college at UC Berkeley, and he rushed over to nearby Hayward to join Michelle's friends and fellow students who were already handing out missing posters outside the hospital parking garage. Had anybody seen her?
We all just wanted to find her. We didn't think that anything bad had happened to her.
Where was she? They hammered her iPhone with more than 100 calls and texts and heard, in response, nothing. Then, 12:45 p.m., 15 hours after Michelle was last seen, finally a text from her phone. "I'm not missing," it read. "My phone has been acting crazy. It deleted everything. All these texts have killed my battery." Michelle sent a flurry of reassuring texts to friends and family. "I'm fine," she wrote, "just taking it easy." So that ex-boyfriend texted her back. His phone number she knew almost as well as her own. The response from Michelle? Who is this? Uh-oh.
When we come back, did Michelle really send that text?
I had asked, is it possible that she could just be out there, all stressed out? They said, yes, it's possible.
But soon, questions about Michelle's friends would lead police closer than they knew to the key to this case. When Dateline continues.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All of the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us one. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Cell phones buzzed and chirped all afternoon that day after Michelle Leigh vanished from the watching web. Certainly her iPhone hadn't vanished. One creepy text after another popped up in the phones of her friends, her cousin, her brother. I just needed some time without anyone. I had a bad night last night. I don't really want to talk to anyone right now. But then, after 3 hours of that, the texts stopped just as suddenly as they had begun. The last one simply said, "I'm sick." So strange, so out of character. To Michelle's family and friends, it seemed obvious. Someone had Michelle's phone. Someone who was not Michelle.
The more that day went out, the more sinister it felt like it was becoming.
Sinister?
Having this person text back as Michelle, it was just extremely, extremely terrifying.
What does that feel like to go through that?
It's hard to put into words. Living nightmare, I think, is the closest thing.
In a strange way, as chilling as these messages were, they gave Michelle's friends and family some hope. To them, it seemed obvious they were communicating with someone who had abducted Michelle, and so their mission was now clear. Michelle didn't just need to be found. Michelle needed to be rescued.
It's a time-critical situation. Every second that you waste is a second that she's hurting. We had to find her.
Saturday afternoon, 18 hours after Michelle vanished, Michael and a group of Michelle's friends met with Inspector Fraser Ritchie at the Hayward Police Department.
We had about 10 or 15 family members and classmates and friends at the police department. They were all talking about how responsible she was, how out of character this would have been for her to just get up and leave.
Did you try to call Michelle or anything?
Yes.
Get a response?
Yes. I sent a message out. This is Inspector Ritchie, the Hayward Police Department. You need to get a hold of me right now.
Yeah.
I got the response within several minutes saying that my phone is dying, I need to find a charger, I'm having car trouble.
The same sort of response received by Michelle's friends and family, who had now decided, based on those weird text messages, that Michelle had been kidnapped. But as far as Inspector Ritchie was concerned, just about anything was possible.
I kept an open mind. I didn't know whether Michelle voluntarily went missing for whatever personal reasons she had, or if this was a stranger abduction, or if this was an abduction from somebody that she knew, or she just left with a friend.
Did anybody think she would have just flipped out and, stressed out, as they say, and just left?
I had asked, is it possible that she could just be out there, all stressed out? And they said, yes, it's possible.
Inspector Ritchie also asked if Michelle had any enemies or problems with ex-boyfriends, for example.
The only problems that she seemed to be having with anybody was coming from Giselle Esteban.
Giselle Esteban, one of Michelle's best friends in high school down in San Diego. But not just Michelle's friend, a friend of the family. Giselle was a fixture around the house, spent hours with all of those cousins. And then after high school in 2002, the two friends both moved to San Francisco to attend college. And that's where Giselle fell in love and got pregnant, moved in with her boyfriend, Scott, and then broke up with him 3 years later. The trouble came when Michelle stayed friends with Scott, with that boyfriend, after the breakup, and that just didn't sit well with Giselle. Though really it wasn't such a big deal. Still, just to cover all the bases, late Saturday night, Ritchie dropped in on Giselle to ask what she knew.
We heard about Michelle Lee. Michelle?
Oh, God, what about her?
She went missing last night from her work.
Okay.
And talking to her friends and such, we understand that you guys had a tumultuous relationship.
A tumultuous relationship? She was my best friend who slept with my then fiance.
I started talking to her and asking her questions about her relationship with Michelle and if she could provide any information where she would be.
Giselle said she had no idea. And besides, they weren't seeing each other these days, so she wouldn't know. Then, just due diligence, that night Richie sent another team of detectives to speak to Giselle's ex-boyfriend, the father of her baby, who, they were interested to learn, now had sole custody of the child.
Listening to him, talking to him, and the relationship with him and his daughter and his family and things like that, he didn't seem to be the type of person that could lie, that would lie.
By Sunday, 48 hours after Michelle appeared in that ghostly video at the parking lot, her large extended family began arriving from San Diego and meeting with the police. And that's when detectives began to understand Michelle a little. How kind she was, and bright, and self-reliant. Very much like this young woman, Phong Le, also Vietnamese American, also a 20-something nursing student, also living in the San Francisco area, who 13 months earlier also disappeared.
There's a lot of similarities, obviously, in that she's the same age category, same ethnicity, same profession.
Even the same last name. Was a pattern developing?
Coming up, police look into the possible connection between those student nurses and a meeting between police and Michelle's family.
In Asian families, when you're younger, you're supposed to be very respectful of the hierarchy in the family. You're not supposed to boss anybody around, but I was just livid.
When Dateline continues.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Days Toy Drive. Holiday gifts for everybody on the list.
That is delicious.
Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make Today your home for the holidays.
News News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells.
It was April 30th, 2010, just over a year before the disappearance of Michelle Lay. It was close, perhaps 50 miles away, and it was so coincidental. Another young nursing student, almost the same age, same ethnicity, even the same last name, vanished from this shopping mall parking lot. Her name, Fong Lay. Police Lieutenant Greg Hurlbut caught the case, but couldn't find her.
Several weeks later, we got a call from a neighboring county, Napa County, saying that they had a body out in the woods that somewhat matched the description of our missing person.
It was indeed Fong Lay, but that was by no means the end of the investigation.
To this day, we're trying to identify who, in fact, killed Fong Lay.
So, during that Memorial Day weekend in 2011, when Detective Hurlbut heard about the disappearance of a young woman named Michelle Lay, he wondered, was this a break in his case?
And you have somebody that looks almost exactly the same, almost the same name, the same circumstances. It's a real bizarre coincidence.
Michelle's family also heard about Fong Lay, so when they met with detectives for the first time, 48 hours after Michelle's disappearance, they asked the dreadful question, could Michelle's case be connected to the Fong Lay murder?
The community brought that up and thought that they might have been linked, and so we brought that up with the Hayward police, and they said, yeah, we looked into it, but we don't think there's any connection.
So then there was a wash of relief. The detectives also told the family they'd found Michelle's car, that it was locked, appeared undamaged. To the family, that was good news. It meant to them that Michelle must be alive, held somewhere. Though during that Sunday meeting, the police gave the impression they still had no idea what happened to Michelle.
They asked us a lot of questions about her relationships and her friendships, and they told us they were working on it.
We keep asking them, probing them for more information. They kind of threw up their hands and said, you know, we can't tell you much and we're sorry.
So your level of frustration must have been pretty high.
It was sky high.
The Lay family now had the impression the police weren't taking the case seriously at all.
Because Michelle is an adult, so we felt if she's an adult and she's not a child, maybe she wasn't being prioritized.
So what was it like leaving that meeting?
It was, yeah, chaos is probably the number one feeling. We didn't have a place to stay. We were hotel hopping. We were just waiting around most of the time, staying in the hotel. It was like you were blind. You know, you didn't know. We had no idea where to go, what to do.
The family couldn't understand why the police seemed to be moving so slowly. In their minds, Michelle was being held against her will. A week went by. Saturday, June 4th, 8 days after Michelle's disappearance. Her family held this vigil near the place where her car was found.
We wanted the FBI to get involved in all this, and we were just making a lot of noise.
Quietly attending was Scott, the young man the police had questioned a week earlier, Giselle Esteban's old boyfriend, remember, the father of her child. 2 days later, the family was called back to the police station for an important meeting. The police finally had a chance to search Michelle's car, and the status of her case had been changed from missing person to homicide, and the family felt blindsided.
And they said, you know, I think you have to get comfortable with the fact that your sister is probably dead. We were horrified.
And just like that, the information door closed. The Hayward police told the family it was a murder investigation now, so, department policy, they could reveal nothing more, and therefore couldn't or wouldn't tell the family why they thought Michelle was dead. But without hearing an explanation or seeing any evidence, how could the family believe the police? No, they simply wouldn't accept what the cops had to say.
It was horrible. We were really angry because, okay, you want to make it homicide, you're not going to tell us why.
Richie understood the family's anger, but as far as he was concerned, he had a murder investigation on his hands. and that meant the family had to be kept in the dark.
There's certain procedural things that we have to keep close to us that we can't put out there because we have to maintain evidence, we have to maintain the custody of certain information, and it's of evidentiary value to us that if we don't have the suspect in custody, that the only people that know about it is the suspect and us.
So in the absence of official information, the Lay family, at least its younger members, decided the only option was massive publicity and appeal to the public for whatever help they could offer. But that was the kids, the cousins. Family elders were deeply reluctant to share their grief with strangers.
They didn't want her story out there publicized, like we had made it. They didn't.
Why?
Well, it's very private. It was such a fine line between how much do you give away about your own family's misfortune to do good for Michelle. In Asian families, when you're younger, you're supposed to be very respectful of the hierarchy in the family. You're not supposed to boss anybody around, but I was just livid, and I was so angry.
Family elders knew far more about survival than most people ever do. They were boat people, had been forced to flee Vietnam after the war, very nearly perished in their open boat in the South China Sea. And then they spent months in a refugee camp before being dropped in a land whose language and customs they did not know. And yet, before long, they embraced it all. Big family celebrations at Christmas time, and Easter, and birthdays. They went on all-American vacations, like this one to the California coast. That's little Michelle in the glasses.
And here we are in Santa Barbara Beach. We're having lots of fun. And here's my brother.
They succeeded in America by doing what they had since their days of crisis on the South China Sea. They stuck together. An epic, very American tale of grit and hope and self-reliance. Lessons absorbed whole by their children.
If I was missing and Michelle was looking for me, she would, tear up heaven and earth, to find me. And so I had to fight for her.
So it was the new generation, the American-born generation, that finally convinced the family it had to go public to put their story out in the press and on social media.
Until the Hayward Police Department can offer conclusive and definite proof. Otherwise, we will continue to believe she is alive. Michelle is still alive and needs to be rescued.
We're going to find you and we're going to bring you home.
2 weeks to the day after Michelle's disappearance, the family organized this vigil to make a public case that Michelle was not dead, but instead a kidnapped victim in urgent need of rescue.
We're just focusing on getting her home and what we can do to get her home.
I truly, truly believe that she's out there and we're going to find her.
If Michelle was going to be rescued, the family decided it would be up to them to do it.
Coming up. But where is Michelle and who could have taken her? An outside investigator zeroes in.
We're looking to human trafficking patterns and...
Human trafficking patterns?
Yeah.
You thought that was a possibility?
We did.
This is someone that knew her, knew when she'd be at work.
When Dateline continues.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life.
Bah, humbug.
To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now.
Wherever you get your podcasts.
Morning, Al. I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be?
We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer. Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Today's Toy Drive. Holiday gifts for everybody on the list. That is delicious. Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make today your home for the holidays.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwan.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
And around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
What happened to Michelle Lay? Vanished on a sunny evening from a well-lit parking garage under the protective watch of 18 surveillance cameras. Detectives with the Hayward Police Department went over this footage again and again. Were they missing something? What happened in those minutes after Michelle walked out of camera range and before her car went racing out of the garage? It was infuriating. There was one camera right above Michelle's car. Would have revealed everything. But that night, the camera wasn't working. What happened in those missing minutes? The police, remember, weren't talking to the family. So the family pursued its own line of investigation.
We're looking to human trafficking patterns and...
Human trafficking patterns?
Yeah.
You thought that was a possibility?
We did, yeah.
But that was a dead end. Then, 34 days into Michelle's disappearance, the Lay family contacted us to say they'd begun working with a private investigator, a man named Michael Frame. And in the midst of his investigation, Frame sat down with us to tell us what he had learned.
This had to happen quickly. This was a public parking garage. People came in and go from that garage all night. Someone was lying in wait. They knew that at some point she'd return to her vehicle. It was a number of hours before her shift was going to be over. And they were prepared to abduct her at that time.
Did anybody know why she went to her car?
Not that we know of at this time.
Unusual thing to do at that stage of the
I think it was either a quick break or something drew her out to her car. That we still don't know. But she was still dressed in white hospital scrubs. It was evident that she was going to come back because she left her belongings in the hospital.
Remember, though police found Michelle's car about a half a mile from the hospital, parked and locked in a residential area, they hadn't revealed yet what evidence they'd found inside. But Frame had found out a thing or two about the car and how it got there.
Did anybody see the car arrive?
There's a report of a witness who stated they heard conversation coming from the headlights shining in their house and conversation coming from the car at about 4 o'clock the following morning.
Conversation?
Conversation.
Which would mean there's more than one person here.
People talking. The people that reported this saw headlights shining through their window, and they believed that it came from the general direction of where Michelle's car was found.
Multiple kidnappers. Almost had to be, said Frame.
I think when you look at the circumstances in their totality, how this person was waiting for her, and the fact that she was put into her vehicle, obviously quickly, and driven out quickly, that there may be a possibility of more than one person.
And he was almost sure not strangers.
This is someone that Michelle had some type of contact with, that saw her, that knew her, that knew where she parked her vehicle, knew what she drove, knew where she worked, knew when she'd be at work.
So it may be members of her family or her friends may already know who this is. I mean, may know the person who did it, just not be aware that they know. If they just look through what those relationships were, the answer may be in there somewhere.
The answer, I think, in this case is not far off.
The police had questioned Michelle's family, current and former friends, old boyfriends, but it didn't seem like they were getting anywhere. Frame thought the investigation was in trouble.
When your investigation is run cold, when you don't have a viable suspect, when you don't have information that's going to lead you to a suspect, I think it's important that you start looking at viable alternatives. Too often these cases go cold for 5-10 years. From what we've seen so far, I think there's a possibility.
The Lay family was working with Frame because they were frustrated with police. And now Frame tried to do something the police couldn't.
What we've done is put out information to anyone that may know something or potentially be involved or think that they know who's involved to call us confidentially without contacting the police. And we'll provide that information to the right authorities and at the same time protect these people if they need protection.
Soliciting tips from people who were afraid to call the cops. Would his plan work? Wait and see.
Coming up, Dateline is there when that private tip line gets a dramatic call.
What is this guy saying? What can he tell you?
He said he has information to a potential site where Michelle may be.
Will he lead them to Michelle when Dateline continues?
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most? A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out-college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get took for all this damage to Florida.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Michelle Lay had been missing for weeks. No break in the case at all. And then, just before we sat down for an interview with a private investigator named Michael Frome, his phone rang with a tip from an inmate who claimed to know where Michelle could be found.
So who do you think is involved in Michelle's disappearance?
What is this guy saying? That he has, what can he tell you?
He said his information is to a potential site where Michelle may be.
Frome made the trip out to the jail for a face-to-face interview.
The parolee's information was that she had been abducted and was being held at a house in Hayward. And it turned out, unfortunately, that this information was related to another criminal act and it had nothing to do with Michelle's disappearance.
Back in Hayward, the police might have been accomplishing something, but they were saying nothing beyond their belief that Michelle was dead. And as far as the family could tell, the police investigation seemed to be getting nowhere. And now the family's own private investigator seemed lost in the weeds as well. Hoping to shake loose a lead, they increased the amount of the reward money from $20,000 to $40,000 to $65,000 to $100,000, all from private donations, much of it out of the family's own pockets. So every day was precious, said her brother Michael, and every day that passed a missed opportunity to find her.
You know, she was always looking out for me, and so this was my time to do everything I can to look out for her, to make sure that the hell that she was going through, she wouldn't have to go through a day longer.
So you must have this sense that any day now we'll find her and we'll bring her back and everything will be okay again.
Every day we were hoping that today was the day. You know, every day.
It was obvious as we talked to Michael the intensity of his devotion for Michelle. The reason for that? He told us a story about their mother.
Her mom was pretty much our superhero. She worked long hours as a nurse practitioner, and she was an incredible mother to us. She was so loving. She would always tell us stories. And
stories about what?
One that we always loved was one called The Woman on the Moon. And it's a Vietnamese love story about if you look really hard enough, the shadows of the moon kind of looks like a woman with long flowing hair. And the same day of the year, she would come down looking for the one that she loved. But ultimately, she was trapped on the moon to watch over him.
Folklore is the kind of reality that is like armor for a child. It protects in a time of terror. Michael was 11 when his mother learned she had breast cancer, but she did not tell him. She protected him from the worst of it, both he and his 14-year-old sister, Michelle. And so when the cancer finally took her life,
it came as a shock. She died December 1st, 1999. And we had just seen her for Thanksgiving, maybe about a week ago.
Now, alone, Michael and Michelle were taken in by Christine's family.
She told me a story about how after her mom passed away, she didn't even know what to do at first until she saw Michael in the garage holding something of his mom's and crying. She told me, that was the time I knew it was time to be, a big sister and be a mother figure for him.
Overcome her own sense of loss and save this boy.
Oh yeah, so you can even tell she's having any trouble.
She made a sort of commitment between her and I that she would look out for me.
But not just Michael. Michelle also kept watch over Christine.
She was my older sister. She dressed me, she helped tweeze my eyebrows, she taught me how to do makeup.
Taught you about boys.
Yeah, we talked about boys all the time. She helped me write my first love letters. Oh my gosh, when we were growing up, we were so alike that my family called me Mini Michelle.
And now, Minnie Michelle and Michael and the rest of the Lay family held vigils, issued press releases, anything to keep Michelle's case in the public eye.
I needed to work on something all the time that was her every day, that was related to her every day.
Did you feel like you're getting anywhere?
It felt productive, but it still felt hopeless. Hopeless in the sense where you still know what's going on.
After weeks of casting about, they were no closer to finding Michelle than they'd been that first chaotic weekend. And it was sad, but perfectly understandable, that public interest began to wane. It was during that period of darkness when one of Michelle's uncles down in San Diego begged for help from this woman, Carrie McGonigal.
Michelle Lee's uncle asked, what do I do? I'm completely lost.
Why her? Because Carrie had been through it all herself. 2 years earlier, she had to search for her murdered daughter, Amber Dubois. And now Carrie ran a search organization called Team Amber in memory of her daughter. She couldn't know back then the role she was going to play, the events she would set in motion. For now, it was who she knew.
So I put him in touch with Mark Klass because it was up in Northern California, and they were up in the same area.
Mark Klass, a rare man with a rare skill. How to find the missing.
Coming up, a man who knows how it feels to lose a daughter and had learned from personal experience how to lead the search.
We needed help from the police, and when we pressed them, why should we be looking there, they finally said, because that's where the cell towers take us.
When Dateline continues.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Days Toy Drive. Holiday gifts for everybody on the list.
That is delicious.
Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make today your home for the holidays.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All of the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us one. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Streaming free everywhere.
The vigils, the reward, the Facebook campaign, the flyers, the detective, all kept Michelle's family busy and hopeful, but had ultimately been unproductive. They were nowhere. And it was just at that point when Mark Klass stepped into the life of the Lay family.
I met the family in a dingy motel on the side of the freeway in Hayward, California at about 11 o'clock in the morning, and they were all huddled inside this little room.
To the Lay family, Klass was like the cavalry riding in.
We were all in our pajamas, like disheveled, and we were all together on our laptops, trying to edit press releases, trying to organize all the interviews, and reading the news, trying to talk to the police.
And I looked around and I said, the first thing you people need to do is get out of this room.
Dark and depressing.
It was horrible. It was horrible, and they were so downtrodden. They had absolutely no idea of what to do or where to go.
And he sat down and gave us a list of what to do. We had to find a search center. We had to get volunteers. We had to position media in this sort of light. He was just giving us all sorts of tips.
It made a world of a difference emotionally and on practical levels.
But what Mark Klass didn't do was burden the Lay family with his own story. Didn't tell them about his own daughter, Polly, kidnapped 2 decades ago.
That was the worst time in my life. It shattered me. It shattered my heart.
12-year-old Polly Klass was snatched from her room in Petaluma, California in the midst of a slumber party. Polly's body was only discovered when her killer, arrested at a traffic stop 2 months later, showed detectives where he'd buried her.
Do you still live with that awful week now, all these years later?
My work is my therapy. Yeah. My work is my therapy.
And that work through the Klass Kids Foundation is to help families find their missing loved ones by providing families with a now proven professional, methodical approach to their search efforts.
You have to basically start in the center and work your way out, following statistics that the vast majority of people that are missing are going to be found, A, within a half-mile radius of where they went missing, or B, within a 5-mile radius of where they went missing.
Boy, this is dismal work you do.
It's not dismal. No, nothing that we do is dismal. It's hard work. It can be heartbreaking. It can be so sad. But it's not dismal. It's really good work, and it's important work, and there's just not enough people doing it.
Possibly because it's work that lays bare wounds. Hundreds of times now since Polly's death, Mark has shared his experience learned through his own parental grief with families just like Michelle's, adrift and in shock. And the first order of business, said Mark, repair the relationship with the police, which had become very frayed indeed.
We needed help from the police, and they slowly started to let us know where they thought we should be looking. And when we pressed them, why should we be looking there? Why should we be looking there? They finally said, well, because that's where the cell towers take us.
Michelle Lay, it turns out, went on a strange journey on the evening of May 27, 2011. Or at least, her cell phone did. In the 2 hours after Michelle abruptly left a training session here at the Kaiser Hospital in San Francisco's East Bay, that phone of hers left its indelible footprint through the congested streets of the East Bay. And then it turned onto a 2-lane back road, and then a major freeway, and then it pinged its way right back along the very same route, back to the parking lot. At the very moment the nursing instructor saw Michelle's car drive into that parking lot, then rapidly reverse course and speed away into the dark. A puzzle. But getting that cell phone trail from the police was also a huge break, said Mark Klass, who was now deeply involved in the search for Michelle.
It enabled us then to really hone in on what we needed to do and why we needed to do it. It was to prepare viable search locations for search teams.
But the area was vast, much of it rugged, rural. The search for Michelle would be tough, labor-intensive work. Just the sort of thing Mark Klass's organization knew how to do.
When we saw the machine in motion was when we felt that, wow, this guy and this foundation has really got it together. We would have never thought of that on our own.
Klass even flew in his director of search operations, who was one of the first volunteers to look for Polly years before.
We're going to be dealing in some pretty treacherous terrain today, as well as tomorrow. Canyon areas, lots of rocks into the ravines.
This was day 49 since Michelle disappeared. And once again, her San Diego relatives loaded into cars around midnight and drove the 8 hours north to the San Francisco Bay. Dateline was there watching as they gathered for a morning briefing to prepare them for the long day of searching ahead.
If you take nothing else away from this presentation, take this portion right here, okay? Every single search that we put you on today, tomorrow, we consider a potential crime scene.
The police suggested a zone to be searched, but that's about all the information they provided.
We don't know exactly why, but they say it's based on all their evidence and their timeline. They believe that something might have happened in this area.
The area? A narrow canyon in the hills east of the San Francisco Bay. As the search party made its way up the canyon, they tied off, here and there, pink ribbons.
We've got a system of tape marking that we use, and then we report it into the investigators, and they follow up. Everything we're doing here is to support the police effort in bringing back Michelle.
A complication. This area is a haven for the homeless. It's also a notorious dumping ground for murder victims. Here, one of the searchers found an encampment, and inside, a sleeping bag.
Ian, do you want to check out, this looks like a sleeping bag?
Do you want me to pull this bag out? Yeah. The bag was empty. But deeper inside the encampment, something else was uncovered. A large bone. This Creek Canyon, it soon became apparent, had been well traveled by both creatures great and small.
It's an animal, some mammal.
But there was another bone at a creek crossing. Searchers had already passed it by when our producer noticed it lying there. Cow bone, probably. And yet...
Where do you think it'd be from? I'm not sure. I'm going to have Ian come check it out. It does look like a thigh bone. A hip joint. Hey, Ian, come take a look at this for me. There's no other bones around it, which is kind of interesting.
It's big.
It's pretty big, huh?
That's just a really big ball. Looking at a bone from a large mammal.
Let's tag it and let's do a more thorough article search around here just in case. And then we'll get somebody to get the gear.
You think you can scamper up to that little piece of rebar or whatever that's there and tie a pink ribbon on it for us?
The bone was tagged, sent off to a lab, examined, and yes, it was from the leg of a large mammal. In this case, a human.
Coming up, while Michelle's friends and family are searching, police are making discoveries of their own. Is one tiny clue a key to the mystery?
We found an identification card from the nursing school, but it was not Michelle's.
When Dateline continues. From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine, part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get to it for all this damage to
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al. I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm here to stay
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
I'm here to stay
It's been months now since Michelle Lay vanished from a hospital parking garage. Her family remains hopeful that she's still alive. Police have been tracking Michelle's electronic trail, video, audio, text messages, cell phone pings. So many clues that seem to have picked up signs of Michelle, but they've also picked up signs of someone else. Here again, Keith Morrison.
49 days after Michelle Lay disappeared, we stumbled over a human bone in the same area where Michelle's cell phone had briefly pinged off a nearby tower.
The shorts here.
But as the searchers scoured the immediate area, they understood it couldn't be her. The bits of clothing weren't right, and the bone was bleached by the sun. Must have been there a long time. And when they looked closely,
That's a 6 foot something. It's not a 5'5" female.
appalling. Some other poor soul wound up here. But relief, too, it wasn't Michelle. So the search and the mystery wore on for days and then for weeks. And by the middle of August, it all looked to be losing steam. On a typical San Francisco summer afternoon, as the fog rolled in, Christine and Michael brought us up to date on their efforts to find Michelle. How long has it been now?
27th. It's been over 2 months. It's been about 72 days.
How are you doing, the two of you, with all of this? I mean, how are you holding up?
It's just weird, just trying to stay active and just trying to keep the word out. I'm trying to stay positive.
Right.
It's just really trying to stay positive is the hardest part.
The hardest times for me are at night, getting in bed and thinking, like, gosh, I hope Michelle's in a bed.
Yeah.
I mean, you clearly have decided that she's still alive.
Mm-hmm. It's not over, and it's not going to be over until we get her home.
And so that very evening, they hosted a fundraising event at a nearby restaurant. And a few days later, the 85th day of Michelle Lay's disappearance, the San Diego family again piled into their cars just after midnight and made the long drive up the coast to launch their 8th search. Time had faded the posters taped to their cars. The creek bed to be searched seemed desperately far away from any place where a body might be dumped or a woman might reasonably be held captive. Still,
Her cell phone blast pinged there. So, they tracked where her cell phone ended up after she disappeared, and it's all around the rural East Bay, and it's such a huge area.
it was 100 degrees in the waning days of summer, and it seemed to have impacted turnout as the number of volunteers dwindled. Suddenly, the search leader called in a discovery. Some female clothing partially buried in the sand.
Danny, I'm down by the creek. It's a woman's underwear by the tree, almost like light pink, white.
It is, it turns out, another false lead. So they pack up another fruitless day in a case gone cold. Or so it seemed to Michael and Christine. But oh, what they did not know, that during all those weeks and months in which the family had been searching for a living woman, a police murder investigation had been very active indeed. And now, in the last days of August, Inspector Fraser Ritchie was in fact closing in on a very hot target. But to understand how he got there, we need to go back almost to the beginning. It was minutes before midnight, May 28, 2011, 29 hours after Michelle Lay disappeared. Richie had gone to pay a midnight visit to Michelle's old high school friend, Giselle Esteban.
How long has she been missing?
Since yesterday.
And have you guys tried calling her? I have no idea how to help you with that one. I've actually been trying to look for her.
Since when?
Almost a week now, to tell her to stay away from my daughter.
So, clearly there was some animosity between Giselle Esteban and Michelle Lay. And so Inspector Richie and his partner brought Giselle downtown to the police station for a more in-depth conversation.
I understand at one point you and Michelle were close friends, is that right?
I considered her my sister.
And then what happened?
She made a mistake. Scott made a mistake.
And was that when you were with Scott, or had you guys broken up, or?
No, we were still together. They made the mistake twice.
And then Giselle told a strange little story. She was pregnant, remember, with her second child, and said she went to the Hayward Kaiser Hospital for a prenatal checkup just hours before Michelle disappeared. She said she spotted her old friend at a distance.
Were you surprised to see Michelle there?
Yes.
How did it make you feel when you saw her?
At first, surprised, and then annoyed, and then I thought, okay, keep your blood pressure down, otherwise you're gonna lose this baby.
Strong feelings. But Giselle Esteban herself was not so strong. Tiny and pregnant. Hardly seemed physically capable of overpowering and murdering the larger Michelle Lay, let alone finding a way of disposing her body. So they sent her home, and later that afternoon finally got a look inside Michelle's car. As we did much later when the detective showed it to us. Nothing had changed. Nothing was touched. Here, the morbid sense we were somehow violating a sad and very personal space. This is what Richie found. A crime scene.
Once we got the car open, you can see there's blood wiped across here in the plastic, a little bit on the floor mats, and then, as you can see, there's more droplets or blood dropping down, going in a straight down pattern.
Police also found some blood smeared on the floor of the garage where Michelle's car had been parked. Were you able to make a judgment about what would have happened when she got to her car?
She was attacked, most likely here, because from the looks of it, it looked like she ended up being placed in the back seat. There's a bloody confrontation here, and then there's more blood back there. But you can see here, it's been moved around a bit. It's a little bit smeared up, and there's more than one location.
Clearly a very violent and physical assault. Who could have done this? A fresh look at the surveillance tapes may offer a clue. Watch what Michelle does as she walks to her car, parked to the far right-hand side of the lot. Michelle makes a wide, sweeping turn to the left, away from the car, then walks back to the right. A few seconds later, it appears she stopped. What happened? Did she see somebody she knew, or somebody she didn't want to see? Richie felt he may have answered that question when he found on the passenger seat of Michelle's car a little piece that would end up fitting into a very large puzzle.
We found a identification card from the Samuel Merritt nursing school that Michelle was attending, but it was not Michelle's. There was no reason for that to be there.
The name and face were plainly visible on the card, partially wedged into the seat cushion, as if somebody had left it there by mistake. So Richie called the school and was told,
"Oh, that's our new instructor that's starting in a week." And then I could hear in the back of the phone, "Her ID card's gone. It's missing from my desk."
The card had been stolen. But by whom? Here's the thing about these identity cards. They are actually key cards. This is mine at NBC here, and whenever I'm in the headquarters building at 30 Rockefeller Plaza, I use them to swipe the key card on that little box there. It makes an electronic recording of the use of the card at that moment in time and at this place. And then, of course, I'm being watched by a security camera at the same time. In fact, you can't go anywhere in this building without being seen by security cameras. The security team at the nursing school did the same thing. They just looked for the computer record of the key card being used, and they pulled up the security video from that moment and that place, and voila, there was their thief.
So I had them send me the still photographs. And when I looked at it, I immediately identified it. It was Giselle Esteban.
The picture was dated May 26th, one day before Michelle Lay disappeared. So, what else did she do that day? Richie got a subpoena for all the school security camera footage from May 26th. What he saw in those videos was both strange and disturbing, and moved Giselle Esteban to the top of the list of persons of interest.
Coming up, the strange video trail of Giselle Esteban the day before Michelle disappeared.
It shows Giselle walking around with a lab coat on, pretending to be an instructor.
Weird.
Yeah.
What was she up to? When Dateline continues.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever. Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this. The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Streaming free everywhere.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico,
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to occur.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells.
What you're watching is far better than any eyewitness. What you're seeing is an exact record of a strange moment in time. This is Giselle Esteban at Michelle Lay's nursing school, the day before Michelle vanished. Why she was here was a mystery. But what she did? That Richie pieced together from Giselle's electronic trail, which picked her up in the morning at the nursing school, posing as a prospective student. Well, there she stole an instructor's key card, then appeared to test whether it would work by entering this break room.
And then at 5:30 in the evening, when the campus is closed, she gains access through the back door using that electronic key card.
Same swipe card.
Yes. Throughout the campus, there are, in the classrooms and in the hallways, there's cameras. And it shows Giselle walking around with the lab coat on, her glasses up, and she's going around turning on computers.
Weird.
Yeah.
Giselle can also be seen with a class roster stolen from an instructor's office.
And you can see the class roster because it has all the students' photographs on there. So it's not just typed, it's photographs. So you can see that it's a class roster. And it looks like she's walking around as if she's pretending to be an instructor or something like that. She's in Samuel Merritt for an hour and a half or so, and then she leaves.
All of this the night before Michelle Lay disappeared. What was Giselle doing? And then Richie learned from questioning eyewitnesses that on the morning after Michelle disappeared, Giselle Esteban went with her daughter in tow to an Apple store. And sure enough, there she was on the store security camera. That's her there at the top left of your screen, having one of the employees unlock an iPhone.
She told the Apple employee that her daughter had put a code into the phone and locked it. Once he unlocked it, the phone started binging and ringing.
And just at that very moment, as cell phone records showed, Michelle Lay's iPhone began pinging on a cell phone tower not far from the Apple store. Now it was a matter of following the signal, which led to this Chuck E. Cheese restaurant a few miles away, where the phone turned up again.
Giselle was seen on a video showing a white iPhone.
Remember, this is the day after Michelle's disappearance, when her friends and family were frantically calling and texting her. And look at this surveillance footage. Looks like Giselle is sending out text messages. And at that moment, as records show, Michelle's iPhone was pinging off a nearby cell tower. To Richie, it seemed quite clear Giselle Esteban was the one using Michelle's phone to send those creepy text messages to worried friends and family, and to him. And Giselle did all this while on a shopping trip with her daughter.
And she's on that phone, roughly the same time that she's getting text messages from the classmates and family members and things like that. And then I sent her a second text message at roughly at 3:15 in the afternoon saying, "This is not a joke, this is the police department, you need to contact me right now." That was the last contact. That's when her phone went off.
The evidence was mounting, so Richie stepped up his surveillance of Giselle.
We placed a tracker on her car.
Why?
See if she would take us to a location that Michelle would possibly be.
But that didn't happen. Not to say, though, her behavior wasn't suspicious. Remember the vigil the Lay family held a week after Michelle's disappearance, the one attended by Giselle's ex-boyfriend, Scott? It turned out Giselle was there, too, sort of. The tracking device showed Giselle circling the block as Michelle's family pleaded for help. And later, it showed her driving past Scott's house. Why? Richie was all but sure now Giselle had something to do with Michelle's disappearance. The question now was, did she have some help?
It was something that we had to look at.
If so, who?
Yeah, dive into her life, who's her friends, and who can we talk to that knows Giselle.
Richie consulted an Alameda County Assistant DA, now Deputy District Attorney, a guy named Butch Ford.
Some of my colleagues, their response was, well, who helped her do it? Because she's a woman, she's pregnant. In order to do this, she had to have help.
Prosecutors had a hard time believing Esteban was physically capable of killing Michelle Lay all by herself.
We encouraged them to make sure they eliminated any possible suspects, such as the father of Giselle's child.
That would be Scott, the ex-boyfriend Butch is referring to. And so everybody's antenna went up. In late July of 2011, 63 days after Michelle's disappearance, as the Lay family searched the hills for her, Richie got a very strange phone call from Scott, who sounded out of breath.
saying that he believed that he had found Michelle's phone. I asked him, where did you find Michelle's phone? In the backseat of his car.
Coming up, at first, police doubt Scott's story.
Had we missed something? Is he the other part of this?
Or was he Giselle's next victim?
Did you ever have any concern about Scott's safety?
Yes. And we advise Scott that if it is Giselle, you have to be concerned for your safety as well.
You deserve to die for your lies, as does she. This is your last and final warning.
When Dateline continues.
Morning, Al. I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get took for all this damage to
I'm here to save
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico,
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm here to save
It's hard to tell from this video, but the prime suspect in Michelle Lay's disappearance, Giselle Esteban, is tiny, barely 5'2". And at the time she was questioned by police, she was 3 months pregnant with her second child, which made detectives wonder.
Is there somebody else involved with her?
It was a question often repeated at the Alameda County DA's office.
We have an able-bodied young lady who disappears from a public place. So automatically our minds went to, was there more than one person involved?
And so when Richie got a call from Giselle's ex-boyfriend claiming to have found Michelle's iPhone, he was worried.
I was very concerned that had we missed something, is he the other part of this? Then it's, why is he telling us this? If he is the other part of this, why is he finding this and telling us about evidence?
And that was the key question. Why would Scott admit to having incriminating evidence? Was he trying to outsmart the cops by pretending to be helpful? To have found Michelle's iPhone when he had it all along? Or was he afraid somebody was trying to set him up? Which might have been the reason why Scott shared this document with detectives. This is a temporary restraining order against Giselle Esteban. In signed declarations, both Scott and his mother told how their family was awakened early one morning by Scott's car alarm. Scott went to investigate.
And while he's out front, he hears his mother screaming. He goes inside. Giselle is inside of his house. She's inside his room, tampering with his computer.
Sound familiar? It was the same thing Esteban was doing at the nursing school.
And when was this vis-a-vis the murder?
4 days before, on the Tuesday.
But there was something else. A piece of evidence you have to hear to believe. Scott told the detectives that 4 months before Michelle's disappearance, Giselle harangued and threatened him, verbal attacks so alarming, he recorded some on his iPhone, just in case something bad ever happened. This one in Scott's car, their small daughter sitting in the back seat listening. You listen closely. You're about to hear the real Giselle Esteban.
I asked you, can we just be honest about Michelle? Because she's the one issue that I really, really am having a hard time dealing with.
That's not what you said at all.
Yes. Okay,
We
well
didn't
then
talk for
fine.
days.
Starting from now, we are going to be honest about Michelle. Do you understand me? Whether you sleep with her, whether you share food with her, whether you talk to her, you will be honest with me. Look at me. You will be honest with me regarding her. Otherwise, I will take your life and hers. Mom. And you can take that to the grave with you.
Why?
Why? Because you lied about her so many times, it's hard to believe that you didn't sleep with her and knock her out. You deserve to die for your lies, as does she, and you will. If you do it again, this is your last and final warning.
Why?
Do you understand me? It's your last and final warning.
Richie, listen to Giselle's tone careen from aggrieved to furious to threatening all in less than a minute. This was far from the subdued woman he'd met back in May.
It was apparent that she was a violent person.
Did you ever have any concern about Scott's safety?
Yes. And we advise Scott that if it is Giselle, you have to be concerned for your safety as well.
And he might well be a target.
Yeah.
Esteban, it was clear in the recording, had become fixated on her old friend. Was convinced Michelle had somehow broken up her relationship with Scott. And yet, as Richie took pains to discover,
Michelle and Scott were nothing more than just friends. She had a boyfriend. Scott was just one of the many friends that she had. But the only person in this world that seemed to think that there was more to it was Giselle.
Prosecutor Butch Ford heard the audio too and read the 1,500 pages of texts and emails Scott gave police.
For the better part of 6 years, she had an obsession with Michelle. Her text messages were filled with hatred towards Michelle at every step of the way. And then towards the last 4 months or so, they were filled with hatred towards Scott, wishing his death.
Wow.
They were just filled with hate towards the two of them, with blame towards Michelle for ruining her relationship and essentially breaking her family.
Do you think there's any truth to that at all?
Only from the standpoint that Giselle believed it was Michelle's fault. So if, in terms of responding to that question, the answer has to be yes, there's truth to it, but from Giselle's perspective, because she had to blame somebody.
This is a very disturbed individual.
Yes, there's no question about that. From my perspective, when we're dealing with, in particular, murderers, my position is that they're all sort of screwed up.
Yeah.
Because the normal person doesn't react that way. I mean, we have to believe that, right?
Right.
The normal person does not react that way. So at some level, anytime one person commits a murder, there's something that's loose in their head. There has to be.
Butch Ford may know more than most about the parameters of human nature. He helped raise 8 younger siblings while growing up in South Central L.A., worked his own way through law school, and now as a prosecutor seeks out sound advice from someone who has seen it all, his own grandmother.
I have dinner every Wednesday at my grandmother's house.
The first female African-American judge appointed in Alameda County.
I've never had a case that I haven't spoken to her about and run ideas by her in terms of trial presentation, closing arguments, things like that. I always run it by her.
But this case was special. Ford's grandmother was struck by the Lays' devotion to Michelle, by their determination to find answers. But it was clear there were still too many questions to take this case to court.
The theory was that Giselle had done something to bring about her demise. It just was a question of what? Yes, of what and how we prove it.
In fact, without a body, How could they prove there was a murder at all?
Coming up, in a strange twist of fate, the mother of Amber Dubois joins another search for Michelle, along with her new dog.
She was barking. She jumps up on me and takes off again. And I followed her, and I noticed rope sticking out of the ground.
A dramatic discovery. When Dateline continues.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight.
What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life.
Bah, humbug.
To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now.
Wherever you get your podcasts. All Saints Catholic Church in Hayward, California. Hardly the sort of place a detective would expect to get a hot tip in a murder case. But that's exactly what happened. It was the priest who called the police, wound up talking to the inspector at the time, Fraser Ritchie, and told him a story about an odd encounter with a young woman who came to him seeking solace of some kind.
It was actually outside of an office in a patio area. Then he asked her several times, do you want to go into a confessional? She said no. So that's why he was able to talk to us about it. And he said that she was wearing a medical type scrubs, same physical build characteristics of Giselle. And she was asking for forgiveness for something that she had not yet done.
Wait a minute. She asked for forgiveness for a sin
That's what the...
she hadn't committed.
That's the interpretation that the priest had got. That was roughly at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the day that Michelle went missing.
Richie was convinced Giselle Esteban killed Michelle Lay. So was then Assistant DA Prosecutor Butch Ford. But they didn't know how she did it, or when she did it, or where she did it, or, more important, what she did with the body.
If you don't have a body, it makes the case more difficult.
And so Richie and the other investigators with the Hayward PD continued the tedious work of building a murder case without a body. They ran fingerprints. They sent DNA out for testing. They interviewed witnesses, all quietly, out of sight of the family and press. They tested a strand of hair found in Michelle's car. It turned out to be Giselle's. Some of her touched DNA on the turn signal, too. But since the two knew each other, that wasn't enough evidence to make an arrest. So they checked Giselle's cell phone records, found that her phone, like Michelle's, left a trail in the hours after Michelle vanished. And what do you know?
The locations that Michelle's phone went, Giselle's phone also went.
As if they're traveling together.
Yes.
The eavesdropping electronics was closing in. Here was surveillance video showing Giselle trying to access the nursing school's computers the night before Michelle's disappearance. And here, the scene at the Apple store the day after Michelle vanished. Esteban getting Michelle's iPhone unlocked and later using it at the Chuck E. Cheese. But still, it wasn't enough. Until the lab results finally came back from evidence seized that very first night in Giselle Esteban's apartment. Specifically, from her shoes. Those tests uncovered a trace amount of blood that belonged to Michelle. Only one explanation for that. And so on September 7th, 2011, 104 days after Michelle Lay's disappearance, Inspector Fraser Ritchie went to Giselle Esteban's house for a final visit.
We showed up on that September morning, waited for her to come out of her house. I pulled up in front with two other investigators. We got out of the car. She looked at me very nonchalantly, dismissive. What now? You're under arrest. Not for what, anything. It was just like a matter of fact. She was waiting for it. It wasn't, there was no sign of guilt. There was no sign of remorse. There was nothing. It was just, okay.
And when the news was announced, Michelle's family knew Giselle, knew her as one of Michelle's closest friends. And they were stunned.
I never suspected her and thought the worst until we knew for sure.
You know, I didn't think it was her. When Giselle was having problems, Michelle would go to these counseling sessions with her, all because she felt that Giselle would always be her friend, and that was her last text to Giselle, was that no matter what, you'll always be my friend.
And now with Giselle Esteban's arrest, the Lay family found themselves in a strange paradox. Glad someone would finally be held accountable for Michelle's disappearance, yet refusing to accept she was dead. To them, the fact that no body had been found meant there was still hope, however slim, that they might find her alive.
I was still hoping, you know, without finding my sister's remains, I was still holding out hope. Until it was definitive, we were going to fight for her.
And so, 113 days after Michelle disappeared, 10 days after the arrest, the family mounted yet another search. This time, they were joined by Carrie McGonigal, whose daughter Amber Dubois had been kidnapped and murdered in San Diego 2 years earlier. And like Mark Class before her, Carrie formed an organization to help find the missing. She'd brought her new search dog with her, a search dog in training.
And she was acting weird. She was jumping all over the place. She was barking, wanted to get away from me. And as I buckled her up, she took off from me and ran. And so I started running after her, and she comes back, and she jumps up on me and takes off again. And I followed her, and she was just standing still. And so I reached down to put her leash on, and I noticed some twine rope sticking out of the ground, and then some bones next to it.
It was the skeletal remains of a young woman, unidentified. Michelle's cousin Christine was back at the command center.
I remember search director Brad Dennis took a break, and he looked at me. He's like, "Hey, babe, we'll be right back." He never leaves the search center. So he left, and I was like, oh, something must have happened. They must have found something. But he was like, I just need a break. I'm going out there and looking at, you know, some random evidence they found.
But then her phone rang. A reporter with a tip from someone in the search party.
And he told me, oh, I heard they found Michelle's body. Can you comment on that? And I just started shaking. I told him, we haven't found her. But I knew that they did. When I got that call from the reporter, I knew.
But there wasn't confirmation, not yet. The medical examiner still had to match up dental records, and that, the family was told, could take a few days.
It might sound really dumb now, but I was still really stubborn about it. I just didn't. There was nothing that could tell me that Michelle was dead. But we all stayed in a hotel room because we were just hiding. I think no one knew where we were. We were just in a hotel room for the next few days. And then I think about 4 days later, the Hayward police came to our hotel and they told us that she had been confirmed to be found through her dental records.
At that point, you couldn't pretend anymore.
Yeah.
After 4 months, the family's long and determined search to find Michelle was over. But their goal, no matter how remote, was always to bring her home alive. That she was found dead was a blow that took them to their knees.
That was one of the very few times I think I really let myself cry. Part of me was relieved that it's over, that we had found her and we had brought her home. And then a majority of me was very angry. And it just felt hollow.
Now there was one thing left to do: make sure Michelle got justice. But that, it turned out, was not going to be so easy.
Coming up, Giselle on trial, and her defense strategy surprises everyone.
I think that if you're going to defend against the indefensible, you have to find a better way of doing it than to vilify the victim.
Would it work? When Dateline continues.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life.
Bah, humbug.
To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now,
wherever you get your podcasts. In October of 2012, when Giselle Esteban went on trial for the murder of Michelle Lay, prosecutor Butch Ford expected he'd have his hands full.
I thought she would fight tooth and nail that she didn't do it because she doesn't want her family and, more importantly, probably her kids to know that she's responsible for that.
So, in his opening statement, Ford laid out a devastating case, all pointing to premeditated, first-degree murder. Motive? Tons of it. Esteban's life was in shambles, said Ford. She'd lost custody of a daughter. Her boyfriend left her. She blamed it all on her successful, too beautiful friend, Michelle, and set about methodically to kill one of the few people left in the world who still tried to be her friend. Why'd she sneak into the school? To find Michelle's new address, maybe kill her there, said Ford. Why'd she send those texts from the Apple Store and the Chuck E. Cheese? To cover up her crime. But she couldn't hide from the cameras, said the prosecutor. The phone pings, her own electronic trail, and the DNA in the car confirmed it. The evidence was overwhelming, just no refuting it, said Ford. And so the defense didn't even try. Instead, they did something wholly unexpected, a big surprise. Giselle admitted she did it.
So you're putting all of these building blocks together to show that she had to be responsible for
Yes.
this, and then she goes and admits it.
Yes. I could not believe she would allow her defense to be, I did it.
But there was a reason, said the defense. Giselle had been provoked. She killed Michelle in the heat of passion. Michelle, she claimed, was a lying schemer who had been busy stealing what little Giselle had left in life, her family. Mark Klass watched from the back of the courtroom and was disgusted.
I don't think character assassination is a defense. I think that if you're going to defend against the indefensible, you have to find a better way of doing it than to vilify the victim.
But Ford was worried. The defense just might work.
If I come in as a defense lawyer and I say, we're going to tell you that my client did it, even though the district attorney has the burden of proof, but we're going to tell you why it happened, because that's the most important thing.
And that's something the DA can't tell you.
Exactly. And it has an air of credibility.
And thus, it's not first-degree murder.
Yes, a voluntary manslaughter. And then you get out in 9 years.
So that was the big fight.
Yes.
There was another problem. Even as Ford methodically laid out the evidence for the jury, what he couldn't do, and this turned out to be a big hole in his case, was tell the jury how the murder took place. Michelle's remains were so decomposed the coroner couldn't determine the cause of death.
The pathologist report indicated that they not only visually examined Michelle's remains, but also examined it using an x-ray to look for any sort of trauma to her skull, her bones, anything of that nature, and they couldn't locate any.
And, well, security cameras seemed to have recorded just about everything before and after the murder. They didn't capture the crime itself.
It's my position that the evidence of the crime is most supported by an assault with a sharp object, a stabbing object, a knife, a box cutter, something to that effect. Truthfully, I believe that she snuck up behind her, grabbed her by her hair, and assaulted her with a sharp object.
We should explain why that small woman could do that kind of damage.
Yes. It immediately incapacitates you. You can't yell out. You can't scream. The forensic evidence, the blood evidence, all of that seems to indicate that type of assault. The only person who knows for sure is Giselle.
But she wasn't talking, choosing instead to sit passively throughout the trial.
We would constantly look at the jury, like, what are they thinking? Are they buying this? Are they believing all this nonsense that the defense is offering up? you know, that this is heat of passion, that this wasn't planned.
Michael was in court every day, as was Christine and the aunts and uncles and parents and cousins. All of them took time off work to be united for Michelle.
Oftentimes in homicide cases, nobody shows up for the victim. Or maybe it's a mother or a father or a sibling. In this case, every day there were between, I would say, 12 and 20 family members. And knowing that the vast majority of them had traveled from San Diego to be present, to show everybody that Michelle was missed, it was really touching to me and inspiring in that, again, it made me want to work even harder to ensure that I had done everything I could to bring about what was a just result. And I had mentioned that was the only thing I promised to the family, was that I would work as hard as I could to make sure that the right result came.
Do you encounter families like that very often?
On that level, no.
When the case went to the jury, everything was up in the air. Prosecutor Ford didn't worry particularly when the jury stayed out a full day, even when it stayed out 2 days. After 3 days, Ford began to wonder if he'd done enough to debunk Giselle's heat of passion defense. After 4, everybody wondered.
The longest deliberation I'd ever had was 4 days. This was now getting to 4.5 days, so I started to have concern.
Coming up, day 5, and the suspense is over. The jury sends word of a verdict.
We were just all holding hands in the front row.
Will there be justice for Michelle? When Dateline continues.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine.
Part of our continued reporting.
This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good?
Get took for all this damage to
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Giselle Esteban readily admitted she killed her friend Michelle Lay. But she claimed it was in the heat of the moment. She was angry, provoked by Michelle. The defense, which in a way blamed Michelle for her own death. To friends and family sitting in the courtroom, the strategy seemed outrageous. And yet, after the jury had been out 4 long days, they all worried that it worked.
I was wondering if the jury sat in the same trial that I sat in.
We were going crazy. We were really afraid that either they felt sympathy for the defendant because she is a woman, or that she has children, or you never know.
By the 5th day, we were thinking, what if they let her off easy?
And then finally on the 5th day, the jury announced they were ready. There could be no acquittal. Their choices were first-degree murder or voluntary manslaughter, a verdict that could have Esteban back on the street before she's 40.
I remember our hearts were just pounding. We were being lined up. And we sat down and we saw the jury walk in. And a couple of them, like, you can just tell on their faces that they were exhausted. They looked exhausted. And we were just all holding hands in the front row. They're all shaking. And you can see Butch, and he was just up there. It's like hands in his head, and all of us just praying. And then we heard guilty of murder first. I burst right into tears. And there's that feeling was just so indescribable, how much relief was there.
17 months after Michelle Lay went missing, after endless searches, a relentless investigation, a tense trial, finally an end, the search for Michelle and for justice was over.
One of the things I was so angry about was that nothing made sense. Nothing made sense. Why did it have to happen to Michelle? And so I think the verdict brought reason, like a sense of someone committed a murder, they will pay for the crime.
It's just as awful as it was, and the loss is just as great, but the world is back on its axis, or something like that.
In some way, yeah.
How was it to get that verdict? What was it like?
In one word, relief.
What did your grandmother say?
She asked, how is Michelle's family doing? Because I had talked to her about what a great family they were. I have nothing but respect for that family. And they had faith in the process, and more than anything, I appreciated that they had faith in me.
The Lay family's uncommon grace and dignity and determined togetherness infected many of the families that stood with them during those dark months.
They were able to do what a lot of other families have never been able to do, and that's rally around each other in a time of great need to prop each other up.
Michael and Christine volunteered with Mark Klass's organization. They helped to coordinate searches in the case of a teenager kidnapped near San Jose, their way to honor Michelle. Michelle, who still refuses somehow to leave them.
She mainly comes in dreams, and it's so real that it feels like her. And she won't say a thing. She'll just give me a hug or something. I would flip out, I'd be like, Michelle, where the heck have you been? We had this huge thing where we thought you were gone, you know, and she laughed and she said, I'm fine.
And Michael, when he and Michelle were little, they begged their mother to tell them the old Vietnamese folk tale of the woman in the moon who protects and watches over them. The tale is very real now for Michael Lay.
I feel like they're always watching me. And, you know, at the very least, I like to believe that my sister's with my mom finally, and that, they're together. And, it's not my time yet, but I just can't wait to see them again.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us.
He's a monster. He's evil. He's pure evil. He is that character in those horror movies.
He hid in the shadows, a killer in a mask.
He's clearly a brilliant individual, a brilliantly scary individual.
His target, a doting young mom.
She was a gorgeous strawberry blonde who loved her son more than anything in the whole world.
She was so scared.
He struck once. Would he kill again? And would she be next?
You're just so shattered and hurting so bad.
Imagine being hunted in your own home, held a virtual prisoner, your children in danger from a man with a blueprint for murder.
I was terrified.
She will face down evil and come forward with a new revelation that will make your jaw drop.
What I did was wrong. There are no words. I have everything to lose.
I'm Lester Holt, and this is Dateline.
Here's Andrea Canning with the killing in Cobb County.
A new attraction can be so exhilarating, but not always. Sometimes attraction turns into a dangerous obsession. Lottie Spencer says she knows all about that.
He'd show up at my job. He would show up at the store. No matter where I went, he would be there.
Lottie says she had a stalker, a teenager who got into her house, into her car, and worst of all, into her head.
I wouldn't go out to the mailbox without a gun. I was terrified.
He had total control over you, it sounds like.
Pretty much.
Lottie could feel it in her bones. Something bad was coming, and she felt powerless to do anything about it.
I knew that he was watching, and then here it comes again.
Life used to be much simpler for Lottie. In the fall of 1995, she moved to Cobb County, Georgia, just north of Atlanta. She lived in this house with her daughter, Christina.
This is an upper scale neighborhood. Me and Christina were always outside, and my life was really good. I was really happy.
Their downstairs neighbors were Carmen Smith and her son, Nick. 5-year-old Nick had sparkling blue eyes and $1 million smile, just like his mom. Kristen Horan is Carmen's sister.
She was a gorgeous strawberry blonde, feisty, very outgoing young woman who loved her son more than anything in the whole world. They were just like two peas in a pod.
It was a Monday afternoon, the week before Halloween. Nick and Christina got off the school bus and walked home together. Cobb County Prosecutor Jesse Evans.
First thing they did was go downstairs to see if they could find Nick's mom. Her car was there. She should be there.
While Christina stayed by the door, Nick went inside. Someone was there, but not his mom.
Nick turned the corner and he saw something move across the bedroom down the long hallway.
It was a dark figure wearing gloves and a mask. The stranger suddenly stabbed Nick and left him for dead.
As he's laying there on the floor, he actually sees his perpetrator run from the house. Christina began really freaking out. She was terrified.
Christina ran upstairs to her apartment to get help. Her babysitter, Catherine, was there with her boyfriend, Scott. They hurried downstairs.
Christina started walking towards the sliding glass door, and I grabbed her shoulders and I stopped her and I said, "Don't touch anything."
The glass door was smeared with blood. The scene inside was unspeakable.
Somebody said, "Oh my gosh, there's Nick," and you could see him through the window on the floor in a pool of blood.
I said, "Get out of here, go down the street." She said, "What are you gonna do?" I said, "I gotta get that boy out of there. I'm not leaving without that boy."
Scott grabbed an axe from the garage for protection, then dropped it when he realized how desperately Nick needed help.
He wasn't breathing at the time. I smacked him a few times and nothing happened. And so I started screaming at him and started smacking him harder and telling him he wasn't gonna die today. And all of a sudden, he kind of bolted up. At that point, I said, "You're alive."
Scott picked up the little boy and bolted from the house. He squeezed Nick tightly against his chest, trying to staunch the bleeding.
He was running and he was yelling down the street, "Call 911, call 911, he's up, call 911.
Lottie was at work when she got a frantic call from her daughter.
She was hysterical. She was saying that Nick was hurt. And I drove home as fast as I could. I was screaming for Christina and Nick, but they weren't there.
Lottie didn't see Carmen either, but when police officers arrived at the scene, they made a terrible discovery. The vivacious flight attendant and devoted single mother was dead. She'd been strangled. Carmen Smith was just 30 years old.
You're just so shattered and hurting so bad. And you're so thankful that your daughter's alive. But then you feel so bad what happened to Nick and Carmen.
Carmen's sister Kristen and brother-in-law Jim barely had time to process the news about Carmen before learning that Nick was fighting for his life. They rushed to be at his side.
We went straight to the hospital.
You must have been thinking, how could someone stab a 5-year-old, your nephew, approximately 18 times? That's a monster.
Exactly, yeah.
I won't ever forget walking in that hospital room. Sorry. But yeah. And then you have to come to grips with reality.
And it was a grim reality. After emergency surgery, Nick was in critical condition. He looked so little, so fragile in his hospital bed.
You never think that you can be touched by something like this when you've got the perfect family.
He'd been stabbed 18 times and had lost a dangerous amount of blood. But he survived. Nick was going to make it. It was nothing less than a miracle. There was no easy way to tell him about his mom, but he had to know. And even 18 years later, Nick remembered it like it was yesterday.
My dad and my aunt told me that my mom didn't make it, and I mean, I didn't really understand it then. I still don't really understand it.
It was such a senseless act. Nick and his family could only grieve and wonder why. But back at the apartment, now a crime scene, a chill ran through Lottie. She told police she could explain exactly what happened.
I told them that I had somebody that had been stalking me, and it was my belief that he was the one behind what happened to Nicholas and Carmen.
Who was this man in the mask who had killed a young mother and tried to kill her son?
He's pure evil. He's a monster.
When we come back, a haunting story of Hunter and Hunted.
He's always told me that he can get away with the perfect murder. His plan was in the making.
When Dateline continues.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get to it for all this damage to
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life.
Bah, humbug.
To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now,
wherever you get your podcasts.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Streaming free everywhere.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? I get took for all this damage to
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It is a haunting memory, impossible to forget.
It definitely changed my life course completely, so I remember it pretty well.
Nick Smith was only 5 years old when a masked man stabbed him 18 times and killed his mother, Carmen. While recovering in the hospital, Nick was told his mother was gone.
Do you remember your mom?
Not as well as I wish I did. Most of my memories are just stories I've been told from other people.
Carmen's sister Kristen and her husband Jim helped raise Nick. Bedtime stories were often about his beautiful mother.
She was very athletic. She was in swimming and basketball, softball, track. And she was in the homecoming court, prom queen. She dated, the football player. She was a cheerleader.
I remember her liveliness. She was very vivacious, very beautiful, and very fun. She had Nick fairly early in life and did a great job of working and providing for Nick at the same time.
Did you just feel robbed that you never got to experience all those things a mother and son get to experience together?
Definitely. A lot of people in my family say that I act just like her. I just know that she was a happy person.
A happy life that ended in an appalling act of violence. The police officers who discovered Carmen's body got an immediate, emphatic lead from her upstairs neighbor, Lottie Spencer.
Did you know immediately who had done this? Who had committed this?
I knew.
Lottie was certain it was the work of a teenager named Wasim Dacre. Wasim and Lottie had a history. She said it would explain the hideous attack. She told detectives her story. Things had started so innocently. Don't they always?
White, push it up! Come on!
I met him at the paintball field, playing paintball. So we just met by being teammates on the same team.
Lottie was the captain of her team. Kind of a den mother to the other, much younger players, especially Wasim, a Georgia Tech student, 12 years her junior.
He didn't have anybody else that he can open up and talk to or share his thoughts and feelings with.
So you felt kind of like a big sister to him.
That's exactly how I felt.
Dacre was a bit of a loner. He latched on to Lottie, started calling her at work, at home, and wouldn't stop.
I told him that, I have a life and you're just taking too much of my time. And then he would cry, and then I knew that there was a problem.
What was a nuisance at first, Lottie says quickly escalated. Her phone started ringing off the hook, up to 100 times a day.
Why didn't you just stop talking to this person?
I should have. I felt really sorry for him. I really didn't want him to get into trouble. It sounds so crazy.
But maybe that also says about you that you're a good person.
Or a very foolish person.
Foolish, Lottie says, because Dacre's stalking became bolder, increasingly bizarre.
He just started flipping out, yelling on the top of his lungs that he's gonna get me and slit my daughter's throat in front of me. And I would come home from work and there would be a pair of my underwear on my doorknob, or a few days later, a bra.
What message is he sending with that?
Look at me, I'm getting into your place and getting away with it. There's nothing you can do to stop me. Another time, I came home early and went into my bedroom, and there was Wasim Dacre, naked, wearing a garter hose and a garter belt, looking at himself in my mirror.
This is any woman's worst nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
Lottie says things reached a tipping point when, once again, Dacre threatened her and her daughter, this time while brandishing a knife.
He's always told me that he can get away with the perfect murder. His plan was in the making.
Finally, Lottie decided to let the justice system take over. Dacre was arrested in August 1995, but released on bond. A judge ordered him to stay away. He didn't and was arrested again in September. This time, he was sent to a psychiatric hospital for evaluation. Prosecutor Jesse Evans.
He's got some severe issues with obsession. I don't think that he has the ability to feel compassion for other people. He's clearly a brilliant individual. He's also a brilliantly scary individual.
While Dacre was hospitalized, Lottie packed up and moved to the house in Cobb County, about 20 minutes north of Atlanta, where Carmen and Nick lived downstairs.
So you moved?
Yes.
To try and escape him?
Mm-hmm.
In October, on Friday the 13th, Wasim Dacre was released from the hospital. Less than 2 weeks later, Carmen Smith was dead. And Lottie Spencer was overwhelmed with guilt and anger.
Wasim Dacre is evil. He's pure evil. He's a monster.
And that's what Lottie told police. She said her stalker must have been the one behind the attack on Carmen and Nick. But why? Dacre was obsessed with Lottie. He'd never met or even spoken to Carmen. Or had he? Lottie thought she knew the answer. A phone call she says Dacre made to Carmen's phone a few days before the murder.
It was Friday the 20th, and like Dacre's style, the calls started coming in, and the phone got put off the hook, and then I could hear her phone ringing.
Carmen answered, then hung up abruptly. What was said? Nobody knows. But Carmen told her sister and brother-in-law that the call was from Lottie's stalker.
She said, I'm going to go get a hammer and put it next to the bed. And I remember laughing, thinking, if that guy decides to get in the house, he's in trouble. But you really never think that it would go to where it went.
We had talked about her, packing some stuff and coming to stay with us for a while.
Lottie says seeing Carmen's reaction to Dacre's call was heartbreaking, and she did what she could to help her neighbor feel safe.
The only entryway from within her dwelling was the sliding glass door, and so we just barricaded the door with some wood. She was so scared. She was shaking and she was so scared.
Just 3 days later, that glass door was open and smeared with blood. And Wasim Dacre was the lead suspect in a horrible crime.
Coming up, evidence at the scene of the crime.
There was a broken knife blade and hair and fiber evidence that was recovered off of Carmen Smith's body.
Will it be enough to catch the killer?
He was getting away with murder. He's getting away with exactly what he told me he would.
When Dateline continues.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All of the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us won. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Days Toy Drive. Holiday gifts for everybody on the list.
That is delicious.
Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make today your home for the holidays.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells.
Just 3 days before she was killed, Carmen Smith told family and friends she'd gotten a call from Wasim Dacre, the man who'd been arrested for stalking her neighbor. It was the strongest allegation yet, connecting the victim to the suspect. Investigators tipped off about that call by Lottie, now closed in on Dacre.
Did you execute a search warrant on his house that night?
We did.
John Dawes was a homicide detective with the Cobb County Police Department.
In his room, we found a piece of paper with the address where this crime occurred. We found a torn up letter that was his words to Lottie Spencer.
Dacre's torn up letter to Lottie was hateful and threatening. Prosecutor Jesse Evans.
He specifically talks about having plans and backup plans to exact revenge on Lottie. And the worst part about the letter is he gets to the end and he says, but I'm going to let you live. I'm going to get revenge on you, but I'm going to let you live.
To police and prosecutors, this wasn't just a rant. It looked like a blueprint for murder. Now they tried to link Dacre to the crime scene.
Some of the important evidence that we start with is the hair and fiber evidence that was recovered off of Carmen Smith's body. There was a broken knife blade. It was a fairly clean crime scene other than that.
Carmen had small puncture wounds on her back and terrible bruising, suggesting a ferocious struggle.
She had been not only tortured and murdered, but she had been undressed at some point and redressed.
At Carmen's bedside, the hammer she'd wanted for peace of mind, never touched as she fought for her life. Not far away was the suspected murder weapon, a piece of rope. Crime scene technicians dusted for fingerprints and collected blood samples. The evidence was sent to the state crime lab for analysis.
The lab tests kept coming back without the physical evidence that we needed that linked him to the dead body of Carmen Smith. That's when we knew that it may always be a circumstantial case.
And the circumstantial part of the case was just too weak to make an arrest. Prosecutors still believe Dacre was the only viable suspect in Carmen Smith's murder and the stabbing of her son Nick, but they didn't have the evidence to prove it. The investigation stalled.
So Wasim Dacre walked away from the murder.
He walked away from the murder, but not from some accountability. The police felt like they had a viable way of charging him with aggravated stalking.
Dacre was arrested and charged with stalking Lottie Spencer.
There are multiple witnesses, friends of hers, friends of his, that actually observed firsthand some of these stalking activities that were occurring at her apartment, either by hearing the phone, hearing him knock on the door at all hours of the night, seeing him come by.
Dacre was convicted in September of 1996 and sentenced to 10 years in prison. It was the close to the worst chapter of Lottie Spencer's life, but it wasn't a happy ending.
Did you feel like you had some peace in your life again when he was behind bars?
No, I mean, because he was getting away with murder. He's getting away with exactly what he told me he would. He needed to pay for what he did to Carmen.
After the trial, Lottie decided to leave Georgia to try to start over. Nick Smith went back to the same school and the protective embrace of his family.
I kind of just went back into the normal routine. I think that was the best way that I could have dealt with it. And I think my family did a pretty good job of trying to keep my life as normal as possible.
And during the next 10 years, Nick's life did finally return to normal. But in 2006, Dacre was released and moved nearby. All the terrifying memories of the masked man wielding a knife came rushing back. Police decided to provide security to keep Nick safe.
We would have a cop sit outside of our house at night, and we had cameras installed in my house and on the outside just as a precaution.
Lottie says she was also looking over her shoulder.
Tell us about the day that he got out, that he was a free man again.
Not a good time.
Were you waiting every day for the phone to ring or that bang on the door?
Yeah, that was starting to unravel again.
Coming up, the fear begins all over, and so does the push for justice.
You had your smoking gun.
Absolutely.
It's another trial for Wasim Dacre. And just look who's addressing the jury when Dateline continues.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells twinkling lights.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life.
Bah, humbug.
To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now,
Wherever you get your podcasts.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life.
Bah, humbug.
To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now,
wherever you get your podcasts.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
After 10 years in prison, Wasim Dacre was a free man, but still a suspect in the murder of Carmen Smith and the stabbing of her son Nick.
He was still terrorizing you in some ways.
Just the fact that he was out was kind of terrorizing.
He is that character in those horror movies. He's like your worst nightmare.
After his release, Dacre got a job and moved to suburban Atlanta. He was a free man and enjoying life. Here he is skydiving and loving it.
Jackie? No.
Dacre's freedom galled homicide detective John Dawes. The Carmen Smith murder was now officially a cold case. To Dawes, Dacre was the one who got away.
Does a case like this haunt a police department?
Absolutely, because these cases go home with you in your mind.
But for years, Dawes couldn't do anything about it. And then, just by chance, he was sent to a DNA training seminar in 2008, a random assignment that would change everything.
Back in the mid-90s, very, very little at all could be done with the hair except to say the color of the hair. Now, when there's any tissue from the root on the hair whatsoever, it takes just a minute amount of tissue to come up with a full profile DNA.
It's called nuclear DNA testing, and Dawes immediately thought of Carmen Smith. Carmen was a strawberry blonde, and he remembered the short, dark hairs recovered from her body, not hers, under layers of bedding.
I felt it was invaluable evidence if there was enough tissue on that hair that was underneath her sweater.
Dawes brought one of those dark hairs to a DNA lab in Texas and waited. It was almost 15 years after Carmen Smith's murder when the call came in. There was a match.
They have identified Wasim Dacre's hair, him and only him, to the exclusion of all others, on the dead body of Carmen Smith at the time she was found.
You had your smoking gun?
Absolutely.
I got a call from Detective Dawes. I was very happy, but it was really hard for me to have to go back and tell the story of the things that he did.
Lottie dreaded the thought of testifying in open court in front of Dacre, but she knew there would be no avoiding it. Dacre was arrested and charged with murdering Carmen Smith and stabbing her son Nick. His trial started in September of 2012.
All right.
Prosecutor Jesse Evans was there for the state.
This case, ladies and gentlemen, is about obsession, revenge, and choice.
Evans argued that Dacre was a violent stalker and that his obsession with one woman led to the murder of another.
You can't get inside the mind of a psychopath and figure out why they chose to kill. Some people are just mean.
Evans said Dacre had left a trail of destruction and those critical hairs.
The cold case solved by advances in DNA technology proved positive that defendant Wasim Dacre is a killer.
Defending Wasim Dacre was Wasim Dacre.
Initially, I want to point out a couple things. There's 3 principles of law that I want to give you.
Before he took over his own case, Dacre had been represented by an experienced father and son team, Michael and Jason Treadaway. They were still advising him and believed the state's case was vulnerable.
They had no case without those hairs. That's why they didn't go forward initially. They didn't have a case, and they knew it.
Their advice to Dacre: focus on those hairs and don't obsess about Lottie.
This case had to be defended by attacking the science of the state's case.
But Dacre couldn't seem to let go. His focus from the start was his relationship with the state's star witness.
I've been in her bed, I've been in her sofa.
It was a romance, Dacre said, intimate in every way. Lottie insisted that was not true.
Some of the things he said had to be just really beyond frustrating, that saying you two had a sexual relationship.
You know what? There was no relationship, so there's nothing, more that I can say about that.
Did he ever try and do anything like kiss you or, since
No.
he's so in love with you?
Never once tried to kiss me or anything.
When Dacre finally turned to those hairs, he called on Dr. Greg Hampikian. The prominent DNA expert challenged the state's key evidence: the nuclear DNA test matching Dacre to Carmen Smith that was done on the root tissue of a single hair. The problem, Hampikian says, is none of the hairs recovered from the crime scene had any roots.
There were hairs taken from the body, and they were all clearly indicated on the reports as having no root. That's something you could do with the naked eye, and of course, the expert at the time used a microscope.
Are you 100% sure the original hair had no root?
The records all state that. So somehow it arrives at this laboratory and it's a hair with a root. There's real problems with that piece of evidence.
It was a serious challenge to the state's key piece of evidence, and Dacre once again connected the evidence to Lottie Spencer, a liar, he said, who had ruined his life in the most treacherous way.
And they would never have seized those hairs if she didn't make all these false allegations against me. She derailed the murder investigation by making all these false allegations.
For Lottie, all of the fear and hurt from her darkest days came rushing back every time Dacre mentioned her name.
He was enjoying it, like he had control again. And that made me feel like really weak.
Jesse Evans asked the jurors not to focus on Lottie and to think about another woman when they started their deliberations.
Carmen Smith's body was laid to rest, but I assure you it was not in peace.
After he took his seat, Prosecutor Evans was anxious, uncertain what the jury would do.
We were really holding our whole case together with 2 hairs from the victim's body. And if there's a plausible explanation for how those hairs come back with his DNA results, if there's an explanation for that, our case is no longer viable.
It took the jury just 3.5 hours to reach a verdict.
We, the jury, found the defendant, Wasim Dacre, guilty as to count 1, malice murder.
Guilty of the murder of 30-year-old Carmen Smith.
You go all these years thinking that he got away with it, and he didn't.
At Dacre's sentencing, the state called just one witness, Nick Smith, who was determined to face his attacker one last time.
I just kind of had to not let him defeat me, in a way. When Wasim Dacre took my mother's life and stabbed me, my life was put on hold.
Nick struggled to hold back tears.
No longer will someone other than me control my life and interrupt my thoughts. He's finally caught, and I'm finally free. I love you, Mom. I never wanted to use what happened as any sort of crutch or let it get in the way. I did the best I could that if she was still here, I think she'd be proud.
The judge then delivered Dacre's sentence, life in prison plus 47 years. But a defiant Dacre refused to sign the documents for his sentence.
It's typical of a coward that you would act the way you're acting. And that's what you are, a coward.
Case closed. Justice for Carmen and Nick Smith. And the victory Lottie had wanted so badly. But the story was far from over. Something happened at the end of the trial that would come to haunt Lottie. Something that would lead her to realize there was still unfinished and unbelievable business in her saga with Wasim Dacre.
Coming up.
I couldn't let it go. I have a conscience. I have to live with me.
There's a real issue here. Something is going on behind the scenes that we weren't aware of.
When Dateline continues.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life.
Bah, humbug.
To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now,
wherever you get your podcasts.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All of the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us one. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life.
Bah, humbug.
To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now,
Wherever you get your podcasts.
Take him back.
Wasim Dacre had been convicted of murder and sentenced to life in prison. It looked like he was out of Lottie Spencer's life, finally and forever.
It was very emotional, but just so good. So very good.
Do you feel free? Finally free?
I feel like a lot of weight has been lifted, and I'm going to close this chapter and just go on with my life in a positive way.
That was Lottie in 2012. She told us she had closed that chapter, but it turns out she didn't. Not by a long shot. In fact, since that interview, she has turned this story completely upside down with astonishing revelations. We sat down with her again to hear her new version of things.
So, did not expect to be sitting here talking to you again.
No.
It's a major turn of events.
Yes, there has been.
It all began with a bombshell.
Mr. Dacre and I had a consensual sexual relationship.
Yes, Lottie now says in the mid-90s she had an ongoing sexual relationship with Wasim Dacre. That he wasn't really her stalker, he was her lover. It was something she had flat out denied for 17 years.
If what you're saying is true, you lied to the district attorney, you lied in open court to the jury, you lied to me.
There are no words to describe just how very remorseful I am.
What I did was wrong. I am taking 100% full responsibility for what I've done.
The damage I have caused this man and his family there's nothing I can do to take it back. Nothing.
Lottie now says she lied under oath about the sex and about many of the stalking charges she'd made against Dacre.
Did Wasim threaten you?
Never.
Your life?
No.
Did he threaten anyone's life around you?
No.
Are you in love with Wasim Dacre?
No, I never was in love with Mr. Dacre.
And you're not today?
No.
But Lottie says even though she and Dacre were in a relationship, she still feared him, and until recently, genuinely believed he was a murderer.
I was terrified of him. That was no lie. Those emotions were real. I've had the nightmares. I've lived in that fear.
She says that fear drove her to lie to put Dacre behind bars. But the euphoria she felt after the verdict started to sour. She couldn't stop thinking about something prosecutor Jesse Evans said during the trial.
I learned during the closing arguments that Carmen's lifeless body was wrapped up in 5 layers of bedding, and I was shocked. And I started to get pretty scared at that moment because I had given Carmen 2 blankets just before her death.
They were blankets that Lottie now says she and Dacre had slept in together.
Mr. Dacre used those blankets on a number of occasions. I mean, he was welcome in my home and we were friends and he had spent the night, and clearly I knew that his DNA could have been on those blankets.
Remember, Carmen had been found under several layers of bedding. If one of Lottie's blankets was among them, it could explain how Dacre's hair got on Carmen's body.
This isn't a maybe. This is a woman who's risking perjury charges, who's turning against her own self-interest. This is a woman who can explain this evidence. You have to take this seriously.
Dr. Hampikian, who had been a paid expert witness for Dacre, worked on the case for free in his role as director of Idaho Innocence Project. He believed Lottie's story was a game changer.
Now, there's a logical explanation of how the hairs got there. This is one of those places where you just have to shake the system and say, wait a minute, this is so obvious. He didn't get a fair trial.
I couldn't let it go. I have a conscience. I have to live with me.
So Lottie decided to come forward. She filed affidavits with the court, and in 2013, Judge Mary Staley granted Dacre a hearing for a new trial. But Jesse Evans wasn't buying Lottie's new story. That's because while he was preparing for Dacre's hearing, he believed he found that story's real source.
There's a real issue here. Something is going on behind the scenes that we weren't aware of.
Coming up.
I messed up really bad. It's despicable.
Another revelation. Inside a prison cell, 4,000 pages of secrets.
Do you think Wasim Dacre is manipulating Lottie from prison?
When Dateline continues.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My
I
commitment to
apologize
Hallie
for the many
Jackson now
questions.
will never be questioned. Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big. Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us won. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Streaming free everywhere.
I'm hearing sleigh bells.
For almost 2 decades, here's how Lottie Spencer talked about Wasim Dacre.
Wasim Dacre is evil. He's pure evil. He's a monster.
But then she changed her story, calling him a victim.
You know what? I messed up really bad. It's despicable.
Lottie's reversal was astonishing. In the years since Carmen Smith's murder, she had built a new life. She was a single mom again, raising her young son in a new home. By recanting her testimony, she put all that at risk.
How worried are you right now that you could go to jail for perjury?
I'm very worried. I know that I'm facing prison time. And there will be severe penalty for what I do, and I don't want to be ripped away from my little boy. I have everything to lose.
A year after Dacre's conviction, the hearing began on the motion for a new trial. Dacre, again representing himself, called Dr. Hampikian, the DNA expert, to the stand.
Now, if a man sleeps in a blanket, can his hair transfer to the blanket? Yes. And if a man has sex in a blanket, can his hair transfer to a blanket? Yes.
Dr. Hampikian laid the scientific foundation, but Dacre's chances really hinged on Lottie.
Next witness. Loretta Spencer Black.
A hush came over the courtroom as a nervous Lottie made her way to the stand and swore to tell the truth.
Just prior to Carmen Smith's murder, I gave her 2 blankets that I knew that you used in my Roswell apartment.
She acknowledged having a sexual relationship with Dacre. And then Lottie's old list of Dacre's abuses started to topple like dominoes.
Did the defendant ever threaten you with a handgun?
Never.
Did I ever physically threaten to kill you or harm you?
Never.
Did I ever steal your bras, panties, or hang them on your doorknob?
No.
There are going to be people who will see this and think you're lying now and that you were really telling the truth before.
What reason do I have? I have everything to lose. I'm doing it because this is right.
In a bristling cross-examination, prosecutor Jesse Evans portrayed Lottie as a troubled, unreliable woman.
Did you admit to us that you had some mental issues that you were dealing with?
I said I was suffering anxiety and depression.
Okay.
Evans' next move was stunning. He presented evidence that he said explained Lottie's incredible reversal. Letters confiscated from Dacre's prison cell. 4,000 pages of correspondence between the convicted murderer and the woman who testified against him.
I sent him daily devotions, Bible verses, encouraging cards. I sent him a lot of information, case files. I actually feel like I'm his personal secretary in a way.
It turned out Lottie had actually been helping with Dacre's appeal. He gave her research assignments. She looked up cases, printed documents, mailed them to prison, and then waited for his next request.
Do you think Wasim Dacre is manipulating Lottie from prison?
There's no doubt. By sending those letters to him, a convicted murderer, a sociopath, she's opened the door. She's allowed him an opportunity to get back into her life, and we already know that he has a history of manipulating her.
Is he manipulating you right now into doing exactly what he wants?
Absolutely not. This is a repentive woman who is very remorseful and very sorry for what she has caused.
But Evans says those letters tell another story. He says Lottie knew about the bedding and hair evidence long before Dacre's murder trial started and never said a word about giving any blankets to Carmen.
It wasn't until after she started secretly communicating with the defendant that she then made this broad assertion that, well, I had given some blankets to Carmen. The problem with that is that I challenged her on it. Describe the blankets, tell me which ones they were. She couldn't remember.
So there's no smoking gun or smoking blanket in this case?
Absolutely. I don't think there are any blankets. I don't think there's any evidence of that.
On the stand, Lottie not only recanted her testimony from 2 trials, but described the incredible lengths she's willing to go to help set Dacre free.
So you believe so strongly in this, you applied for a second mortgage to help in Wasim's defense, and you even took out a life insurance policy with naming Wasim as the beneficiary?
My daughter is the beneficiary. She would get a third, my son would get a third, and Dacre would get a third. But yeah, I would mortgage my house and I would hire him the best defense that he could possibly get.
Despite all of Lottie's efforts, the fundraising, the correspondence with Dacre, the legal research, Judge Staley didn't buy her new story. She rejected Dacre's motion for a new trial.
The right results were reached for the right reasons. I know that we've done things the right way, and I feel confident in the defendant's guilt.
The ruling included a harsh rebuke of Lottie. The judge said she lacked credibility, and her new testimony appeared to have been concocted by the defendant. But Lottie seemed unbowed, ready to carry on her fight.
Somebody needs to stand up and say, wait a second, justice was not served in this case.
And on that point, Lottie's not alone. Jason Treadaway, Dacre's shadow attorney during trial, agrees.
The circumstances of how Dacre's hair came to be on that bedding, what kind of more pivotal evidence could there possibly be? I believe the man deserves a new trial.
How can you believe anything Lottie says, though, now?
I think when you have a man's liberty and life at stake, you have to believe what she says. How can you at least not allow 12 different people to hear her version now and let them decide if it's true or not?
Are you ever going to give up on Wasim? Are you in this till all appeals are exhausted?
Yes. I played a role of an innocent man being falsely convicted for crimes he did not do. I've got to make it right.
In 2016, the Georgia Supreme Court upheld Dacre's conviction. He tried to take his appeal all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court, only to be denied review.
I have no doubt that Wasim Dacre is a cold-blooded killer and that justice has been served with his conviction. Doesn't matter what Lottie says. This case is about Carmen. This case is about Nick.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us.
Hello, this is Sky News Today with me, Jane Secker. It's 10 o'clock. These are the headlines. The walkout before Christmas. Junior doctors strike for 3 days, with a further 6 days to come in the new year. A welcome and larger than expected drop in inflation as it falls to its lowest level for more than 2 years. Scientists in Iceland warn that this spectacular volcanic eruption could go on for months. Judges in Colorado ruled Donald Trump can't stand for president in the state, but he vows to go to the Supreme Court. While the Supreme Court here in the UK prepares to deliver a landmark ruling on whether artificial intelligence can be considered an inventor. Hello, good morning. Junior doctors have begun what's said to be their biggest strike action ever. In all, there'll only be 4 weekdays unaffected over the next 3 weeks. The British Medical Association rejected a last-minute plea from NHS bosses yesterday to call off the walkout. Charities have warned it'll cause major disruption either side of Christmas. Well, the strike began this morning and will last for 72 hours. The NHS will prioritise urgent and emergency care, with senior doctors drafted in to provide cover. A 6-day walkout is planned between the 3rd and the 9th of January, the longest action ever by junior doctors. NHS strikes have seen more than 1.1 million appointments and treatments cancelled in the past year. Well, the National Medical Director for NHS England, Professor Sir Stephen Power, said the strikes have come at the worst time for the health service.
We've had over a year now of industrial action, but these latest strikes are coming at the worst possible time for the NHS. We're now well into winter pressures, and of course, COVID and flu are on the rise too. The 3 days of strike action we're about to see before Christmas, we are actively managing to keep patients safe at the moment. But the 6 days after the new year are a period that we're particularly concerned about because of the length of the strike action and because the NHS generally gets a lot busier after New Year.
Well, in a moment, we'll talk to Lisa Dowd, who's outside Queen's Medical Centre in Nottingham. But first, Sky's Milena Veselinovic joins me from University College Hospital in central London. And Milena, the start of what's going to be quite a long series of walkouts. What is the mood amongst those on the picket line?
Well, the mood is quite defiant. As you can see, the picket line here behind me, it formed this morning. Doctors, junior doctors walking out because they say they're fighting for the future of their profession. They say that they graduate with £100,000 of student debt, which the pay doesn't then compensate for. And then many of their colleagues have gone abroad to places like Australia for better paid jobs with less pressure. Now, the talks with the government have broken down at the beginning of December. Junior doctors rejecting an offer from the government of a 3% rise, which is on top of the 8.8% on average that they already got over the summer, because they say that that pay rise would be unevenly distributed among the different pay grades. So some people would still get a real terms pay cut. On the other hand, the government is trying to paint junior doctors as unreasonable.
I'm afraid we've lost the link to... Oh, it's returned?
Them as radical, and this is the 26th day of industrial action this year, and there is more to come.
Thanks very much. We lost you for a moment. Let's cross to Lisa Dowd, who joins us now from Queen's Medical Centre in Nottingham. And Lisa, how long are those there determined to keep up this action for?
Well, it comes at a terrible time, doesn't it, for the NHS, with all of the winter viruses that are going around at the moment, coupled with those record waiting lists that the NHS has been trying to chip away at, caused by COVID, exacerbated by all of the NHS strikes that we've seen this year. And the junior doctors here are prepared to go out again, and for as long as it takes until they get what they want. I'm joined in Nottingham by one of those junior doctors now, also a member of the British Medical Association, TAL. Just tell me what the picture is inside the hospital behind me and elsewhere in the East Midlands, because I know you've worked in various places, you're very well connected. For the picture for patients, but also for staff as well.
So the picture for staff on any day of the year in 2023's version of the NHS is that there's not enough doctors around. We see our colleagues leaving left, right and centre due to 15 years of pay cuts. And that means we're covering more patients than we should, sometimes as many as 150 patients on a night shift. But more importantly for patients, it means that they're waiting around longer, they're sitting in trolleys and A&Es, they're not getting the care that they deserve because there aren't enough doctors around. So we're out here today to keep sending that message to the government. We want the government to restore our pay, just get back to where we were in 2008, a time when the waiting list was only 2.3 million, not 7.2 million, which is what it was before we started striking. And this waiting list has not been caused by COVID, in my opinion. COVID exacerbated it, but it went up from 2.3 million to 4.5 million before COVID. It's caused by mismanagement of the NHS, by underpaying staff, which means that they leave. And what we want is the government to restore our pay, work with us, work towards a better NHS, a more well-staffed NHS, an NHS where patients wait a week or two to see a consultant, not months and years, an NHS where we don't see patients on trolleys, but we see them in cubicles with dignity, an NHS where patients aren't stuck in an ambulance for 10 hours. This is the sort of medicine we're seeing now. Last year, we had 500 people a week dying in emergency departments because of excessive waits. That's 3 months before we started striking. If we did nothing, that would be like an airline having a jumbo jet going down every single week and them ignoring it. We can't ignore this.
And so you talk about pay, 8.8% rise for junior doctors in the summer, offered 3% on top of that. The Prime Minister calling it, the best deal for any NHS workers, and still you're not going for that pay deal. So what do you want, and how long are you prepared to keep going out for it, for these strikes to continue?
So what we've been offered so far, that 8.8 plus 3%, just about matches the rate of inflation for the past year of 11.4%. So it's stopping the pay cuts, but it's not reversing the past 14 years. And that's not going to do much for reversing the trend of tens of thousands of doctors leaving the NHS. Now, We've spoken to the government. We've outlined what we want. We want to get back to 2008 levels of pay. What that looks like is a doctor today who earns £15 an hour for seeing you in A&E, for diagnosing you, for starting life-saving treatment. We want them to be paid £20 an hour. And I think if you ask any viewer, is £20 an hour on a Friday night a reasonable amount to pay for your healthcare, they would bite your hand off.
Okay, thanks very much, Tal, for giving your point of view. The government is saying that they are prepared to come back to the negotiating table. If there is no resolution, we're going to see further junior doctor strikes in January, 6 days consecutively, which will be the longest junior doctor strike, longest strike in NHS history.
UK inflation slowed much more sharply than expected last month, largely because of a fall in diesel and petrol prices. The rate at which prices increased stood at 3.9% last month, a larger than expected fall from the 4.6% recorded a month earlier. It's the lowest rate since October 2021. The Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, pointed to a brighter economic outlook.
Well, the only way that we can make life better for families who are working very hard and feeling that they are in a cost of living crisis, the like of which they haven't seen for many, many years, is to get the economy growing sustainably. And that means you have to bring down inflation. And that's why the Prime Minister's main pledge at the start of this year was to halve inflation. He has more than delivered that. Once you do that, once you do the hard work to squeeze inflation out of the system, you can start looking forward to the kind of growth that will see people's wages going up. On top of which, when we can, we want to bring down the tax burden so that people keep more of the money that they earn every month.
Well, our business correspondent Paul Kelso joins me now. Paul, what does this mean for most of us? You know, inflation is slowing, but of course prices are still going up.
Yeah, this is a second successive, really chunky fall in inflation, and this one perhaps all the more welcome for being unexpected. In October, when inflation fell by more than 1%, taking it below 5%, we largely expected it. We knew energy prices governed by the Ofgem price cap would drop out of the figures from a year previously. It was the moment, of course, that it delivered on the Prime Minister's arguable pledge to halve inflation. But this drop of 0.7%, taking inflation below 4%, was well below much greater fall in the rate of inflation than economists anticipated. And it's broad-based, as they would put it. It falls right across the board. Food inflation fell back, still very high, more than 9%. But less than it was. Clothing, nearly 6% still, but still a decline in the increase in the price of clothing. We've actually got deflation in transport costs, which essentially means petrol and diesel. People will know that if they filled up the car, that prices have fallen right back there. In fact, prices are lower than they were, 1.4%. So we have a broad-based decline in inflation. That, of course, while families are still facing higher costs than they were, it's still nearly double the Bank of England's target of 2%. It raises the question, what will happen to interest rates? They've gone up sharply over 18 months, now 5.25%. The bank has kept them there for the last two meetings of its Monetary Policy Committee, and the messaging from the Governor of the Bank of England has been it is too early to start even talking or thinking about cutting interest rates. Well, it's not too early for the markets. They're already pricing in, as of this morning, an earlier start to a decline in rates. The market expectation now is that rates will start to come down at the start of next year, February, March time, and could fall back to perhaps 4% by the end of the year. I would expect the Bank of England governor to stick to his language on this, that it is not yet time to think about reversing rate rises. They think only about 50% of the impact of this squeeze on the economy that interest rates have imposed has actually been felt. Many people, of course, in fixed mortgages, they will only come to think about remortgaging and refixing those in the year to come. But these inflation figures suggest that when that does happen, there could be some hope that rates are beginning to fall back. So welcome news for consumers. And as we heard from the Chancellor, they're pretty pleased about it in Downing Street and in government too.
OK, Paul, thanks a lot. Iceland's foreign minister has warned that the volcano eruption taking place in the southwest of the country could go on for months. The eruption took place on Iceland's Reykjanes Peninsula after several weeks of earthquakes. The centre of the eruption happened near the fishing town of Grindavik, which is 42 kilometres away from the capital, Reykjavik. Sky's science correspondent Thomas Moore has the latest.
Last night when we were here, the sky was glowing orange because of all the fountains of lava spouting into the air. This morning you can just about pick out the glow, red glow, a carpet of lava lying on the ground. But things do seem to be settling down somewhat, but scientists are warning this eruption is far from over. We could yet see more fire in the land of ice.
After weeks of building pressure, molten rock from deep within the earth finally burst through. Fountains of lava erupted from a 4-kilometre rip in the ground, creating a 30-metre high wall of fire stretching across southwest Iceland. From a Coast Guard helicopter, authorities tracked rivers of glowing rock, hoping they'd spare critical infrastructure. We are just really happy that the town of Grindavik looks to be safe. The Blue Lagoon looks to be safe. The infrastructure, the power plants look to be safe. So this actually happened in the best possible spot we could have imagined. The authorities had plenty of warning. Grindavik was evacuated last month after rising magma triggered an earthquake swarm and opened a deep gash through the centre of the town. They're still cautious. From the edge of the exclusion zone, it's 6 miles to the orange glow of the eruption site.
But while the authorities can keep people out of harm's way, they can do little about the plume of toxic volcanic gas. And the Icelandic Met Office fears the wind is about to change direction and blow it towards the capital Reykjavik, just 20 miles away.
But the risks were played down by the foreign minister.
What we're seeing is an eruption which is much larger than the ones we have had in the past 3 years, which have been, so to speak, nice touristic eruptions. Luckily, at the moment, there is no life threat. The airport is open. Life carries on as usual.
The eruption is currently slowing. The lava flow just a quarter of what it was and focused in a smaller area.
They start with a lot of volume and then they slow down. And this one is slowing down, in a few hours. So we may be seeing the end of this eruption before Christmas.
But that's far from certain, with other scientists warning that magma is still rising to the surface and the eruption could last for several weeks.
So scientists don't have cameras underground, so they're having to use other ways of trying to make an educated guess on what happens next. And that includes satellites in space. They're using GPS signals to look at how the ground is rising and falling as the magma erupts. Now, it had risen by 35 centimetres in some area, now slumped back down by around 5 centimetres, so not back to where it was. So is there more magma still to come? Well, that we don't know, and they are keeping a very close eye just to be sure whether there is going to be further fissures, cracks in the earth opening up with new lava flows that could threaten critical infrastructure.
Well, let's take you to the US now, where Donald Trump has been kicked off the ballot in Colorado after the state Supreme Court ruled that he can't run for president in the state because of his role in the 2021 Capitol riots. In response, the Republican presidential hopeful tweeted, "Crooked Joe and the Democrats know they can't beat us at the ballot box, so their new plan is to nullify every single Trump ballot in the nation to keep Biden in the White House. Make no mistake, we will appeal this decision immediately." Our US correspondent Mark Stone has the latest from Washington.
This is quite a moment, and it is quite a surprise. Bear with me, because it's not altogether straightforward, but potentially it is highly significant. Last month, the lower court, a district court in the state of Colorado, ruled that Donald Trump had been involved in the insurrection and was helping to incite the insurrection here in Washington on January the 6th, those Capitol Hill riots. But that lower court ruled that despite the fact that he was involved in it, that did not disqualify him in the state for running for president in the ballot there, the primary there for the candidate for president. But last night, the upper court in Colorado, the Supreme Court of the state, while it agreed that he was involved in the insurrection, it disagreed with the lower court that didn't disqualify him from becoming president. It ruled that it did disqualify him from becoming president, and so his name has been removed from the ballot in that state. Now, the question is what that means more broadly. It will go almost certainly to the Supreme Court of the land here in Washington, D.C. That, of course, is weighted in Donald Trump's favor because of judges that he appointed when he was last president. So what will they decide? Will they believe that this is a political decision made by Democrat judges in Colorado, or will they believe that actually those judges were looking at constitutional law? Because it all stems back to, again, bear with me, the third Section 3 of the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution, or the disqualification clause as it's known, which bars any person from holding federal or state office who took an oath to support the Constitution of the United States and then engaged in insurrection. So the Supreme Court will almost certainly decide whether or not this local decision can be upheld. If it can be, well then is a precedent set for other states across the land to follow. If that's the case, well then the dominoes for Donald Trump could well start to fall.
The Foreign Secretary, Lord Cameron, is travelling to Jordan and Egypt this week to make the case for a sustainable ceasefire and further humanitarian pauses in Gaza. It comes as the UN Security Council struggles to reach agreement on a ceasefire resolution, with a vote initially put forward on Monday delayed until later today. Well, in other developments today, Israel's military claims it struck more than 300 terror targets over the last day in the Gaza Strip as the war continues. The Israel Defense Force says its troops are engaged in close quarters fighting across the enclave. Women and children are among the injured arriving at Nasser Hospital after strikes hit the southern city of Khan Yunis in Gaza last night. Residents say there was heavy bombardment and a gun battle between Israeli troops and Palestinian militants. Well, our international correspondent Alex Rossi is in Jerusalem. Alex, what hopes of peace before Christmas?
It's really hard to say what will happen. Certainly, the negotiations behind closed doors at the United Nations have hit a number of sticking points. The vote was supposed to be on Monday, then it was supposed to be last night. It's been delayed. It's supposed to take place today, but this is a Security Council resolution that they are debating and trying to finesse the language on. There seems to be two particular sticking points for the United States, which, remember, has the power of veto. One is about the language around a stopping of hostilities. A pause in hostilities is their preference rather than a cessation of hostilities. A cessation, they say, implies that Israel must continue a ceasefire once it stops, but they want Israel to have the maneuverability to regain hostilities once there's been this humanitarian pause, and hopefully the hostages, or some of the hostages at least, have been released. The other issue seems to be around the monitoring of aid going into Gaza. The resolution sees a UN monitoring system being set up, but the Israelis want to also be able to monitor what goes into the Strip. But the situation remains extraordinarily desperate there the longer the fighting goes on, and it is extremely intense at the moment, this combat phase. But certainly the World Food Programme is saying that up to 60% of the population is facing the prospect of starvation. 90% of the population of Gaza has been internally displaced. And we've seen those very dramatic pictures of aid trucks being mobbed as soon as they go into Gaza. So you can see the desperation of the population there and just how necessary it is to ramp up the supply of humanitarian aids.
Thanks very much for that. Well, joining me now is military analyst Colonel Simon Diggers. And Simon, the negotiations that we know are going on behind the scenes, how valuable do you think they are?
I think they're essential. I think without that, we're not going to have, firstly, for to the Israelis, getting the hostages out, but secondly, some kind of pause in terms of the humanitarian situation. As your correspondent said, it's now very desperate. We've got most of the population of Gaza have been displaced. There's significant issues around food, even more significant issues perhaps around disease. So from all sorts of perspectives, I think the ceasefire is really one of the essential next prerequisites for it.
Aside from that, what do you think are Israel's next steps?
I think they're also going to give them a chance to think what they're doing. I mean, President Biden, particularly last week, was fairly blunt about what he thought about the Israeli approach. He talked about indiscriminate bombing. And various people, both military analysts from Israel and elsewhere, are saying, without any way trying to stop the Israelis from dealing with Hamas and eliminating them, say there's got to be a better way of doing this, rather than carrying out fairly, as I said, indiscriminate bombing raids on people. So more directed, intelligence-led raids, very specific targeting of individuals, and not this rather more general approach they've been taking. So there's a bit of a pause going on from there. So will Israel take that opportunity of a ceasefire to rethink about how it does its strategy? So I think that's also on the cards as well.
The key other thing for Israel, of course, is getting the hostages out.
Absolutely.
What chance do you think of getting any more people out?
Well, I think the key thing is that the only time they managed to get hostages out was during the ceasefire. Netanyahu's line has always been the military pressure is forcing Hamas to release people. I think that's not true. I mean, Hamas have got know how important these hostages are, and they're keeping them there. But the only time they manage to get people out is when there's been a ceasefire. And the pressure on Netanyahu is not coming just from the outside, external pressure from Biden and from elsewhere. It's also coming internally within Israel from the hostages' families. I mean, there was a dreadful incident last week where 3 hostages were shot. They were bare-chested, carrying white flags, and they were shot by IDF soldiers. Now, that infuriated the hostages' families and suggested that for whatever, all his rhetoric about what Netanyahu says he's trying to do, release hostages, actually his ambition and his intent is rather different.
OK, we'll leave it there. Lots more to talk about. Colonel Simon Diggers, thanks a lot for joining us. You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, can AI be named as an inventor? The Supreme Court has made a ruling on a long-running patent dispute. Plus, is Donald Trump's presidential run over? We'll be assessing the impact of a court ruling in Colorado.
I'm hearing sabers, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that snake flying into the night.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sabers, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that snake flying into the night. All of the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us won. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sabers, twinkling
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sabers, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that snake flying into the night.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Court has ruled artificial intelligence cannot be legally named as an inventor in order to secure patent rights. The judge concluded that an inventor must be a person under current laws. Well, joining me now is a technology correspondent, Arti Narchiyupan. Lovely to speak to you, Arti. So what is the background to this case?
So essentially, Stephen Thaler is a technologist. He's created an AI tool called Dabus, which he says has invented a light beacon and a container for food and drink. The problem arose when he tried to patent this and list his AI tool Dabus as the inventor. So what this case comes down to essentially is whether or not you have to be a human being in order to be an inventor under the Patents Act. And today at the Supreme Court, the justices have ruled unanimously that yes, you do have to be, in their words, a natural person, and that Thaler has not proven why he has the right to apply for the patent on behalf of his AI tool.
Arti, thanks very much. Right, let's get a look at the weather.
Warm memories wherever you go. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
The week looks mostly mild and unsettled, with disruptive winds possibly on Thursday, but northern parts will see colder spells. That said, it'll be a bit cooler this afternoon, with a cold wind bringing coastal gales to the north. But the southeast looks mild. Cloudy and wet there, brighter elsewhere with a scattering of showers. They'll be heavy in places with hail and hill snow possible in the north. Southeast England will see the rain clearing to leave some late sunshine, while showers take over more of the north and west.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
You're watching Sky News. Coming up, we'll have more on the impact of junior doctor strikes. I'm going to be joined by a former chair of an NHS trust after the break.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life. Bah humbug. To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Days Toy Drive.
Holiday gifts for everybody on the list.
That is delicious. Our biggest holiday crowd yet.
3, 2, 1. Make today your home for the holidays.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life. Bah humbug. To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm here to save us.
Trial of two teenagers accused of the murder of the transgender teenager Brianna Ghey have been sent out to consider its verdicts. Brianna, who was 16, was stabbed with a hunting knife 28 times in her head, neck and chest and back in Linear Park near Warrington in Cheshire. Two teenagers, identified only as Girl X and Boy Y, deny murder and blame each other for the killing. Well, our Chief North of England correspondent Greg Milam is outside Manchester Crown Court for us. And Greg, the jury now deliberating.
Yes, the jury went out about 20 minutes ago to begin their deliberations. This is the 18th day of this trial, and as you mentioned, those 16-year-olds, the girl and the boy, face just one charge, which is the charge of murder relating to Brianna Ghey's death in February this year in that park in Warrington. The prosecution saying that she died as a result of a sustained and violent assault, saying that these two defendants were preoccupied with violence and torture and death and had discussed killing not only Brianna but also killing 4 other children in messages that they exchanged, and also detailing in messages and in a note a plan to kill Brianna, according to the prosecution, in exactly the way that she was ultimately killed in February this year. The prosecution saying they encouraged one another in these discussions. The girl said to have been fascinated by Brianna Ghey. They discussed the knife, the hunting knife that you mentioned that was used in the killing. They discussed that knife. They sent pictures of that knife. And also, after Brianna had been killed, they carried on talking between themselves about what had happened and about news coverage of Brianna's death, for example, the prosecution have said there's no dispute that those two were there that day, no dispute that they were the people seen running away by witnesses, no dispute that they took a knife that belonged to the boy who's the defendant in this case. The defence is that they blame each other. The girl has said that all of these discussions were nothing more than fantasy. There was no intent to carry out any killing. They both say that their backs were turned at the time Brianna was stabbed, saying it was the other who did it, and have both denied that they had anything against her because she was transgender. So that the defence, now it is in the jury's hands to reach a verdict on that charge of murder.
Greg, thanks very much. Well, let's return now to our top story. And junior doctors in England have started their longest ever strike action with a 3-day walkout, which started this morning. Charities have warned it'll cause major disruption either side of Christmas. Well, joining me now is a former NHS Trust chairman, Roy Lilly. Good to talk to you today. How disruptive do you think these strikes will be?
Oh, it's horrendous, Jane. I mean, not only for the patients and the families involved who are being bounced off the waiting lists, and, you know, perhaps we could come back to them in a minute, but from the running of a hospital point of view, which is where I come from, the administrative upheaval is huge. I mean, you have to connect with all the people who may have been expecting treatment during the strike and make sure they understand clearly that they can't come in and their appointment's been cancelled. You then have to deal with all the traffic that creates, that people say, okay, well, when can I come in? So you have to bring in extra admin people to deal with all those queries. People quite rightly have them. Then you have to clear out as many people out of the wards as you can, discharge as many as you can, because you can't have people on the wards without doctors looking after them. That puts a pressure on discharge services, social services. Then you have to keep the place as clear as you can. And then after that, you've got to thread all those people back into the system. Most of them would have been, well, they'll all be there because of clinical need. Many of them would have had operations cancelled 3 or 4 times. So their clinical need compounds and gets more demanding. And that's when the risk starts to set in. People don't, I mean, we see the risk from the blue light point of view. You know, will there be someone there in emergency? And yes, broadly, there will be. There'll be consultants managing A&E, and it will be safe. But as far as the waiting lists are concerned, there's a huge compounding, growing list of people who will have very demanding symptoms, undiagnosed symptoms. And that's where the dangerous risk will come in. And I'm sure we'll see it in unplanned and deaths later on when the statistics come out. They're about 3 months behind.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. I mean, do you think patients will die because of these strikes?
Well, look, I mean, it's a big leap to say that. I mean, people with sinister symptoms do die, and waiting is not good. And people, yes, I think will die waiting. And that's the bit that, you know, people don't seem to realise that's in the equation.
Junior doctors say they need an uplift that equates to around 35%. Are they not worth it?
Well, I'm sure they are, but I mean, you've got to understand, we have to ask, why are they in this situation? Well, they say they've had their pay neglected for 10 years, maybe longer, and the value of their pay packet has been lost through inflation. I mean, my question to them is, well, what has your trade union been doing for 10 years? Where's the BMA? Now, I know governments are not easy to negotiate with, but what has the BMA been asleep at the wheel for 10 years? They've got this 35% calculation, which is probably correct, that they've lost the value of their wages. But no one sensible can expect a government, any government, no matter what your politics are, to make up a 35% pay claim. It's just not feasible. It's not just the 35%, it's the 35% uplift throughout the whole life of the person working in the NHS, and the impact on national insurance contributions for them and the employers. So it's totally infeasible and unfeasible. And, you know, we're starting to see, I think there was some news this morning of some nurses. Our nurse was on a phone-in where she was saying that there's tension emerging now between the junior doctors and the people who will be working during the strikes. And they're saying to the junior doctors, what you're striking for is just not deliverable. And I think we'll start seeing some tensions emerging.
And also the fact that consultants and specialists have separately reached an agreement with the NHS. You know, they had different demands, but nevertheless, they've been able to reach a point, as have the nurses.
Well, Jane, I'm not sure it's a done deal. That's out for consultation. The consultant's deal is out for consultation, and the word is that the consultants will turn it down. Where we go from there, I don't know. And of course, the nurses really have got what they regard as unfinished business. They were offered 5%. The RCN said no, don't accept it, but the nurses then voted not to carry on striking. So the 5% was accepted for the nurses by default. I mean, this whole industrial relations piece is a mess, but I think people are coming to realize that going on strike at this time of the year, particularly when we get seasonal exacerbations for vulnerable people, and there's always a huge bow wave of people that come in to the NHS and A&E after Christmas because they've not been accessing services during Christmas. It's going to be a horrendous time. And I think, somebody has to sort of talk sense here and say, okay, let's sit down and start with a clean sheet of paper about industrial relations, but we can't carry on like this because it's just too dangerous.
I mean, Roy, do you think that they're losing public sympathy? I mean, you talked about the feelings within the wards that other members of staff are perhaps starting to become a little exasperated, but what about the public?
I do. I think largely the public have been supportive of the strikes because, we tend to support people we admire, and we admire doctors and nurses. So I think that's a sort of given. But I think now the strikes are starting to touch more people's lives. Almost everybody is starting now to know someone who's had an appointment cancelled. And I think when that drives home to the public, I'm not so sure that the public will be quite so enthusiastic about strikes. And there's another quite important point coming up as well. The junior doctors' mandate for striking ends in January. That's why they're striking now. They had to strike in this period because otherwise they wouldn't have got a strike in before the mandate runs out. At the end of January, they have to reballot their members to see whether or not they're prepared to continue striking. Now, junior doctors in this lot of strikes will have lost almost half a month's wages. And that's a lot of money. And the BMA, despite being one of the wealthiest trade unions, don't pay strike pay. And so I'm wondering whether or not there'll still be the same enthusiasm amongst the rank and file members to carry on striking. So I think if you put that together, along with whether or not the public will continue to be as enthusiastic and what we'll see in the papers. I mean, we're starting now to see unflattering headlines for junior doctors about the strike. The tabloids particularly are not as enthusiastic as they were. So I think the whole thing really is likely to take on a whole new texture and look in the new year.
OK, Roy Lilly, former NHS Trust Chairman. Interesting to get your take on it today. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Now, the Scottish Government has confirmed it will end its legal action over the UK Government's veto on gender reform legislation. It comes after Scotland's gender recognition reforms were blocked from getting royal assent. Our Scotland correspondent Conor Gillis joins me now. So this is a climb down from the Scottish Government, fundamentally, from the SNP for this policy that they tried to push through. But will there be many within the party who will be quite relieved now that this is put to bed?
Yeah, I think that's right. This has been a saga that has been rumbling on now for exactly a year. It was just before Christmas last year that a majority of MSPs in Edinburgh passed controversial legislation making it easier for people as young as 16 years old to change their legally recognised gender without the need for a medical diagnosis, a system dubbed self-identification, and that was different to what is in the current situation across the whole of the UK. And that led to what was essentially a constitutional standoff between the governments here in Scotland and that in Westminster, because Downing Street and Rishi Sunak's Scottish Secretary was suggesting that the legislation Scotland was proposing and had passed would infringe on UK-wide equality laws. So that then triggered a major row that ended up in the courts and at the Court of Session earlier on this year. The two sides fought it out, and then a judge returned a written judgment a couple of weeks ago and essentially said that the Scottish Government could not take that case forward. The case was indeed to be thrown out. So ministers here in Scotland had to make a judgment call about whether to take that further and appeal through the system and go further with that. But again, we've now had confirmation from Humza Yousaf's cabinet here north of the border that that will not be the case. We are expecting a ministerial statement in Edinburgh later on this afternoon about the detail forward. Is the whole thing scrapped? Could that spell political trouble for Humza Yousaf, who has been really key on this and has been hammering home this policy over the course of his premiership so far? Or could he go back to the drawing board and figure out a plan B on how to make this work within the confines of what the Scottish Parliament can pass legally?
Conor, we shall see. Thanks very much. You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, we're going to be talking to Republicans overseas UK to discuss Donald Trump's next steps after a court in Colorado ruled he can't stand for president in the state.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day. Lighten your load. Every single morning.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicky Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most? A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I just took a shower above the clouds. You know why? Because this is the Emirates A380. Fly Emirates, fly better.
In what's been described as a bombshell decision, Colorado's Supreme Court has ruled that Donald Trump's candidacy in the state's primary in 2024 is prohibited on constitutional grounds. In their 4-3 ruling, Colorado judges accused Mr. Trump of inciting the January 6 riots at the Capitol building in an effort to overturn the election result in 2020. The former president's labelled the efforts to keep him off the ballot nonsense and election interference. Well, the ruling stems from a lawsuit that focused on a little-known provision in the 14th Amendment of the US Constitution. The 14th Amendment is primarily concerned with citizenship, but it is relatively unknown Section 3 that deals with insurrection. It states that no person shall hold any office if they have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same or given aid or comfort to the enemies. It's the first time this section has ever been used to rule out a candidate standing for presidency of the United States. Donald Trump's lawyers have said that they will appeal this decision to the Supreme Court, saying it attacks the very heart of the nation's democracy. Joining me now is Chair of Republicans Overseas UK, Greg Swenson. And Greg, what do you make of what happened overnight?
I think it's unfortunate, Jane. It shouldn't be a great surprise given the balance of the court in Colorado. But I think, even for those of us who are supporting other candidates, I would much rather see Ron DeSantis be the Republican candidate. I think he'd make a better president. But that doesn't mean that unelected bureaucrats or the weaponized justice system should be, managing who the candidates are. So I think it's a mistake, but I think it will go to the Supreme Court quickly and be resolved pretty quickly.
Unelected bureaucrats, these are lawyers, and they're applying the US Constitution.
Sure. Yeah, if you want to, it's a bit of a stretch. I think the 14th Amendment with Section 3 is applicable to, was designed around the Confederacy and, right after the Civil War. So if they can connect the dots between that particular amendment and particular section and what Trump was allegedly involved in on January 6th, it might be a stretch, and I think you'll see that not only in this case, but you'll see it in the argument over the January 6th trial, which is also going to very likely going to the Supreme Court in early 2024.
You say that, but it's an old amendment. But the First Amendment, the right to bear arms, is something that is used all the time by the gun lobby, and this is something that was also drafted at the same time, wasn't it?
Yeah. It might be a stretch, it might not, but I would argue that if you're trying to preserve democracy, then don't try to prevent someone from being on the ballot. Let the voters decide, I think, is the most important thing. Again, I'm not supporting President Trump in the primaries, but I do think whether it's the indictments or in this case, the Colorado court, preventing him from being on the ballot. Either way, it's actually undemocratic. If you really want to let the voters decide, I think that he should be on the ballot. And I can make that argument again, even if I'm not supporting him for the election.
Do you fear other states could follow suit?
Yes, definitely. And you've seen it already. I think 7 or 8 states have tried and all failed. This is the first time it's actually worked. So I think you'll see others. And look, I think it's a bad precedent. If you start to, you're seeing it even with the impeachment of President Biden right now. There's going to be red state or Republican state prosecutors and courts that might take the same kind of action against Democratic candidates. And again, I think that would be a mistake as well.
So what impact do you think this is going to have on President Trump's popularity? Because as you point out, you're supporting another candidate, but the oxygen in the room, in terms of republicanism, is still being sucked out by Trump, isn't it?
Jane, it's a great point. And these indictments, and especially the mugshot in August, have really elevated Trump. Prior to the Alvin Bragg indictment, which was the first indictment, CNN had DeSantis up 2 points in March of 23, up 2 points over Trump. And I think the rest of the polls had Trump up slightly, 5 or 10 points over DeSantis, not much of a margin. Once the indictment started, you saw a lot of the momentum shift to President Trump, and it's totally correlated to the indictments. I think he'll get a bump from this. For sure, he'll get a bump in Colorado from the Republicans there, but that might wear off after a while. But these indictments and these court cases are helping Trump in the near term. And I think the Democrats want that. The question is whether it backfires and it actually helps him in the general. And that's it's a bit early to determine that. But he is showing in most polling as beating President Biden if the election were tomorrow. So this effort to elevate him in the primaries and then ultimately either get him off the ballot or remove him from the ballot or just criticize him because of Jan 6 and everything else, it might work. work, but it might backfire.
Do you think it will be overturned in the Supreme Court, though? I mean, in a sense, is what's happening slightly academic?
Tough to say, but I think so. If I had to opine right now, I would think the Supreme Court, being constitutionalists, would probably overturn the Colorado decision, and I do think they'll probably make a similar decision on January 6th in terms of, of course, half the country calls it an insurrection and the other half of the country calls it a nonviolent protest. So I think the court will have an opinion there, but hopefully, again, we leave it up to the voters to decide rather than the courts.
As somebody who does support Ron DeSantis, do you wish President Trump would sort of go away?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, of course, a lot of us wish that, and I think you saw, 90% of the party, 88, 90% of the party supporting him while he was president. But since the Biden administration commenced in January of 21, I think, there was a time where people sort of forgot about Trump to a certain degree. That's difficult to do. But yeah, you've seen some momentum shift. And, granted, he's polling at 55 or 60 with Republicans, but that's, again, much of that is due to the indictments and the turn in the polls after the Alvin Bragg indictment. So a lot of that is not necessarily solid support. And by the way, an incumbent president, whether it's President Biden or a quasi-incumbent like President Trump, they should be polling at 90 within their own party. And the fact that both candidates are not, that they're polling, in the case of Trump in 55, 60, Biden's probably hovering in the 80s somewhere, low 80s, that's not a good sign. And I think, 75%, as you know, Jane, 75% of Americans don't want to see Biden versus Trump in the general election. So it's not like either one of these candidates are really strong. And I think, we'd all much rather see a different candidate. Not all of us, I should say, but many of us would like to see a different candidate. A lot of that support for Trump will swing to other candidates, maybe at the last minute. We'll see what happens in Iowa. But I think you're starting to see cracks in the Biden campaign right now. And he had support from the inner circle in the party, but you're starting to see some real critics in high Democratic circles that are really wondering, why are we putting up Biden against Trump? They're the only candidates that can lose to each other.
President Trump's obviously been positive for the Republican Party in terms